Chapter 149. Greetings, Your Majesty. Li Zixuan followed the eunuch to the inner hall behind Taiji Palace. He saw Li Er eating and drinking at a few tables above. Li Zixuan couldn't help but curse inwardly. If you want to eat, just eat. Why did you call me over? Do you want me to watch you eat? Li Er swallowed the food in his mouth and nodded at Li Zixuan. No need for formalities. I asked you to come because I want to show you something. You will definitely be very interested in it. With that, he asked the eunuch beside him to deliver a booklet to Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan received it with both hands and curiously flipped it open. He saw rows of densely packed words without even punctuation marks. Li Zixuan forced himself to endure the discomfort and read on word by word. After reading half of it, Li Zixuan finally understood that what was written on it was actually the investigation report of the kidnapping of Han Yushi yesterday. Li Er was right. Li Zixuan was really interested in this. Yesterday's matter wasn't over yet. The mastermind behind the bandits still hadn't been caught. He perked up and finished reading the entire booklet. Then, he returned the booklet to the eunuch. He was extremely shocked. Yunshi Restaurant hired bandits to kidnap Han Yushi in order to obtain the new wine formula. This was within Li Zixuan's expectations. It was just a matter of interest. What he really didn't expect was that Yunshi Restaurant's owner was Wang Rini from the Wang family of Taiyuan. Although the booklet didn't mention the relationship between Wang Rini and Wang Rinbiao, Li Zixuan could roughly guess it. The last time Wang Rinbiao came to seek cooperation, he said that the reason he came out to do business was because of a trial for his family's disciples. Then, the relationship between Wang Rini and Wang Rinbiao was obvious. Even if they weren't brothers, they were probably close family members. Li Zixuan's expression was uncertain. He had a good impression of Wang Rinbiao before, which was why he cooperated with him. However, he didn't know what role Wang Rinbiao played in this matter. Are you done reading? Is there anything you want to say? Li Zixuan wiped his mouth and asked casually as he looked at Li Zixuan's changing expression. Li Zixuan bowed and said, Your Majesty, I would like to know how Your Majesty intends to deal with these bandits and the person behind them. Li Er said indifferently, Han Yushi is Shu Bao's adopted daughter. These lawbreakers should be severely punished. The bandits of the Blood Wind Stockade gathered in the mountains and committed many illegal acts. The bandit leader should be beheaded in public. As for the other accomplices, they should be exiled or dismissed. I have already ordered the Supreme Court to arrest the shopkeeper of the Yunshi restaurant. As for Wang Rini, how do you want me to deal with him? Li Zixuan thought for a moment, then spat out a word with a cold expression, kill. Anyone who dared to touch his woman, no matter who it was, would have to pay the price. Even though the Wang family was a 1,000-year-old clan, he could easily get a few carts of gunpowder and raze the entire Wang family to the ground. Moreover, Wang Rini was only one person. He could not represent the entire Wang family. Li Er raised his eyebrows and said angrily, You are really a newborn calf that is not afraid of tigers. The Wang family is a rich and powerful clan. Wang Rini's birth mother is from the Cui family in Qinghe. If I kill Wang Rini because of this, won't the Wang family and the Cui family fall out with me? Won't all the noble families in the world be in danger because of this? Li Zixuan was not convinced and said, Your Majesty, you are the ruler of a country. Our Tang Empire has many fierce generals. How can we be afraid of these aristocratic families? Li Er stared and said, How dare you? The affairs of aristocratic families are not as simple as you think. How much do you know? Don't use these words to provoke me. Wang Rini's birth father, Wang Yu, married my imperial aunt. I must give him some face. Wang Rini cannot be killed. At most, I will make sure he never appears in Chang'an. Wang Yu will come to Chang'an soon. He will talk to you about this. Li Zixuan did not give up and said, Your Majesty, you really can't kill him? Li Er angrily threw a book on the table at Li Zixuan. However, Li Zixuan, cleverly, dodged it. Li Er said angrily, Why is your killing intent stronger than mine? You are from the Taoist school. But then again, Han Yushi did not suffer any harm in this matter. She is not anxious. Why are you so anxious? Li Zishuan said, Your Majesty, Han Yushi is already my fiancé. Of course I am anxious. He. I see. No wonder you are jumping around like someone stepped on your tail. Alright, let's end this matter here. Don't think about killing people in private to vent your anger. Unless you don't want to be a baron anymore and want to take your family and flee for the rest of your life. Li Er made the final decision and drew an imperfect end to this matter. Li Zishuan was helpless. He really wanted to wait for Wang Rini to leave Chang and to kill him. He did not expect to be blocked by Li Er's last sentence, which was slightly threatening. Your Majesty, if Wang Rini threatens my family again in the future, even if your Majesty does not kill him, I will definitely do it. Even if the Wang family and the Chui family join forces to seek revenge, I am willing to bear it alone. At most, I will perish together with tens of thousands of people from the two families. I definitely have the ability to do so. Since he could not kill him this time, he had to be prepared. If Wang Rini did not give up and continue to court death, then he, Li Zishuan, would not be polite. Li Er narrowed his eyes and said with a smile that was not a smile, Heh, you brat, talk big. But don't worry, after Wang Rini returns to the Wang family, he definitely won't have the ability to stand out again, let alone have the ability to deal with you. Oh, by the way, I have seen the trial of the Supreme Judiciary and found that the bandits of Sifeng Stockade Village also did a case 2 months ago. You were there at that time, right? It is said that you were sneakily attacked and fell off the cliff? Li Er paused for a moment and then continued. But his eyes were full of gossip and ridicule. Li Zishuan was speechless. Li Er was so shameless and always exposed people's shortcomings. Your Majesty, it was my first time to go down the mountain and I did not know how sinister people were. I was careless and was killed by a villain. Li Er laughed and said, I did not expect that an immortal like you would almost be killed by a group of bandits, huh? Your Majesty, what happened to the girl in the end? Was she taken away by the bandits? Li Zishuan's heart stirred as he changed the topic. No. Later, the soldiers arrived and the bandits fled. The soldiers took advantage of the chaos and caught the second and third leaders of Sifeng Stockade Village. Why? You saved the beauty. Did you take a fancy to her? Li Er asked with a smile. Bah, Li Er is so shameless. Li Zishuan quickly shook his head and said, Your Majesty, what are you talking about? When I see injustice on the road, I draw my sword to help. I did not even see the girl from the beginning to the end. How could I like her? Li Er was surprised and said, Haha, I did not expect you to be so chivalrous. A few days ago, I heard that you gave Shu Bao 2 bottles of medicinal wine. I saw that Shu Bao's complexion had greatly improved these 2 days. You did a good job. Li Zishuan hurriedly said, Uncle Qin treats me like a nephew. This is what I should do. Li Er nodded with relief and said, Okay, then you can leave. Li Zishuan suddenly thought of something and asked, Well, Your Majesty, I want to ask if the doctor of the Imperial College needs to attend the morning court. Li Er thought that this kid was good, but now he almost spat out blood when he heard this. He really wanted to take him out and chop him up to feed the dogs. Li Er impatiently waved his hand and said, No, get out. The doctor of the Imperial College belonged to the lower 5th rank. Only officials of the 5th rank and above were qualified to attend the morning court every day. Li Zishuan happened to be at the threshold. Hearing that he did not need to attend the morning court in the future, Li Zishuan did not mind Li Er's bad tone at all. He smiled and bowed to Li Er and said, I will leave. Then, he retreated out of the room. Li Er looked at Li Zishuan's back. After a long time, he suddenly felt funny and shook his head and murmured, This kid, I have nothing to do. Why should I bother with him? Chapter 150. In the back hall of Taiji Palace. Li Er supported his chin with his hand and was thinking about what Li Zishuan had said. The foundation of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes was too huge, and they had a high reputation everywhere. It was easier said than done to weaken the aristocratic families. The eunuch in the hall picked up the memorial that Li Er had used to hit Li Zishuan and carefully placed it beside Li Er's hand. Then, he quietly retreated to the side. Li Er's eyes inadvertently swept over and realized that the memorial was the secret memorial that Qin Xiong had presented to him yesterday. It was over. He was so angry that he forgot about the important matter. Men, quickly summon Li Zishuan back. Li Er hurriedly ordered. Yes. Although the eunuch was puzzled, he did not dare to ask. He quickly retreated and chased after Li Zishuan. Waves, waves, waves. I don't need to go to court and don't wake up early. I'll sleep until daybreak tomorrow. Li Zishuan happily walked on the palace road. Although he was unable to kill the mastermind behind the scenes, Li Er had promised him that Wang Rini would not come to provoke him in the future. More importantly, he would no longer have to attend this damned morning court. Guessing that Han Yushi should have come out of Qin Manor by now, Li Zishuan planned to go home and eat. He only had a bowl of porridge in the morning and did not even eat a steamed bun. Now, he was so hungry that his chest was sticking to his back. He almost forgot that the steamed buns of the Tang dynasty were too disgusting. They were sour and had a strange taste. He once vomited after eating a mouthful. Lord Li, wait, His Majesty summoned you back. It was the same voice, the same place. Li Zishuan really wanted to jump into the pond and drown. Greetings, Your Majesty. Li Zishuan bowed weakly. You dare not to come back when old Li asked you to? You could say that he was a coward, but if you transmigrated, why don't you try being a coward? Don't make trouble. I just forgot something. I'll let you go after this. When Li Er saw Li Zishuan fooling around, he wanted to laugh. He shook his head and said, "This is the secret memorial that Shu Bao presented yesterday. Take a look." A servant passed the secret memorial to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan took it and flipped it open. It was a prophecy about the locust plague. It seemed that Qin Xiong could not wait any longer. Li Zishuan skimmed through it and was stunned when he saw the last few lines. This old subject believes that the prophecy of the plague of locusts is 80% true. I hope that Your Majesty will make early preparations to prevent the plague of locusts from coming. Every time this old official thought about this, I couldn't bear it and boldly wrote a letter to inform His Majesty. If the plague of locusts does not arrive next year, I am willing to relinquish my title of Duke and hand over all of my family's assets to the National Treasury to make up for the losses suffered by the Imperial Court. Li Zishuan was deeply touched. At the time, he had agreed with Qin Xiong to write a joint letter and share the responsibility if something happened. However, he did not expect Qin Xiong to go back on his word and take all of the responsibility. Li Zishuan was both angry and touched. This was an old man worthy of his lifetime of respect. Is the prophecy of the plague of locusts true? Li Er saw Li Zishuan finish reading and asked in a low voice. Li Zishuan sorted out his emotions and said seriously, "Your Majesty, my master did say that in June next year, there would be a plague of locusts on the Guangzhong plains. I have never doubted my master's word since I was young and am willing to vouch for it. If the plague of locusts does not arrive next year, I am willing to relinquish my title and hand over all of my family's assets to make up for my sins. However, Your Majesty, for the sake of the millions of people in the world, please believe in this prophecy and make early preparations." Since Qin Xiong had bet all of his assets on this prophecy, Li Zishuan had nothing to be afraid of. He had time traveled to the Tang dynasty. Although he had invented some new things, they were not enough to change the course of history, let alone the timing of a natural disaster like the plague of locusts. The plague of locusts next year would definitely arrive as scheduled. When Li Er heard this, he was slightly surprised. He did not expect Li Zishuan, a person who did not want to suffer losses, to say such words that were obviously harmful to him. This made him take this prophecy even more seriously. "Since Shu Bao and you are so sure, then I will believe in this prophecy. However, even if I know that there will be a plague of locusts next year, what can I do? Last year, the Turks emptied the Chang and local government's treasury. The imperial court will not be able to take out so much money to store food for millions of people in advance. When Li Er mentioned the Turks, he could not help but hit the table with hatred. Li Zishuan was silent. The Wei River alliance was indeed a mark of shame on the Tang dynasty. However, in less than 2 years, Li Er would be able to wash away the shame. He thought for a moment and said, "Your Majesty, people only store food in advance to survive the plague of locusts. Why did no one think of controlling the plague of locusts?" Li Er frowned and said, "Control? Since ancient times, there have been countless plague of locusts. Why have I never heard of a way to control the plague of locusts?" Li Zishuan said embarrassedly, "Your Majesty, do you still remember the 150,000 chickens I raised in the Han village and Plum village?" Li Er widened his eyes and said in disbelief, "Do you want to use these chickens to control the plague of locusts? But when the plague of locusts comes, the locusts will be overwhelming. How can your chickens eat all the locusts?" Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Your Majesty, don't underestimate the ability of chickens to hunt locusts. I once read a book. It said that an adult chicken can eat up to 300 locusts a day. At that time, I estimate that 20 to 30 chickens can almost guarantee that there will be no locusts in 1 acre of land. Since you don't believe me, then let's use data. Anyway, I have said the same thing more than once." Li Er was also a well-read and cultured person. He frowned and said in disbelief, "Would there be a book that recorded such a boring thing? Why haven't I seen it before?" Li Zishuan choked and said awkwardly, This is the only book left behind by my master. It is long gone. But what I said is true. If your Majesty doesn't believe me, you can send someone to catch a chicken and test it." Li Er nodded thoughtfully. Suddenly, he pointed at Li Zishuan's nose and scolded in a bad mood. "No wonder you bought so many chickens. Last time, you deliberately quibbled in the imperial court. You said that you bought the chickens for the farmers and for the chicken feast next year. You are deceiving the emperor. Tell me, what do you think you should be punished for?" Old Li was really unkind. He actually killed the donkey after it had outlived its usefulness. Li Zishuan was speechless. He cried out in grievance, "Your Majesty, the 2 reasons I mentioned are indeed true. As for the locust plague prophecy, this is a matter of great importance. This humble subject would not dare to speak nonsense. Your Majesty, the Empress said that it is time for lunch." At this time, a delicate palace maid came in and said to Li Er. Li Er nodded. He stood up and said to Li Zishuan, "You are a slippery fellow. Later, write a detailed plan of your plan and present it to me." Li Zishuan suddenly felt tired. He said listlessly, "As you wish." Li Er was angry when he saw him like this. He resisted the urge to slap Li Zishuan on the back of his head. Li Er flicked his sleeves and said, "Okay, then you can go back first." Li Zishuan cupped his hands and left. He complained to Li Er in his heart. "He kept me here for half a day and didn't even eat. How stingy." However, it was better that he didn't stay for lunch. There were so many rules in the palace. If he made old Li unhappy, wouldn't he be looking for trouble? Li Zishuan walked out of the palace quickly. He was afraid that Li Er would send someone to call him back again. He came to the palace gate and found his horse. Li Zishuan tidied his clothes and mounted the horse. He rushed towards Yongla Lane. In the palace, Li Er was on the way to Xianyi court. He said to the servant beside him, "Go and summon Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and Zhang Sun Wuji to the palace for a meeting in the afternoon." "Yes, Your Majesty." Chapter 151. Yongla Lane, Li Residence. "Young master, you're back." San Bao, who was guarding the door, quickly ran over to take the reins from Li Zishuan's hands. Li Zishuan nodded and walked in. When he came to the front hall, he saw Han Yushi at first glance. She had indeed returned. Other than Han Yushi, Lan, Iron Egg, and his parents, Li Zishuan actually noticed that Han Lijing was also here today. "Oh, Uncle Han, you're here today." Li Zishuan greeted him warmly. Han Lijing stood up and cupped his hands to Li Zishuan. Young master, you're back. I went to Plum Village yesterday and heard that Yushi was kidnapped by bandits when I came back. I was very anxious, but the city gate was already closed at that time. This morning, I rushed over to inquire about the news. I didn't expect that young master had already rescued my daughter. Young master's kindness to my family is as heavy as a mountain. Li Zishuan waved his hand and smiled. Uncle Han, you don't have to be so polite. Wasn't this nonsense? Han Yushi was not only Han Lijing's daughter, but also his own wife. Wasn't it natural for him to save his own wife? Everyone exchanged greetings for a while before Madame Li asked the servant to serve the dishes. During the meal, Li Zishuan told the two elders about what happened in the morning court. Li Jingma was immediately overjoyed. This Imperial College's doctor was a glorious position. Father Li was excited. He ordered the servants to inform the kitchen to add more dishes and called Han Lijing to drink and eat. For a moment, the meal was very lively. Li Zishuan was speechless. Not only did his parents not sympathize with him, but they were also excited as if they had picked up money. It was really unreasonable. After the meal, other than Li Zishuan who was eating gloomily, everyone else ate happily and were satisfied. After dinner, Li Zishuan accompanied his parents and Han Lijing to talk for a while. Then, he went to Mingyue Xian to look for Han Yushi. Han Lijing came here today, so Han Yushi would probably go back with him in the afternoon. He had to cherish this last good time. When he arrived at Mingyue Xian, he found Han Yushi, Iron Egg, and Lan sitting in the pavilion in the middle of the pond, chatting and laughing. Sister Yushi, quickly tell me, how did my brother defeat that bandit leader? How would I know? I was tied up in a room far away. I couldn't see anything. Oh. Sister, are you hurt? Iron Egg, don't worry. I'm fine. Li Zishuan heard their conversation from afar and thought to himself, are these two brats done yet? According to their questions, I won't have a chance to be alone with Han Yushi today. He had to think of a way to send them away. Young master. Master. Brother. When the three of them saw Li Zishuan coming over, they all stood up and greeted him. Li Zishuan nodded and asked casually, well, Iron Egg, Lan, have you memorized the previous multiplication table? Master, we have memorized it. Well, have you done the exercises after class? Li Zishuan put his hands behind his back and looked like a strict teacher teaching his disciples. Master, not yet, Iron Egg scratched his head and said embarrassedly. Then go and do the exercises after class for the first chapter. I will check it tonight. Tomorrow, Iron Egg, you will go to the Imperial College with me after you finish practicing. Li Zishuan silently gave himself 32 likes for his wit. Since he was going to teach a group of brats, it wouldn't be illegal to bring his disciples along, right? Yes, master. Iron Egg was a little reluctant. He hadn't seen his sister for a long time. In the morning, he was practicing and listening to classes. In the afternoon, he finally had time to talk for a while, but he couldn't ignore his master's words. He could only go back unhappily. Humph. Smelly brother, Lan, wants to go tomorrow too. Li Zishuan thought for a while and said, okay, as long as Lan can do 90% of the exercises correctly, I will let you go. Okay. It's a deal. Lan smiled slyly and followed Iron Egg to do the exercises. Li Zishuan saw that they had gone far away and laughed. He sat down on the bench next to Han Yushi. Han Yushi was shocked and quickly moved to the side. Li Zishuan touched his nose and said gloomily, why are you moving so far away? Am I that scary? When Han Yushi heard this, her ears were dyed red. She said in a low voice, young master, others will gossip if they see us. Li Zishuan glanced around and said with a smile, hee, don't be afraid. There's no one in this courtyard. Didn't I just send Lan, Iron Egg, and the others away? Yushi, did you miss me today? I haven't seen you all morning. Han Yushi was stunned. She didn't expect Li Zishuan to be secretly scheming when he pretended to be a strict teacher lecturing his disciples. Then, she was embarrassed again and said in a mosquito-like voice, "Young master, how can you say such shameful things?" Li Zishuan saw that Han Yushi's cheeks were red and she was about to bury her head in her chest. Only then did he realize that he had indeed been a little complacent. This was ancient times. Although the women of the Tang dynasty were more open than the women of the Song and Ming dynasties, they were still not comparable to modern times. However, it was not good for this girl to be too shy. He had to train her slowly when he married her in the future. Yushi, how did you feel when you went to the Qin family this morning? It was impossible to train a shy girl into a modern girl in a day. Li Zishuan had to change the topic. Han Yushi looked up at Li Zishuan and said, "Well, my foster mother treats me very well. She even asked me to visit her often." "Oh, that's good." Li Zishuan quietly moved his butt towards her and whispered in Han Yushi's ear, "Yushi, I told my mother about us yesterday." Han Yushi was shocked by Li Zishuan, who suddenly came up to her. When she heard his words, her heart couldn't help but tighten. She quickly focused and waited for the rest of the story. Li Zishuan smiled in his heart and continued, "My mother said that she would send a matchmaker to your house to propose marriage in the next 2 days. As long as your father agrees, the auspicious date will be set." Han Yushi's heart was immediately filled with sweetness. She ignored her shyness and raised her head to look at Li Zishuan affectionately. She said softly, "Young master has saved Yushi's life more than once. You don't mind Yushi's humble background and marry Yushi. Yushi will definitely help young master in the future. We will never leave each other and follow each other in life and death." Although her voice was soft, it was sonorous and powerful. It was as serious as if she was making a grand vow. Oh my God, who said that ancient women didn't know how to say romantic words? Li Zishuan's heart melted in an instant. He couldn't help but hug Han Yushi and let her lean on his shoulder. He sniffed the fragrance of her hair and said gently, "Silly girl, who dares to say that your status is humble? You are Uncle Qin's foster daughter now. Besides, even if you are just a commoner, I am still willing to marry you. I only like you as a person. I don't care about being well matched in terms of social status. When we are married, I don't want you to follow me in life and death. We will live well. I will take you to travel all over the world, eat all the delicacies in the world, and be a celestial couple for 100 years. Han Yushi was shocked by the future life that Li Zishuan described. She said longingly, "Young master, you are so good. But how can a person live for so long? Besides, after a few decades, Yushi will become an old woman. Will young master still like her? Won't I become an old man by then? Don't be afraid, I will be crazy for you for 1,000 years. You will be with me for 10,000 reincarnations." Li Zishuan was full of heroism and laughed loudly. "I will be crazy for you for 1,000 years. You will be with me for 10,000 reincarnations." Han Yushi muttered for a while. She couldn't hold it in anymore and burst into tears. "Young master, Yushi wants to marry you now." "Boo-hoo, Aya, good Yushi, don't cry." Li Zishuan hurriedly hugged Han Yushi and coaxed her anxiously. As for whether he was taking advantage of her, only he knew in his heart. Chapter 152. In the front hall. "Brother Han, I wonder if your Yushi has been betrothed to him?" Madame Li put down the teacup in her hand and asked with a smile. She should have discussed this matter with Han Yushi's mother, but Han Yushi's mother was no longer alive, so she could only talk to Han Lizheng. Li Zishuan also looked at Han Lizheng. Last night, Madame Li told him about Li Zishuan's thoughts. Han Lizheng's heart moved, and he replied, "My daughter has not been betrothed to him." Madame Li smiled, "That's good. My Xian wants to marry Yushi. I see that these 2 children are quite fated, so why don't our 2 families become in-laws? What do you think, Brother Han?" Han Lizheng was shocked. He did not expect Madame Li to take the initiative to mention this matter. He had been worried about his daughter's marriage. Young master has a high position and is proficient in both the pen and the sword. Naturally, he is a rare son-in-law. But my family is just a small family. I'm afraid we can't match him. Li Jingma smiled. Brother Han, why do you say that? My Li family does not have any prejudice against family backgrounds. Moreover, Yushi is now the adopted daughter of Duke Yi. If we are talking about matchmaking, I'm afraid it's our Li family that is matchmaking, right? Han Lijing quickly stood up and cupped his hands. What are you saying, old master? Our Han family is just a country family. What matchmaking? Since old master and madam do not mind, and my daughter and young master hit it off, then I have no reason to object. Madam Li slapped the table. That's good. 2 days later, I will send the best matchmaker in Chang and to Brother Han's house to propose marriage. Han Lijing was relieved. He cupped his hands and said, I will definitely wait at home. What should go must go. After all, Han Yushi was not his wife yet. Around 3 p.m., Han Lijing brought Han Yushi and left the Li family. Li Zishuan looked at Han Yushi's beautiful back and felt lost. Shaking his head, he returned to his courtyard and called Sanbao over. Sanbao, have you gotten Faubert to make a blackboard and chalk for me? That day, when he taught iron egg and lawn for the first time, he realized that he was not used to not having chalk and a blackboard. Thus, he wrote down the method of using chalk and blackboard and asked Sanbao to send it to the workshop. He asked Faubert to make a batch first. Sanbao replied, Young master, it's all done. Yesterday, Manager Fu sent someone to send it over. At that time, I saw that young master was busy, so I put the blackboard and chalk in the storeroom. In the primitive society, China had discovered the lacquer tree and knew how to use the sap of the lacquer tree to make paint. During the 5 dynasties, Zhu Zundu wrote the Lacquer Classic, which was the world's earliest lacquer monograph. The Tang dynasty also had various colors of lacquer, so it was not difficult to make a blackboard. The key was the chalk. It took Faubert a lot of effort. He did not know how many times he scolded Li Zishuan in his heart for being a prodigal and making useless things. Li Zishuan nodded and went to the storeroom in the south alone. He pushed the door and entered. There were a few blackboards that were about 2 to 3 square meters in size and a few boxes of chalk. There were hundreds of boxes in each box. Other than white, there were also red, yellow, and blue chalk. Li Zishuan stepped forward and took out a piece of chalk. He casually drew a few strokes on the blackboard in front of him and couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Although the chalk wasn't as fine as the modern ones, the words written were still clear and barely enough. That's right. Li Zishuan planned to bring the blackboard and chalk with him when he went to the Imperial College tomorrow. As for the cost of the materials, he did not ask Li Er for it. For the time being, he would take it as his contribution to the Tang dynasty's education industry. After looking at the blackboard and chalk, Li Zishuan called Xiaoxi over and they went to the study room together. Xiaoxi sensibly helped him grind the ink. Li Zishuan held his chin and pondered for a moment. He then picked up the brush and started to write a lesson plan. Since the fate of being a teacher was unavoidable, then he would be the most awesome teacher. This was Li Zishuan's style of doing things in his previous life. Either he did not do it, or he did it well. Teaching mathematics in the Imperial College would definitely not be the same as teaching iron egg. He could not guarantee that the students in the Imperial College would be as obedient as iron egg. Many people felt that mathematics was very difficult and boring. However, they did not know that this class could also be very interesting. At this moment, he could not help but think of his elementary school mathematics teacher in his previous life, Lu Wenjie. His mathematics classes were really lively and interesting. It was not like the mathematics teachers in junior high school, and university who just read from the books and were not interesting at all. Li Zishuan recorded down some very interesting basic mathematics questions. He planned to keep them for tomorrow. It was the first class, so he had to pique the interest of the naughty children. Otherwise, no one would listen to the rest of the class. Actually, Li Zishuan was thinking too much. In this era, the concept of respecting one's teachers was very important. As the saying goes, a teacher for a day, a father for life. In order to learn, one had to respect one's teacher. Basically, whatever the teacher told you to do, you had to do it. Otherwise, you would be labeled as a traitor and your reputation would be completely ruined. On the other hand, it was different from before the Sui dynasty, where the government schools were exclusive to the children of the nobles. The Tang dynasty imperial college would also make an exception and recruit a group of children from poor families. These children from poor families had a very strong thirst for knowledge. They did not care if what you said was interesting or not. As long as they could learn something from it, they would be willing to listen even if it was as plain as water. After half an hour, Li Zishuan finished writing all the interesting jokes that he could think of. He stood up and rubbed his sore wrist. Xiaoxi quickly poured a cup of water for him and passed it to him. "Young master, you have been tired for half a day. Drink some water." Li Zishuan smiled. He was really thirsty. He took the cup and drank a few mouthfuls before letting out a long breath. "Okay, I'm done. Xiaoxi, thank you for your hard work." Xiaoxi had been grinding beside him for as long as he had been writing. Grinding ink was also a very tiring job. After a long time, it was not as easy as writing. Xiaoxi smiled and said, "Young master is the one who has worked hard." Xiaoxi has not seen young master so serious in a long time. Li Zishuan sweated. "Are you praising me or insulting me?" Cough, cough. "It's getting late. Let's go and see how Iron Egg and Lan Er's homework is going." Li Zishuan brought Xiaoxi to Iron Egg and Lan Er's classroom. He could hear them quarreling from afar. The answer to this question is 175. "Iron Egg, you got it wrong. That's not right." "Sister Lan Er, this question is definitely 125. Calculate it again." "Really? But I'm so smart and cute. How could I calculate it wrong?" Iron Egg, Li Zishuan was speechless. His sister was also as arrogant as him. "Iron Egg, Lan Er, have you finished your homework?" "I'm going to check it." Li Zishuan pushed the door open with Xiaoxi and said to the two children in the room with a smile. "No, brother, you should check Iron Egg's first, then check mine." Lan Er quickly covered her book and did not let Li Zishuan see it. She had just calculated it. She seemed to have calculated it wrong. That was why she wanted to let Li Zishuan check Iron Eggs first. She still had a chance to change it. This girl secretly matched her answers with Tai Dan. She hadn't even settled the score with her, but she actually went overboard. Forget it, who asked her to be her younger sister? Li Zishuan shook his head. He could not be bothered to argue with Lan Er. He took Iron Egg's homework and began to read it. After a while, Li Zishuan nodded and praised, "Everything is correct. Iron Egg, you did well." Iron Egg was instantly happy. Lan Er quickly changed the answers and passed the book to Li Zishuan. "Brother, I've finished. Quickly check it." After saying that, she stood in front of Li Zishuan with her head held high. She looked as if she was waiting for praise. Li Zishuan was speechless. "You've already matched the standard answers. What's there for me to check?" "No need. Lan Er, you've passed the test. Tomorrow, you'll go to the Imperial College with me. Iron Egg, you have to continue to work hard. As my direct disciple, you can't be beaten by the Imperial College's supervisors." Iron Egg immediately felt pressured. However, he still clasped his fist and said, "Master, don't worry. Iron Egg will definitely not embarrass you." Li Zishuan nodded with satisfaction and left. "Hey, stinky brother, you haven't praised me yet. I also got it all correct." Iron Egg covered his face. Li Zishuan staggered and almost fell to the ground. Chapter 153. The next day. Li Zishuan finally did not have to be dragged out of bed at 4 in the morning. The Imperial College was not as perverted as the morning court, where classes started so early. Xiaoxi came over to wake him up at 7:15 a.m., 7 a.m. in modern times. This was the time that Li Zishuan told her yesterday. Li Zishuan stretched out his arms and closed his eyes, allowing Xiaoxi to help him dress and wash up. After transmigrating for so long, he had gradually gotten used to the corrupt life of a rich second generation. When he came to the front yard, he met Iron Egg, who had just finished his training and running. Li Zishuan casually asked, "Iron Egg, how is your training going? Did you find the chi?" Iron Egg wiped the sweat off his face, scratched his head, and said dejectedly, "Master, Iron Egg has not found the chi yet, but I can run faster." Li Zishuan smiled and shook his head. He went forward and patted Iron Egg's head, saying, "Don't be discouraged. It's normal that you can't find the chi in such a short time. It doesn't matter if you have ordinary talent. As long as you are willing to work hard, you will definitely become an outstanding person in the future." Iron Egg felt warm in his heart. He raised his head and asked, "Master, can someone like Iron Egg become as powerful as you?" Yesterday, Iron Egg heard from his sister that Li Zishuan alone went deep into the stronghold of thousands of people. He fought against thousands of people alone and killed nearly 80 bandits, including a master. Just hearing this made his blood boil. He could not help but hate himself for being too slow in his training. Otherwise, he would be able to kill with his master. Li Zishuan nodded affirmatively and said, "As long as you work hard, of course you can. Iron Egg, there are indeed some talented and intelligent people in the world. For example, your master, me." Bruiser choked and tried his best to hold back his laughter. Li Zishuan continued, "But if ordinary people work hard, they can also succeed. Master has heard of a story about an ordinary person who didn't give up and eventually crushed all the geniuses. It was said that in ancient times, there were immortals. At that time, many mortals could also cultivate immortality. However, among mortals, there were good and bad ones. At that time, there was an ordinary mountain village boy named Hanli. He accidentally entered a small Jianghu sect and became a registered disciple. His status was low, and his natural talent was extremely mediocre. But in the end, he relied on his own efforts and reasonable calculations to successfully establish himself in the sect and enter the ranks of immortal cultivators. From then on, he laughed proudly in the 3 dimensions. Early in the morning, it wouldn't be too much to use The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality to give his disciple a bowl of chicken soup for the soul, right? Master, can you explain in detail?" Iron Egg's eyes lit up as he said excitedly. "Well," Li Zishuan said unhappily in his heart, "damn, this novel has a total of nearly 9 million words. If I were to tell you in detail, wouldn't it take 3 days and 3 nights? But why was this boy so excited? Even if this bowl of chicken soup had some motivations for him, the effect shouldn't be so obvious. Let's eat first. This story is quite long, and we have to go to the Imperial College later." "But Iron Egg, why are you so excited?" Iron Egg said embarrassedly, "Well, Master, Iron Egg's real name is Hanli, Iron Egg is just my nickname." Damn, Li Zishuan almost knelt down in front of his cheap disciple. What a coincidence, you are going to heaven. He didn't expect that a random bowl of chicken soup would cause a collision and cause a car accident. He had suspected that the name Iron Egg was just a nickname. After all, this name was too vulgar. He had never thought that Bruiser would have such an ordinary-looking name, but in fact, it was amazing. Li Zishuan wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and sighed, "Well, Iron Egg, I still think Iron Egg is a good name. Let's go, let's eat." If he was really called Iron Egg Hanli, he would probably be out of character and wonder if he had walked into the wrong scene. After breakfast, Li Zishuan took Iron Egg, and a few servants who were carrying chalk on the blackboard to the Imperial College. The Imperial College of the Tang Dynasty was built next to the Imperial City, not far from Yongla Lane. That was why Li Zishuan dared to sleep until 1:15 in the morning. Half an hour later, the group arrived at the entrance of the Imperial College. After making their identities known, Li Zishuan led the group through the gate under the strange gaze of the gatekeeper. The Imperial College was called the Imperial College during the Wuda era, and it was called the Imperial College during the Sui dynasty. It was only this year that Li Er officially named the Imperial College as the Imperial College. There were more than 10 houses of various sizes and dozens of unknown towering trees outside the houses. The environment was very beautiful. Occasionally, they could see a few supervisors hurrying to the houses. They were probably late because they had overslept in the morning. "Mr. Li, you're here?" Kang Yingda walked out from an exquisite room and greeted Li Zishuan. "Yes, Mr. Kang, I'm not late, right?" Kang Yingda looked at the sundial in the courtyard and pointed at Li Zishuan. He said in a good mood, "You're just in time. You really know how to rush." Li Zishuan thought to himself, "It's good enough that I'm here on time, yet you're still being so picky. But why did you bring these people here?" Kang Yingda looked at the strange group behind Li Zishuan and couldn't help but be confused. What's the use of that black wooden board? Also, why did you ask them to carry that big box? Are you here to teach or to move? Li Zishuan smiled proudly and said, "Mr. Kang, this is a good thing. It can allow students to learn more efficiently. In China's academies, most of the time, students learn from books. If they had any questions, they would ask the teacher and the teacher would give them a face-to-face lecture and answer. Sometimes, when a famous teacher came, the teacher would hold several lectures. The students would sit below and listen to the lecture and take notes. There was no blackboard to help with the teaching. However, research showed that people always received information through their various senses. However, the proportion of information received through each of the senses was different. Among them, vision accounted for 83%, hearing accounted for 11%, smell accounted for 3.5%, touch accounted for 1.5%, and taste accounted for 1%. If you knew the proportion, you would understand that the greatest effect of the blackboard was to provide visual information to the students. Originally, only about 11% of the content explained by the teacher could be heard by the students. However, with the blackboard, the students had an additional visual channel to look at the content written on the blackboard. In theory, at least 94% of the information could be perceived by the students. From the perspective of information acquisition, the blackboard was an extremely important event in the history of education. It greatly increased the efficiency of teaching and at the same time, laid the foundation for the classroom teaching system. In his previous life, no matter how the curriculum was reformed, even when multimedia teaching replaced the blackboard, the visual method of information acquisition never changed. Kang Yingda had been teaching and educating his whole life, but he had never heard of anything that could increase the efficiency of learning. After hearing Li Zishuan's words, his curiosity was immediately piqued. "Oh, is there really such a magical item in this world? County Mr. Li, hurry up and show me." Li Zishuan hurriedly said, "Mr. Kang, don't be in such a hurry. Just tell me where the mathematics class is first. I'll bring this thing in and you can take your time to look at it." Kang Yingda felt that it was reasonable and said, "Oh, yes, I'm confused. It's almost time for the class. I'll bring you there now." Chapter 154. Under Kang Yingda's personal guidance, Li Zishuan passed through rows of neat and magnificent buildings and came to an obviously shabbier and smaller building to the south of the Imperial College. The sign hanging in the middle of the building had the words, "School of Mathematics," written on it. "This is the School of Mathematics. Li Xiannan, quickly go in. Today, this old man wants to see what kind of magical things you brought." Kang Yingda pointed at the building in front of him and smiled while stroking his beard. Li Zishuan frowned slightly. He looked at this shabby and small house, and then thought of the magnificent Imperial Academy, and other academies he saw on the way here. He couldn't help but feel a little unhappy. He wasn't the kind of person who couldn't bear hardships, but there would be no harm if there was no comparison. Why was the Imperial College's building grand while his was short and shabby? Kang Yingda waited for a long time but didn't hear Li Zishuan speak. He looked back curiously and saw that Li Zishuan's expression was somewhat ugly. He thought for a moment and understood. Li Xiannan, please don't blame me. The Imperial College is short on space and the School of Mathematics has the least number of students. Therefore, in order to save resources, the School of Mathematics was allocated here. Although the building is a bit shabby, I believe Li Xiannan won't mind. How can scholars like us be affected by external conditions? Li Zishuan was speechless. What was this? Just because there were few students, the conditions were bad? He cursed in his heart. Then he thought and asked, how many students are there in the School of Mathematics? Kong Ingda remembered this very clearly. He answered without thinking, the School of Mathematics currently has 32 students and 1 teaching assistant. It is far less than the other schools, so it was arranged here. Oh, your teaching assistant is Mr. Su. He should be inside now. The Imperial College of the Tang Dynasty belonged to the central government. Its educational resources were not only rich in variety but also of high quality. The Imperial College was divided into 6 schools: the Imperial College, the School of Imperial College, the School of 4 Gates, the School of Calligraphy, the School of Law, and the School of Mathematics. Students of different backgrounds were assigned to different academies. It was recorded in the history books, the Imperial College has 300 students. Most of them are civil and military 3rd rank or above descendants, 2nd rank or above great-grandsons, 2nd rank or above officials, 2nd rank or above county officials, and 4th rank or above officials in the capital. The Imperial College gave birth to 500 people. Most of them were descendants of 5th rank officials or above, great-grandsons of officials who were close to 5th rank officials or 3rd rank officials, and sons of officials who were titled 3rd rank officials or above. The 4 schools would produce 1,300 students. 500 of them would be military officials of 3rd rank and above without a title, 4th rank and above with a title, and civil and military officials of 7th rank and above. 800 of them would be commoners. The study of law will produce 50 people, the study of calligraphy will produce 30 people, and the study of mathematics will produce 30 people. Only those who are of the 8th rank and below, and those who are well versed in common folk. In the Tang Dynasty, the students from the prefectural and county government schools also had the opportunity to be promoted to the central government. This allowed the children of the common people to enjoy more educational resources. After passing the examinations, the children of the common people in the prefectural and county government schools would be promoted to the central government schools in mathematics, calligraphy, law, or the 4 schools. After that, if their results were outstanding, they could be promoted to the Imperial College. The students of the Imperial College could make up for the Imperial College. This kind of education policy not only made it possible for the children of the common people to obtain better educational resources through hard work, but it also made the Tang Dynasty's official education expand the range of people and increase the number of people. This was something that had never happened in any of the previous dynasties. At this moment, a person walked out of the room. It was Su Hongji, whom Li Zixuan had seen 2 months ago at the ready-made clothing store. Su Hongji went forward and cupped his hands with a smile. Chancellor Kong, Professor Li. Kong Ingda nodded his head. Li Zixuan hurriedly said, Mr. Su, you are my father's best friend. You can just call me Little Xian. Although he had been tricked into teaching at the Imperial College by Su Hongji and Li Er, Su Hongji was still someone of the same generation as his father. He still had to give him the respect he deserved. Su Hongji chuckled and said, Professor Li, your ability in mathematics is above mine. Furthermore, His Majesty has personally conferred you the title of Professor of Mathematics. As the saying goes, those who are accomplished are the teachers. It has nothing to do with age. What's wrong with me calling you Professor Li? Kong Ingda also agreed, Hongji is right. That's how it should be. Mr. Li, quickly go in and teach. Li Zixuan was helpless. He looked at Tai Dan and Lan, then said to Kong Ingda, Mr. Kong, one of these 2 children is my disciple, and the other is my younger sister. I usually teach them mathematics at home. Now that I'm teaching at the Imperial College, I brought them here to listen to my classes. Kong Ingda frowned and said hesitantly, but there has never been a precedent for a woman entering the Imperial College in our dynasty. Li Zixuan shook his head and said, they're only listening from the side. They're not considered entering the college. He estimated that Lan Er's enthusiasm would only last for 2 or 3 days. Li Zixuan did not expect her to be knowledgeable and become a world-shaking genius. Kong Ingda nodded and said, that's fine. Li Zixuan instructed a few servants to carry the blackboard and chalk inside and hang the blackboard properly. The students inside had already heard that there would be a new professor today. When they saw Li Zixuan, they were all stunned. They did not expect the newly appointed professor of mathematics to be so young. Many of them were probably older than Li Zixuan. Was this new teacher reliable? All the students were deeply suspicious of Li Zixuan's ability. When Li Zixuan saw that the blackboard was hung, he turned around and looked at the students. They were all children in their teens. Of course, there were also many who were 14 or 15 years old. All the students hurriedly stood up and greeted him in unison, "Hello, sir." Even though they had thousands of suspicions, the deep-rooted concept of respecting their teachers made them have no choice but to put on a respectful attitude on the surface. Su Hongji, who was standing below Li Zixuan, also saw the deep distrust in the students' eyes. He frowned and was about to scold them when Li Zixuan hurriedly waved his hand to stop him. He looked at the 30 students and smiled. "Hello. Today is my first class for all of you. My name is Li Zixuan. I'm also a professor of mathematics appointed by His Majesty himself. I know that many of you think that I'm not qualified to teach you mathematics because I'm young. In the next half an hour, I will give you all the opportunity to ask questions. If your questions about mathematics stumped me, then I will immediately ask His Majesty to resign. If you can't stumble me, then you will have to listen obediently in class. Alright, if you have any questions, then ask." When Li Zixuan finished speaking, the entire classroom was silent. Everyone, including Kang Yingda, looked at him in disbelief. It must be known that in this era, teachers were greater than heaven. Whatever the teacher taught, the students would learn. How could a teacher be willing to say such things to students? After a while, the students reacted. Some of them couldn't help but whisper to each other. There were also a dozen or so students who were dressed more plainly. They stood up together and respectfully cupped their hands to Li Zixuan. "Students are afraid. Students have absolutely no intention of doubting, sir. Please take back your order." The voices of these dozen or so students immediately drowned out the noise in the classroom. The rest of the students, regardless of whether they had doubts about Li Zixuan or not, hurriedly stood up together and said, "Students are afraid. Student is terrified. Teacher, please retract your order." Su Hongji hurriedly gave Li Zixuan a look, indicating that he didn't need to do so. Seeing this, Li Zixuan smiled. All of you sit down. I don't care if you have that intention or not, but I will never take back what I have said. Since I am going to be your teacher, of course, I will be more capable than you. You can set your questions without any worries. If anyone can give me a problem in mathematics today, not only will I resign from my position as a mathematics doctor, I will also recommend him to His Majesty as the new mathematics doctor. Li Zixuan's last sentence was like poking a hornet's nest. Many of the students in the Institute of Mathematics were poor children who had been selected from other provinces and counties to enter the directorate. Weren't they studying hard for the sake of a good future? If they could baffle Li Zixuan, then they would very likely have a meteoric rise. How could they not be tempted? Su Hongji was so anxious that his forehead was sweating. Kang Yingda, on the other hand, was relatively calm and thoughtful. Iron Egg and Lan who were sitting at the back, were not worried at all. They were full of confidence in Li Zixuan. Student Kushirqing from Bazhou. May I be so bold as to ask for your guidance? The students below were noisy for a long time. Finally, one of them could not help but stand up and cup his hands to challenge Li Zixuan. "It's Kushirqing. He has the best grades in our school." That's right, Dr. Lu even praised him for his outstanding talent before. "I'm afraid this new teacher is going to fail." Li Zixuan heard the discussion below and nodded with satisfaction. Kushirqing came at the right time. If he wanted to come, he would send the best. This would save him a lot of time. Good. Kushirqing, right? Whether you can baffle me today or not, your courage is worthy of praise. Give me your question. Li Zixuan said with a smile. Chapter 155. Imperial College, School of Mathematics. Everyone's attention was on Kushirqing, waiting for him to give the question. "I would like to ask you to solve a question in 15 minutes. The question is 1352 multiplied by 2781. What is the result? Kushirching thought for a moment and gave a multiplication question with a huge number. Wow, such a huge number. It would take a whole day to solve it, right? That's right. Kushirching's question is too ruthless. As early as the pre-Qin dynasty, people learned to count and multiply with arithmetic. First put the multiplier above, then put the multiplicand below, and align the last digit of the upper digit with the first digit of the lower digit. From left to right, use the first digit of the upper digit to multiply the lower digit, put the product in the middle of the two numbers, then remove the first digit of the upper digit, move the lower digit one to the right, multiply the second digit of the lower digit, add the product in the middle, and remove the second digit of the upper digit. Until the upper digit is used up, the middle digit is the result. If Kushirching's question were to be solved with arithmetic, it might take a whole day. Kang Yingda and Su Hongji listened to the question with a dignified face and frowned. Li Zishuan smiled casually and said, it's not difficult. Kushirching, you don't need me to solve this question. My eldest disciple can do it for you. Iron Egg, come up and solve this question on the blackboard. This was the multiplication of two 4-digit numbers. With Li Zishuan's strong spiritual power, he didn't need to do it at all. He could directly deduce the answer in his mind. It was not challenging at all. It was better to let Iron Egg practice. Yes, master. Iron Egg walked from his seat to the blackboard, picked up a piece of chalk, and began to calculate with the elementary math knowledge Li Zishuan taught him. He and Lan found the chalk on the blackboard last night. He had been scribbling on it for a long time, so it was not difficult for him to write on the blackboard now. Wow, did I hear it wrong? Teacher said this question is easy. Can his disciple really do it? Too arrogant. Kushirching also frowned and secretly thought that this new mister was really arrogant. At that moment, he stopped talking and focused on the Iron Egg to solve the problem. However, he was dumbfounded by what he saw. What is this black wooden board? Why was he able to write on it? Why was the handwriting so clear? He could see it from so far away. Also, that guy called Iron Egg, what kind of words did he write? Why does it look like scribbles? The rest of the people also noticed that something was wrong and started whispering to each other. This black board is so magical. It can actually be used to write. In this way, when teacher teaches in the future, won't we be able to listen to and read at the same time? Moreover, it will be more convenient to take notes. That's right. In the past, Sir spoke too fast and I couldn't remember everything. With this, I'll definitely be able to learn better. Now, I hope that you can defeat Kushirching, so that you won't have to leave. Hey, look at what that kid wrote. How come I don't know him? I don't know either. Why does it look like scribbles? When Kang Yingda saw Bruiser scribbling on the blackboard, he instantly understood what Li Zishuan was talking about outside the classroom. He had been teaching for many years, so he could tell at a glance that teaching on the blackboard was much more effective than teaching in front of a book. Kang Yingda had been teaching for many years, so he could tell at a glance that teaching on the blackboard was much more effective than teaching in front of books. Kang Yingda was extremely excited. He thought to himself that such a good thing should be given to all the teaching rooms in the directorate. He had to ask Li Zishuan for a batch later. When he looked at Iron Egg's handwriting, he could not help but frown. He thought to himself, did Li Zishuan not teach this kid to write before? Why is his handwriting so crooked? I can't recognize it at all. Su Hongji had seen this kind of handwriting before, but he was still shocked at this moment. He did not expect Li Zishuan to be so confident that he could calculate such a huge multiplication problem with his strange handwriting. Time ticked by. After about 7 minutes, which was equivalent to 4 or 5 minutes in modern times, Bruiser left 7 lines of Arabic numerals on the blackboard. He had already calculated the result, but he was still a little worried. He checked it again and found that the result was the same. He then turned to Li Zishuan and said, Li Zishuan, Master, Iron Egg has calculated. The answer is 3,759,912. Li Zishuan nodded slightly. He had calculated it in his mind and it was indeed the answer. Gulp, the sound of saliva swallowing could be heard. Even though they did not know whether the result was correct or not, they were shocked by such a huge number. They really could not understand how Iron Egg could calculate such a huge number in such a short time. Well, Iron Egg, you can sit back down first. Kushirchin, what do you think? Is the answer correct? Li Zishuan smiled and looked at Kushirchin. Kushirchin was shocked and could not believe it since he heard Iron Egg's answer. When he heard Li Zishuan's question, he came back to his senses and bowed deeply to Li Zishuan seriously. Master, the answer to this question is indeed correct. But I really don't understand why Iron Egg could calculate it in half an hour when it took me a whole day to calculate it. Master, please teach me this efficient algorithm. I'm willing to pay any price. As soon as Kushirchin finished speaking, the hall was in an uproar. Wow! He got it right. It's incredible. He could calculate such a huge number in less than half an hour. Is our new master the reincarnation of an immortal? How can his disciple be so good? He must be the reincarnation of an immortal. That's great. I can listen to master's lectures in the future and learn this magical algorithm. If I can learn this algorithm, I will definitely be able to enter the Four Gates Academy next year. Even the seniors in the Four Gates Academy are not this good. Kang Yingda and Su Hongji both opened their eyes wide and almost pulled their beards off. Li Zishuan pressed his hands in the air. Everyone immediately quieted down and looked at him. Shirqing, do you see these 7 lines on the blackboard? These strange small words are a simpler counting method that I invented. As for the calculation process, it is also very simple. I will explain it to you in the future. Now, do any of you have any questions? If you want to ask, hurry up. Li Zishuan took a branch, which he casually broke in the Imperial College before he came. He used the branch to point at the calculation marks left by the Iron Egg on the blackboard and explained it to Kushirchin. The Arabic numerals were first invented by the ancient Indians. Later, after 700 AD, the Arabs conquered the Punjab region and captured a mathematician from northern India. The Arabs then learned the Indian numerals and mathematical symbols and spread them to Europe, where they were then modernized by the Europeans. During the Jingguan period, there were no Arabic numerals in the world. Li Zishuan only thought of it later. Therefore, it was not wrong for him to say that he invented it. When Kushirchin heard that he would have the opportunity to learn from Li Zishuan in the future, he could not help but be very excited. He respectfully bowed to Li Zishuan and said, "Thank you for your teaching, Mr. Li Zishuan. I have no more questions." Mr. Li Zishuan has opened up a new path and created his own school of mathematics. I can't catch up with you in the field of mathematics. Kang Yingda and Su Hongji looked at each other and saw a trace of horror in each other's eyes. It was easy to create one's own school of mathematics, but it was easier said than done to construct a complete and rigorous school of thought. Since ancient times, those who were able to create their own sects and schools were all famous grandmasters or even great sages. For example, Confucius, Laozi, and others. If Li Zishuan's self-created school of thought could stand up to scrutiny, he would probably become a saint in the future. Was this the emergence of a saint in a golden age? Li Zishuan was secretly pleased by Kushirchin's praise. He waved his hand and said with a smile, "All right, if anyone has any questions, please ask. If there are no questions, I will officially start the class." The rest of the students looked at each other. Li Zishuan's disciple was already so powerful. How would they dare to go out and look for trouble? Therefore, Li Zishuan waited for a long time, but no one stood up to ask a question. Just as he was about to officially start the class, he heard a loud voice coming from outside the room. I have a question. Dr. Li, please answer it. Chapter 156. First Class, Little Fatty's Revolt. Following a loud laugh, Li Tai, the little fatty, walked in with a smile on his face. He was dressed in luxurious clothes. Kang Yingda and Su Hongji, who were near the door, quickly stood up and cupped their hands. "Greetings, Prince of Wei." Li Zishuan was also surprised. He cupped his hands at Li Tai and said, "Greetings, Prince of Wei." The rest of the students looked at Li Tai in surprise. Just as they were about to stand up and bow, Li Tai smiled and waved his hand. "No need to be so polite. I came to the Imperial College today to listen to the class. From today onwards, I am also a student of the School of Mathematics. We will be classmates in the future." Buzz buzz, the students in the hall couldn't help but discuss among themselves. The buzzing sound was endless. "Oh my God, Prince of Wei will be classmates with us in the future. Did I hear wrongly? This is unbelievable. Our new mister is too amazing. He even managed to attract His Highness King Wei over. I have decided. I will stay in the School of Mathematics from now on. With such an impressive teacher and Prince of Wei as my classmate, why should I go to the Four Gates School? Brother Meng is right. As the saying went, learn literature and martial arts, and you will be a part of the Emperor's family." Scholars like them studied hard so that they could be recognized by the Emperor and become successful. Now that Prince of Wei, who was the Emperor's favorite, was in the School of Mathematics, why should they leave? When Kong Yingda heard that Li Tai wanted to study in the School of Mathematics, he couldn't help but be shocked. He quickly tried to dissuade him. "Your Highness, you can't do this." Li Tai smiled and said, "Chancellor Kong, my father has already agreed to this. From today onwards, I will be a student of the School of Mathematics." Kong Yingda shook his head helplessly and retreated to the side. Li Tai looked at Li Zishuan and said, "After we parted at Strange Taste Pavilion that day, Brother Li was first conferred a noble title and then appointed by my father as a doctor of mathematics in the Imperial College. Brother Li is really successful. I wonder if Professor Li is willing to accept little Wang as his student." Li Zishuan heard that Li Tai was going to be a student in the school. Although he looked calm on the surface, he felt a little strange in his heart. He didn't know what this little fatty was going to do. Could it be that he hadn't been tortured enough last time and wanted to get back at him? Come. He wasn't afraid of this little fatty. "Your Highness, why do you say that? As the saying goes, education is open to all. Since I am teaching in the School of Mathematics, I can teach anyone. However, if your Highness enters the School of Mathematics, there will only be teachers and students. There will no longer be any Wei Wang." He had to give this little fatty a heads up. If he were to come over and put on airs in front of everyone, how would he be able to teach? How would the other students learn? Li Tai understood the meaning behind Li Zishuan's words. He smiled and said, "Of course. From now on, in this School of Mathematics, Mr. and my fellow students can call me Qing Quebec. I will not put on the airs of a prince." Last time in front of Strange Taste Pavilion, he was asked 10 questions in a row by Li Zishuan until he was speechless. Li Tai had regarded this as the shame of his life. He had been doted on by Li Er's eldest grandson since he was young and had been praised for his intelligence many times. How could he be willing to lose to Li Zishuan, who was previously a nobody? Yesterday, when he heard that Li Zishuan was going to be a postdoc in mathematics, he was moved. He thought that it would be better if he could learn all of Li Zishuan's knowledge and use it to defeat him. Therefore, Li Tai asked Li Er to enter the School of Mathematics to study. Li Er had always doted on this child. Moreover, this was not a big deal, so he naturally agreed. When Li Zishuan heard Li Tai's promise, he nodded and said, "Qing Ke, go and find a place to sit." Li Tai looked around and finally sat between Iron Egg and Lon, under the disappointed gazes of some students. Kong Yingda and Su Hongji, who were next to him, widened their eyes in disbelief. The Prince of Wei was naughty and mischievous, which was known by all the civil and military officials. Li Zishuan spoke to him in such a commanding tone, but he was not angry at all. Was this an illusion? After Li Tai sat down, Li Zishuan looked at him and asked, "Qing Ke, you said you had a question before. Now say it." Li Tai looked like an obedient child. He stood up and cupped his hands and said, "Teacher, this student's question is, today, there are 2 people together. The first line is 7 steps, the second line is 3 steps, the second line is 10 steps to the east, the first line is 10 steps to the south, and the third line is in the northeast. After saying this, Li Tai's lips curled up into an evil smile. This question was one that he had asked several scholars in the Prince of Wei's literature hall to find. It was an extremely difficult math question. He had specifically memorized it and wanted to find an opportunity to make trouble for Li Zishuan today. He hadn't expected Li Zishuan to take the initiative to give him a chance to ask. Wow! In the classroom, other than Li Zishuan and Li Tai, everyone else was in an uproar when they heard this question. This question is so difficult. Where did the Prince of Wei find such a difficult question? I don't know. Brother Ku, do you know? It should be from the 9-chapter arithmetic Pythagorean chapter. I've seen it before, but it was too difficult, so I couldn't solve it. Oh, it's the most difficult Pythagorean chapter. This time, Mr. Li is in trouble. Yes, the situation is not good. Li Zishuan had inherited the memories of his predecessor, so he could still understand simple ancient Chinese. The translation of this question was, it is known that A and B set off from the same place at the same time. A's speed is 7, B's speed is 3. B keeps walking east, first walks south for 10 steps, then walks north and slightly east for a while before meeting B. How far did A and B walk? When he heard this question, he was a little surprised. This little fatty did not come with good intentions today. If he wanted to solve this question, he would need to use the Pythagorean theorem and a quadratic equation. If it was someone else, they would definitely be stumped. However, how could Li Zishuan be stumped by a junior high mathematics question? However, what Li Zishuan did not expect was that the ancient people had already learned the Pythagorean theorem. This was something that his previous mathematics teacher did not tell him. It seemed that he could never underestimate the wisdom of the ancient people. In fact, the Pythagorean theorem was recorded in detail in the 9-chapter arithmetic, but it was mainly used in astronomy. The Pythagorean chapter of the 9 chapters of arithmetic begins with the introduction of the Pythagorean theorem and its variations. The Pythagorean theorem states, the Pythagorean and the Pythagorean are multiplied by each other, and the Pythagorean and the Pythagorean are multiplied by each other, and the Pythagorean and the Pythagorean are multiplied by each other, and the Pythagorean and the Pythagorean are multiplied by the Pythagorean and the Pythagorean. Therefore, the Pythagorean technique can be understood as a method of deducing the third side of a known right triangle from both sides. Li Zishuan quickly listed the equations in his mind and solved them. In a few breaths, he got the answer. This was the benefit of having a strong spiritual power. It allowed his brain to react as fast as a computer. Chinke, this question is very good. Some of you may think that this question is very difficult, but in fact, as long as you learn my new mathematics, this question can be solved in less than 10 minutes. After Li Zishuan finished speaking, the rest of the students widened their eyes in disbelief and whispered to each other. Li Tai looked at him indifferently. In fact, he thought that Li Zishuan must be bragging. Li Zishuan smiled and said, the answer to this question is that A took 10.5 steps, and B took 24.5 steps. Am I right, Chinke? Li Tai could no longer stay calm. He opened his mouth and said, how is this possible? It took the Grand Secretary of the Prince's mansion 2 days to calculate. When the rest of the students heard this, they knew that Li Zishuan had answered correctly again. They could not help but cheer. That's great, Mr. Li answered correctly. He doesn't have to leave the school anymore. That's amazing, Mr. Li is really amazing. It's great that we can learn such amazing mathematics in the future, haha. Li Tai was stunned for a long time and finally came to his senses. He cupped his hands and said to Li Zishuan, Mr. Li is very talented and knowledgeable. I am sincerely convinced. Seeing this, Lan smiled with her small eyes. She was very proud to have such an amazing brother. Bruiser also had a proud look on his face. Kang Yingda and Su Hongji were both shocked and speechless. They thought to themselves, it seems that a great person has come to the Imperial College. Well, half an hour is up. Since you didn't stump me, I will be your teacher from now on. From today onwards, I will lead you to the real door of mathematics. At that time, you will find that you have come to a new world. Li Zishuan looked at the time and said to the group of children in a clear voice. Chapter 157. Inside the School of Mathematics. The students sat up straight and listened attentively to Li Zishuan's speech. A capable person would be respected wherever he went. Li Zishuan had already won everyone's respect with his powerful arithmetic ability. Students, in my class, if you have any questions, you can raise your hand to interrupt me at any time. If you have any questions, we can discuss them together. Don't bury your doubts in your heart because of embarrassment. That will only accumulate more and more questions. Li Zishuan saw that they all looked serious and sat up straight. He couldn't help but say a few words to make them relax. When the students heard this, they all felt that this way of teaching was very novel. In the past, the teacher was teaching while they listened silently. If they had any questions, they could only hold it in and ask the teacher after class. Li Zishuan continued. I don't care how you studied before. Since I'm teaching, you have to listen to me from now on and learn according to my rhythm. In the future, the School of Mathematics will have a small exam every 7 days, a midterm exam every month, and a big exam every half a year. The first place in the monthly exam will be rewarded with a free meal at the Zuaxian restaurant. You can bring your family and order whatever you want, but you can't waste it. The last 5 in the monthly exam will take turns to clean the School of Mathematics before the next exam. In 2 days, I will ask someone to put up a big sign in front of the School of Mathematics. The first 5 in the monthly exam will enter the honor roll, and the last 5 will enter the shame roll. As for the first place in the half-year exam, the reward will be 100 strings of coins. Do you all understand? The students in the classroom were just applauding Li Zishuan's open-minded teaching system. When they heard this series of rewards and punishments, they were all dumbfounded. The last 5 not only have to clean, but also enter the shame roll? That's so embarrassing. No, we can't be the last 5. In the future, we'll have to work late at night. The first place can have a free meal at the Zuaxian restaurant. How much is that worth? Wenhao, do you want to fight for the first place? Yes, I will fight for it. I once told my parents that I will take them to the best restaurant in Cheng and for a meal one day. Okay, I believe you can do it. Brother Shuqing, doesn't that mean the first place is already in your bag? You can't say that. None of us understand teachers' new mathematics. We all have the same starting point. Oh, the one who is most likely to win first place is teacher's direct disciple, Iron Egg. Well, that's possible, but isn't that unfair? Kong Yingda stroked his beard and did not say a word. In fact, he was thinking to himself, this reward and punishment system is quite novel. I'll see how effective it is later. If it can promote students' learning, then I'll promote it to the other academies of the Imperial College. These students' reactions were all within Li Zishuan's expectations. After all, no one wanted to lose face. After they quieted down a little, Li Zishuan picked up a piece of chalk, squinted his eyes and smiled. Don't worry, everyone. If Iron Egg is ranked first, then the reward for the first place of the month will be automatically extended to the second place. Well, I've explained the learning system of the mathematics school to you. Next, let's get to know each other. According to the order of your seats, everyone will stand up and introduce themselves. Come, let's start with you. A thin boy in the first row near the door saw Li Zishuan pointing at him. His face instantly turned red and he stammered, Teacher, are you talking to me? Li Zishuan also saw that the boy was a little shy, but the root of his shyness was his lack of self-confidence. He smiled gently and encouraged him, Yes, let's start with you. Don't be afraid. No matter what the relationship between teachers and students was before, from today onwards, we are all a family. We must love each other and help each other. Since we are a family, why don't you stand up and introduce yourself? The boy hesitated for a while before he finally plucked up his courage and stood up. He said shyly, Hello, teacher. Hello, everyone. I'm Lu Yan from Jinzhou, Hedong Province. Li Zishuan staggered. What a domineering name. Hello, teacher. Hello, everyone. I'm Jiang Qingyu from Jizhou, Hebei Province. Li Zishuan listened attentively to their self-introductions, memorizing their names and faces one by one. His memory was excellent. By the time all the students had finished their self-introductions, he had already built a database of their information in his mind. Well, let's start the class. For the first lesson, I'll teach you a new counting method. Look at these 10 numbers on the blackboard. Li Zishuan introduced the Arabic numerals to the students as he wrote and drew on the blackboard. The students looked and listened attentively while taking notes below. Kang Ningda nodded secretly. This way of teaching with the blackboard did make it easier for the students to concentrate. Hey, Sister Lan, can you give me your teaching materials? I can buy them for 10 strings of cash. Look, our Prince of Wei is so generous, directly offering 10 strings of cash. He's not like that poor Li Qingxian from before, who had to grit his teeth and beg for half a day to buy a copy of Journey to the West, before he was willing to offer 5 strings of cash. It turned out that Li Tai saw that everyone else was taking notes from time to time, except for Lan, and Iron Egg. He glanced at their table and immediately discovered their secret. It turned out that they had teaching materials. So he rolled his eyes, leaned over to Lan, and whispered to her. Who was the Prince of Wei? Anything that could be solved with money was not a problem. But Lan was a rich woman herself. She didn't care about that little bit of money. Not selling? You're the Prince of Wei. You're so stingy. Lan pouted and said with disdain. Pfft. Beside him, Bruiser quickly covered his mouth to stifle his laughter. Li Tai was speechless. Among all the civil and military officials in the court, only Lan would dare to say that he, Li Tai, was stingy. 20 strings of cash. Li Tai said ruthlessly. He didn't believe that this girl wouldn't be tempted by that much money. Unfortunately, the result disappointed him. Not selling. Li Tai's face darkened. He wanted to get angry, but when he saw Li Zishuan giving a lecture, he didn't dare to say anything. He could only mumble to Iron Egg and say, Brother Iron Egg, how about you sell your teaching materials to me? Iron Egg thought about it and felt that it was a good deal to sell a book for 20 strings of cash. Moreover, he heard from his master yesterday that these teaching materials, so he nodded to Li Tai and said, okay. Then he handed the book to Li Tai. Li Tai was overjoyed. After being rejected by Lanner, he didn't have much hope. He didn't expect to receive such a pleasant surprise. He excitedly took over the teaching materials. Without saying anything, he took out a few gold pancakes and placed them on Tai Dan's table. Good, Iron Egg. You're a good brother. I, Li Tai, will recognize you as my brother. Iron Egg took the gold cookies and was secretly happy. With so much money, he could buy a lot of delicious food for his father and sister. I've explained the new counting method, the new symbols, and the 4 arithmetic rules. Here is the multiplication table. Copy it down. You must memorize it by today. I'll check it tomorrow. Li Zishuan wrote the multiplication table on the blackboard and said to the students. As the students copied, they exclaimed that the new numbers and new symbols were too easy to use. It was many times more convenient than using Chinese characters. Su Hongji, who was at the side, couldn't help but praise Kang Ningda, Chancellor Kang. The advantages of Professor Li's new counting method and new operation symbols are too obvious. It can be considered a groundbreaking revolution in the history of mathematics. Although Kang Ningda didn't specialize in mathematics, he had done some research on it. He nodded and said, indeed. I'm afraid that your school of mathematics will officially rise in the future. After a while, when they finished copying, Li Zishuan wrote 5 addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division problems on the blackboard and said, now, use the knowledge I just taught you to solve these 5 problems. I'll ask 5 people to come up and do it on the blackboard. Chapter 158. Kusher Qing, Wang Meng, Meng Wenhao, Xing Ziren, Li Tai, the 5 of you come up and answer these 5 questions according to the order I call. Li Zishuan randomly picked a few students. Of course, Li Tai was an exception. He wanted to deliberately make things difficult for this little fatty. Wang Meng, Meng Wenhao, and Zheng Ziren were shocked. They didn't expect Li Zishuan to remember their names just by listening to their self-introduction once. They couldn't help but be more convinced by this new teacher. The 5 of them obediently came to the blackboard, took out chalk, and imitated Li Zishuan's writing on the blackboard, and prepared to answer the questions. Who knew? Clack. The 5 of them had just touched the chalk on the blackboard when the chalk in their hands broke one after another. Kong Yingda and Su Hongji, who were watching from below, felt their hearts ache. To them, chalk was a good teaching material. It was normal for people who were used to writing with a brush to not control their strength when using chalk for the first time. Li Zishuan didn't scold them. It was just a few pieces of chalk. He didn't feel bad. Li Tai frowned. He tried a few more times and finally got used to the strength of the chalk. When he looked at the question carefully, he was dumbfounded. It was a combination of addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division, and the 2 numbers multiplied by each other were 3 digits. It was his first time learning this new type of arithmetic. Did it have to be so ruthless? The little fatty pouted and looked at Li Zishuan bitterly. He was sure that Li Zishuan must have done it on purpose. But Li Tai wasn't someone who would admit defeat so easily. He gritted his teeth and gave it his all. Accompanied by the squeaking sound of chalk rubbing against the blackboard, the few of them began to answer the questions. After a while, Ku Shiqing, Wang Meng, Meng Wenhao, and Zheng Ziren finished their calculations. They put down the chalk and returned to their seats. Only Li Tai was still sweating profusely as he calculated. Li Zishuan smiled and didn't provoke him. He looked at the answers of the other 4 students first. Slowly, his smile froze on his face. Wang Meng, stand up. Sir. Wang Meng realized that he had miscalculated. He stood up and stammered. Who taught you that 9 times 6 equals 45? See. Sir, it's you taught me. Ah. Wang Meng asked curiously. Li Zishuan was furious. Bullshit. Show me the multiplication table on the blackboard. Let's see what 9 times 6 equals. Wang Meng glanced at the multiplication table and felt that he had done nothing wrong. He immediately regained his confidence and confidently said, Teacher, look at the multiplication table. It says 6, 9, 54. Doesn't that mean 6 equals 45? Holy shit, Li Zishuan felt like 10,000 alpacas were galloping through his heart. The other students in the classroom were silent for a moment, and then they couldn't help but laugh. Li Zishuan explained the commutative law of multiplication to Wang Meng, and punished him by making him copy the multiplication table 10 times. At this time, Li Tai finally finished his problem. Just the calculation steps alone took him more than 20 lines. It was really difficult for him. The problem wasn't that difficult, but it would take some time to solve. Li Tai wiped the sweat from his forehead, put down the chalk, and glared at Li Zishuan. He turned around and was about to return to his seat. Pfft! Ha ha ha! All the students pointed at Li Tai's face and laughed loudly. It turned out that when Li Tai was wiping his sweat, he had accidentally smeared the chalk dust on his face. Instantly, he looked like a little fat pig that had been smeared with white powder. Li Tai reacted. He quickly wiped his face with his sleeve and awkwardly returned to his seat. Li Zishuan ignored everyone's laughter. He looked at Li Tai's solution and nodded. Although this little fatty was sometimes arrogant, it was undeniable that he had the right to be arrogant. He learned things faster than others. Quiet. What are you laughing at? Li Zishuan roared. The students in the classroom immediately quieted down. Li Zishuan nodded with satisfaction and said, other than Wang Meng, the other 4 students all got it right. They are worthy of praise. Especially Li Tai. His problem was the most difficult, but he still managed to solve it. Everyone, applaud him. After that, Li Zishuan took the lead and clapped his hands. But the other students looked at him strangely and did not applaud. Li Zishuan calmed down and suddenly understood something. In ancient times, there was no such thing as applauding when praising others. In fact, the origin of applause was said to be in ancient Rome before the Christian era. In a barbarian tribe that was at war with Rome, there was such a habit. When the leader finished speaking or issued a call, the soldiers would tap the weapons in their hands to show their support. This was much easier and more powerful than the Roman soldiers shouting to respond to the leader. Therefore, the Roman soldiers gradually learned this method and it eventually evolved into applause. In ancient China, there was also applause. However, it was not to welcome or praise, but to express happiness or anger. There was an idiom that proved that, clap and laugh. Ahem, in the future, when a student is praised, we will all applaud and congratulate him. This is the tradition of our school of mathematics. Do you all hear me? If there is no such rule, then I will make the rule, Li Zishuan thought. Right now, Li Zishuan had absolute authority in this class. Although the students were puzzled, no one raised any objections. They all applauded. Clap, 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 clap. Loud applause immediately rang out in the classroom. Hee hee. As Li Tai listened, he suddenly felt that the feeling of being applauded by others was quite good. He suddenly felt that Li Zishuan was not so despicable. Then, he could not help but applaud for himself. Kang Yingda and Su Hongji shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Looking at all the official and private schools in Tang Dynasty, there was no one who taught like Li Zishuan. The entire classroom was in chaos. Li Zishuan saw that it was about time. He still had to meet Qing Yaojin, Qin Xiong, and the others for lunch at Zuaxian restaurant. He said, "All right, this morning's class is over. In the afternoon, you all can study by yourselves. As for your teaching materials, I will personally pay for them. In the next 2 days, I will arrange for craftsmen to print them out for you. When the time comes, everyone will get one." "Thank you, teacher." "Thank you, teacher." All the students were grateful from the bottom of their hearts. Although this new teacher had some rules that were a bit ridiculous, he was knowledgeable and generous. Pfft. However, there was one person who did not think so. That person was Li Tai. When he heard Li Zishuan's words, he almost vomited blood. He had spent 20 strings of coins to buy this teaching material. How could someone give it out for free without spending money? "Well, Brother Qin, do you want me to refund the money to you?" Iron Egg saw Li Tai's gloomy face and could not help but ask tentatively. Li Tai waved his hand and said gloomily, "No need." Li Tai did not have the face to ask for the money that he had given out. Li Zishuan thought for a while and said, "Oh, right, there is one more question. The question is about the height of the ginkgo tree to the west of the entrance of the Imperial College. You can give me the answer after you have measured it, or you can write down your measurement method and give it to me. No matter what, you must hand it in the next class. The one who did the best homework this time will get 2 extra points for this month's exam. Tomorrow is the 7th day of the new year, so we will not have classes. In the future, on the 7th, 8th, 14th, 15th, 21st, 22nd, 28th, and 29th of every month, the school will have a break. Okay, class dismissed." After saying that, he was about to leave. Li Tai, Lanner, Iron Egg, Kang Yingda, and Su Hongji hurriedly followed him out. The rest of the students in the classroom were in an uproar. The ginkgo tree in front of the Imperial College must be more than 10 feet tall, right? How can we measure it? Yes, even the longest ruler is not that long, right? Even if it is that long, we can't go up. According to what the teacher just said, we can have 8 days off every month. Isn't this a little too much? What will the students in the other schools think if they know? During the Tang Dynasty, the officials had a break every 5 days. Li Zishuan had a break of 8 days a month. Who cares what they think? With the teacher here, what are we afraid of? That's right, that's right. I say, you guys should think about how to solve the question that the teacher left behind. If you answer it well, you will get extra points for this month's exam. Don't worry, I will go back and ask my father. My father is the secretary of the Ministry of Works. He might know. Wang Meng, you are shameless. Chapter 159. Professor Li, why aren't you taking a break according to the regulations of the directorate? Kang Yingda chased after Li Zishuan and asked. From his point of view, Li Zishuan was completely messing around. It was very likely that he was intentionally slacking off. Chancellor Kong, mathematics is a very taxing subject and one must strike a balance between work and rest in order to ensure high efficiency. In the future, other than having 2 days off every 5 days, I plan to let the students go to class for 45 minutes and rest for 15 minutes every day. My master said that a person's attention can only last for about 5 to 6 minutes at most. After every 3 minutes, taking a quarter of an hour off can ensure that a person's efficiency in doing things will double in the following time. Therefore, it is very necessary for this kid to do this. Li Zishuan said with a serious expression. Even though he was indeed slacking off, shouldn't he find an honorable reason to slack off? Hearing this, Kang Yingda glanced suspiciously at Li Zishuan. Even though he didn't believe him, he couldn't find a loophole in Li Zishuan's words. Su Hongji held back his laughter and didn't say anything. He was certain that Li Zishuan was doing this to slack off. Cough cough, then let's not talk about this matter for now. Professor Li, I feel that your blackboard is quite beneficial for teaching. I wonder if you can provide a set of blackboards and chalks for writing on them for the other institutions of the directorate? Kang Yingda thought about it and didn't plan to pursue Li Zishuan's mistake of using the excuse of taking a break to slack off. After all, he had something to ask of Li Zishuan today. Mr. Kong, it's not easy to make these blackboards and chalks. The cost is rather high. If you want me to provide blackboards and chalks for all the institutions of the directorate and the directorate doesn't pay anything in return, I'm afraid it's a bit unreasonable, right? Li Zishuan said with a smile. Even though his family had a lot of money, it didn't come from nowhere. Kang Yingda's words were clearly trying to gain something without risking anything. How could this work? Kang Yingda understood the meaning behind Li Zishuan's words. He sighed in his heart, but said awkwardly, haha, of course I won't let Professor Li pay for it himself. I will apply to His Majesty for the court to allocate funds to purchase blackboards and chalk for the 120 classrooms of the Imperial College. I just hope that Professor Li won't ask for too high a price when the time comes. The court's finances aren't rich this year either. Li Zishuan pondered for a moment and nodded. Sir, be at ease. This little one is not the sort of person who only cares about benefits and forgets favors. A country is a country, and only when one has a country can one have a home. This little one will not neglect the country's crisis for the sake of my family. When the time comes, this little one will sell the materials to the Imperial College at cost price. I only hope that the students can study hard and make my great Tang even more prosperous. Kang Yingda cupped his hands in gratitude. Li Xian is a righteous man. Li Zishuan smiled. Righteous? If this were the modern world, many keyboard warriors would call him a fool for not making money. After saying goodbye to Kang Yingda and Su Hongji, the group walked out of the Imperial College. At this time, Li Tai came up and shouted, Li Zishuan, wait. After leaving the classroom, Li Tai felt that his identity as a prince had returned to him. He began to be unrestrained again. He even dared to directly call Li Zishuan by his name. Li Zishuan stopped and glanced at Li Tai with a faint smile. Alas, the great prince of Wei doesn't know how to respect his teacher and directly calls him by his name. If His Majesty and the civil and military officials knew about this, what would they think? Li Tai's fat face paled. Although he was doted on by Li Er, he was also afraid of those censors who only cared about their reputation and not their lives. Thus, he somewhat sullenly called out, Sir Li. Li Zishuan was secretly pleased. With his hands behind his back, he pretended to be pretentious and said, Qin Ke, why are you looking for me? Little Fatty's mouth twitched, but he was also somewhat helpless. He could only say, Sir, a few months ago, you said that you wanted to print and sell, Journey to the West. I don't know why there is still no news after so long. Li Zishuan touched his nose and said awkwardly, cough, so it's about this matter. Qingke, you may not know, but there are many plots in Journey to the West that involve the struggle between Buddhism and Taoism. It's really not suitable to publicize it. This was something that Li Jingma had mentioned to him one day when he was talking to him. At that time, he was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. Journey to the West overall emphasized Buddhism and suppressed Taoism, but Li Er strongly advocated Taoism. If he took this book out to sell, wouldn't he be courting death? After listening to this, Li Tai suddenly understood and nodded. He said regretfully, "Sir's worries are somewhat reasonable. It's just that Journey to the West is such a wonderful novel. It's really a pity that we can't share it with everyone." Li Zishuan said with a smile, I've been thinking for a long time recently and have decided to publish another novel called A Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. It will be narrated by me and written by Iron Egg. After it's finished, I will hand it over to the workshop for printing. Qingke, if you are interested, you can go and buy it. I guarantee that it will be longer and more wonderful than Journey to the West. Li Tai's eyes suddenly lit up. A Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality? Just the name alone sounded amazing, so he said excitedly, "Sir, how about I write it? My calligraphy has already reached the primary level. Even my father, the emperor, and scholar you have praised it. It will definitely not be a disgrace to Sir's wonderful story." Iron Egg couldn't help but feel anxious when his job was snatched away. However, he also knew his own limitations. He knew that his doggy paddle calligraphy was indeed not as good as Li Tai's, a prince. Li Zishuan found it funny. There was actually someone who was willing to fight for such a difficult job. If Qingke is willing, you can come to my house every day during your rest days. You can write it. When you're not around, Iron Egg will write it. Iron Egg felt relieved. It seemed that his master was still thinking about him. Li Tai said happily, "Thank you very much, sir. Then this student will go to Sir's house tomorrow." With a straight face, Li Zishuan said, "Qingke, you can't slack off on your studies because of this. Mathematics is the foundation of all learning other than Confucianism. You should first solve the problem that I left behind for you." Li Tai said gloomily, "Yes, sir." After parting with Li Tai, Lon, and Iron Egg didn't want to join in the fun with Qing Yaojin and the others, so they went straight home. Li Zishuan asked San Bao and the others to protect Lon, and Iron Egg while he rode his horse to the Drunken Immortal Tavern. "Hey, young master, you're here. Master and the other dukes are waiting for you upstairs." When he arrived at the Drunken Immortal Tavern, shopkeeper Lu welcomed him with a smile. Li Zishuan nodded. Today's banquet was mainly to thank Qing Yaojin, Qin Xiong, Yuqi Jingda, and Niu Jinda for their kindness in leading the family to the rescue that day. As the father, Li Jingma naturally had to personally accompany them to drink. Otherwise, wouldn't that be too disrespectful to the dukes? Li Zishuan handed the reins to the servant and went up to the fourth floor alone. From afar, he could hear Qing Yaojin's hearty laughter. Brother Jingma is right. No matter how I look at you, you don't look like a businessman at all. Instead, you look more like a group of rough soldiers like us, haha. Chapter 160. Li Jingma had traveled extensively in the business world for more than 20 years. He had long since mastered the ability to talk to people and ghosts. Therefore, as long as he was willing, he could chat with anyone. Li Jingma knew that it was impossible to chat and drink with military heroes like Qing Yaojin and Qin Xiong. He had to be forthright. Back then, General Cheng was invincible on the battlefield, causing the enemy to tremble in fear. At that time, I was just a small peddler, but I could often hear stories about General Cheng in the marketplace. Li Jingma gave Qing Yaojin a little flattery. Old Hei Yuchi, how is it? I, old Cheng, have a greater reputation among the people than you. Qing Yaojin laughed proudly. Everyone in the room was speechless at this shameless old man. Uncle Cheng, Uncle Qin, Uncle Yuchi, Uncle Niu, I was delayed by some matters at the Imperial College. I'm really sorry to have made you all wait for so long. Li Zishuan pushed open the door and cupped his hands apologetically. School was already a little late today, and after school, he spent half a day chatting with Kong Ingda and the others at the entrance of the Imperial College. As a result, he was a little late when he arrived at the Drunken Immortal restaurant. But he couldn't be blamed. The Imperial College didn't have an alarm or something. No one knew when school was over. It seemed that he would have to assign someone to ring the bell in the Institute of Mathematics. Qing Yaojin pointed at Li Zixuan and said angrily, you really have guts. You actually made us elders wait for you. You're really something. You'll punish yourself with 3 cups later. Niu Jinda also echoed, yes, you should punish yourself with 3 cups. Li Jingma looked at his son with some worry. After spending so much time together, he knew that his son wasn't good at drinking. But at this time, he obviously couldn't refute. Li Jingma could only suppress his worry and wait for the changes. Li Zixuan's face did not have the slightest trace of fear. He ordered the waiter to serve the dishes while personally pouring a cup of tea for Qing Yaojin and the other 3. Uncle Qing, you're right. I should be punished for making you wait for so long. Today, I've prepared a special pot of immortal drunken wine for you. It's stronger than the one on the market. Because this wine is rare, I won't fight with you for it later. I'll punish myself by drinking 3 cups of immortal drunken wine as an apology. Qing Yaojin looked at Li Zixuan meaningfully, then laughed and said, that's right. That's right. Little Xian, you can go and drink the sweet home. You can leave that special immortal drunken wine to me, old Cheng. Niu Jinda and Qin Xiong pointed at Qing Yaojin and scolded him for being shameless. Li Jingma heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He was happy that his son had cleverly resolved the awkward situation. When the dishes were served, everyone sat around the table, drinking and chatting merrily. They toasted each other and toasted each other. It was very lively. Little Xian, today seems to be your first day on duty at the Imperial College. How was it? Did that group of scholars make things difficult for you? Qing Yaojin asked as he drank. Li Zixuan could hear the concern in Qing Yaojin's words and felt warm in his heart. Although old Cheng was a boorish person, he treated his own people well. Li Jingma also looked at Li Zixuan with an inquiring gaze. Thank you for your concern, Uncle Cheng. Chancellor Kong has taken good care of me. The teaching assistant of the School of Mathematics is an old friend of my father. Moreover, the Imperial College speaks with one's strength. My attainments in mathematics can be said to have reached a higher level. Therefore, I'm quite successful today. Li Zixuan replied smugly. Qing Yaojin laughed. You're really shameless. However, little Xian, you're also a capable person. You're proficient in literature and martial arts. Unlike my family's Chou Nyo, who only knows my 3 axes. Qin Xiong interjected and asked, Little Xian, did spiritual master Ling Su teach you the art of mathematics? Uncle Qin, the art of mathematics is only the foundation of my master's lifetime of knowledge. He said that only by mastering mathematics can one create sturdier cities, more powerful weapons, faster vehicles, and more efficient farming tools. The curved plow from before also contained the knowledge of mathematics. Qin Xiong asked curiously, your master also knows the art of refining weapons? Oh, I almost forgot. In ancient times, people called this skill of Taoism the art of refining weapons. I've been blindly comparing so much just now. Fortunately, Qin Xiong and the others didn't see through it. Li Zixuan felt a little awkward in his heart, but he continued without changing his expression. My master is indeed proficient in the art of refining weapons. In the early years, my master traveled to various countries and collected the best of each country's craftsmanship. He once created a strange object that could allow people to fly. Once, my master was in a small country in Nanyang and was surrounded by tens of thousands of local aborigines. He relied on this object to float away without a single injury. Bragging wasn't against the law. Li Zixuan described his master to his heart's content. In any case, he had learned a little through various means in the past few months. Spiritual master Ling Su was indeed an otherworldly expert. The number of people in the world who had truly seen him could be counted on one hand. There probably wasn't a single person who was truly familiar with him. Thus, no matter how he bragged, he wouldn't be exposed. Hiss, the few old people in the room widened their eyes in shock. Yuchi Jingda couldn't help but mutter, there are really people in this world who can fly? Isn't this the means of immortals? Li Zishuan shook his head and said, Uncle Yuchi, this is just borrowing the help of external objects. There are no immortals in this world. In fact, when the technology in the world is developed to the extreme, it isn't impossible for mortals to fly in the sky. Qing Yaojin's eyes turned and he chuckled, Little Xian, does your school of mathematics still lack students? What do you think of my family's Chonyo? As a brother, you have to give him a hand. Li Zishuan was stunned. He hesitated for a while before stammering, Uncle Cheng, it's not that I'm unwilling to accept, but I'm afraid that Brother Chonyo won't be able to learn this. Qing Yaojin glared and said, he dares? See if I don't break his legs. My Tang Empire's internal affairs have basically been stabilized. Those clowns outside will also vanish in a puff of smoke in less than 5 years. How can this Chonyo not learn some other skills? Don't worry and teach him. If he doesn't listen, just tell me and I'll take care of him. Alright, Li Zishuan could only mourn for Qing Chumo in his heart. Madman Cheng, your Chonyo's brain is like yours. Even if you give him an immortal secret manual, he won't be able to understand it. Little Xian, why don't you let my Baolin learn from you? Although this child isn't particularly intelligent, he's willing to work hard to improve himself. Yuchi Jingda couldn't help but make sarcastic remarks. Qing Yaojin was furious. Old hey Yuchi, how good can your son be? You still have the face to talk about me. The two quarreled, and there seemed to be signs of a big battle. Qin Xiong, Niu Jinda, and Li Jingma hurriedly tried to stop the fight. In the end, Li Zishuan's mathematics class had 3 more children from the military, Qing Chumo, Qin Huayu, and Yuchi Baolin. Niu Jinda's son had been recuperating at home, so he didn't make any similar requests. However, the happiest people were probably the students of the School of Mathematics. With Qing Chumo helping them to take the bottom, wouldn't they have another layer of protection to get out of the role of shame? The banquet ended, and the guests and hosts enjoyed themselves. However, Qing Yaojin and the others drank a little too much. Li Zishuan called for a few servants to send them back. After finally sending these old masters away, Li Zishuan and Li Jingma couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. They looked at each other, and Li Jingma smiled. Alright, little Xian, hurry back to the Imperial College. You still have to teach the students in the afternoon, right? Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, no need, father. The students are self-studying in the afternoon. With teaching assistant Su there, I don't need to go. Moreover, I'll let the students rest tomorrow and the day after, so I don't need to go. Li Jingma's mouth twitched. No one knew a son better than his father. How could he not know what his son was thinking? He paused, and finally said helplessly, then let's go home. The father and son mounted their horses and headed for Yongla Lane. Chapter 161. In the afternoon. Madame Li came to the west courtyard. Iron Egg and Lan went to the Imperial College. Li Zishuan was lying on a deck chair in the pavilion in the middle of the lake in the west courtyard. He opened his mouth and took the grapes that Xiaoxi fed him. Cough cough, grapes from the grape trellis. Madam. The 2 maids saw Madame Li come over and bowed. Li Zishuan also quickly sat up. Mother. Yes. Madame Li smiled and sat down on the bench next to her. Xiaohe cleverly poured a cup of tea and placed it on the stone table in front of Madame Li. Xian, are you doing well in the Imperial College? Mother, I'm doing well. With my skills, who can bully me? Madame Li rolled her eyes at her son and took a sip of tea. She smiled and said, you, Lan, is too much. She must go to the Imperial College to cause trouble for you. How can a girl get married in the future if she doesn't learn how to be a seamstress? Mother, there's nothing wrong with Lan, learning more. Why must she learn how to be a seamstress? She can just find a tailor to make clothes. Li Zishuan said indifferently. He didn't understand why girls in ancient times had to learn how to be a seamstress. Did she marry to make clothes for her husband's family? Madame Li said angrily, nonsense. If a girl doesn't know how to be a seamstress, which family will want her? Yushi is not bad. I saw a few of her work before and it's better than mine. Hee, how can it be better than mother's? Mother's skills are naturally the best in Chang'an. This was clearly a trap. If Li Zishuan followed his mother's wishes and praised his wife, there was no guarantee that his mother wouldn't feel jealous. Thus, he shamelessly flattered her. Madame Li was happy when she heard this, but she said, "You little sly, trying to make me happy. I've already discussed your marriage with Yushi with Han Lijing. Tomorrow, I'll send a matchmaker to the Han family to propose marriage." Li Zishuan was happy when he heard this. He quickly went forward and poured tea for his mother. "Thank you, mother. It just so happens that I have a day off tomorrow. Why don't we go together?" A day without seeing her felt like 3 autumns. They had not seen each other for several days. Every night, when it was quiet, he really wanted to hug his wife. Mrs. Li Zishuan pointed her finger at Li Zishuan's forehead. "You child, how can you be so ignorant of the rules? How can the groom personally propose marriage? Tomorrow, your father and matchmaker Song will bring people to the Han family to propose marriage. You just stay at home. You and Yushi are not allowed to meet before you get married." Ah. Li Zishuan was dumbfounded. "Mother, when will Yushi and I get married?" Madame Li laughed and said, "Look at how anxious you are, this is just the beginning of the marriage proposal. Later on there is still the ceremony of receiving the bride, asking for the name of the bride, accepting the bride, and then the date of the invitation, setting an auspicious date, and finally the welcoming ceremony. You have to learn the wedding procedures properly. Don't make a fool of yourself when you get married." Li Zishuan almost fainted as he listened. Did it have to be so troublesome? Couldn't they just have a flash marriage? Mother, then you should set the wedding date earlier. Otherwise, it won't be good if your daughter-in-law runs away. Li Zishuan wiped the sweat off his forehead and hurriedly ran away after saying that. Madame Li looked at Li Zishuan's back as he ran away. She shook her head and smiled dotingly. This child. Xiao He and Xiao Shi, who were at the side, couldn't help but cover their mouths and chuckle. Li Zishuan went out of the mansion and went to the workshop to find Lu Yidao, Lu Dingyi. Ever since Li Zishuan bought the original, Heavenly Craft Pavilion, and poached him, this old man had been idling in the Strange Interest Pavilion. After Yan Xiaoning gave his workshop to Li Zishuan also transferred Lu Yidao to the workshop. This old man usually helped Faubert carve some ornaments on the skateboard in the workshop, so he was free and relaxed. "Master Lu, you used to carve all kinds of strange objects. Do you know how to carve words?" Li Zishuan motioned Lu Yidao to sit down first and then asked. Lu Yidao smiled and said, "Young master, carving words is much easier than carving wood. Of course, I know how to do it. What kind of words do you want to carve?" Li Zishuan took out the mathematics book and said, "I want to print about 30 copies of this book. I want to trouble you to carve a set of templates." Lu Yidao hesitated and said, "Young master, if you want to carve a block plate, it will take a lot of time and effort. It's better to ask a group of poor scholars to copy it." Li Zishuan heard and suddenly understood. There was no movable type printing in the Tang dynasty. "Master Lu, I don't want you to carve a block plate for each page. You can use the clay to make blanks of the same size. Carve a single word in reverse at one end. The height of the word protrusion is like the thickness of the edge of a copper coin. Burn it hard with fire and make it into a single movable type of clay. Then, print it according to the content of each page." "Good, young master's method is good. In this way, all the books can be printed on a large scale in our workshop and passed down to the future generations. It's really a great merit." Faubert just walked in and heard Li Zishuan's new printing method. He couldn't help but applaud loudly. "Manager Fu. Lu Yidao stood up and greeted him. Falbert, you came at the right time. I plan to set up a printing department in the workshop. You can transfer some people to Master Lu. In the future, there will be a lot of books for the workshop to print. Li Zishuan said to Falbert. Falbert sat down and said, Yes, young master. Li Zishuan nodded and said to Lu Yidao, Master Lu, set up the printing department as soon as possible. Help me print this book in 2 days. I need it urgently. Lu Yidao took the book from Li Zishuan's hand and replied, Yes, young master. Young master, what are these curved words on the book? And these circles and dots, what do they mean? Why haven't I seen them before? Lu Yidao opened it and was dumbfounded. These are my new arithmetic numbers, arithmetic symbols, and some punctuation marks. Master Lu, you can print according to them. Li Zishuan explained. Oh. Lu Yidao scratched his head. Although he didn't understand, he still agreed. He didn't care what it meant. He just needed to print according to it. Falbert, how's my carriage? Li Zishuan asked Falbert after Lu Yidao went out. Falbert wiped the sweat on his forehead and said, Young master, it's not done yet. This carriage is far more difficult than I thought. I think it will take a few more days. Li Zishuan nodded and took out a drawing. He said with a smile, Falbert, help me make something else. Falbert was a little dizzy when he saw Li Zishuan take out the drawing. He didn't know what his young master was going to do. He took a look and couldn't help but be puzzled. Young master, what are you going to do with this thing? Falbert, this is a custom-made shoe for horses. When the horse wears it, its hooves will never be injured again. The life of the horse will also be greatly increased. Li Zishuan went to see the injury of the white horse at home yesterday. Looking at its hooves that were wrapped in a circle, Li Zishuan suddenly realized that there were no horseshoes in the Tang dynasty. Looking at the white horse's pitiful eyes, Li Zishuan asked someone to measure the size of the horse's hooves. He planned to make a pair of shoes for it. After listening to Li Zishuan's explanation, Falbert suddenly felt a little doubtful. His young master was already so prodigal that it made people's hair stand on end. It wasn't enough for him to make something for himself, but he also wanted to make shoes for the horse. No matter how he heard it, it felt like a fantasy story. Young master, will this really work? Li Zishuan smiled and said confidently, Falbert, just do it. It will definitely work. Falbert felt helpless and could only agree. Chapter 162. As night fell, the pedestrians on the road went home one after another. After a few minutes, the sky was completely dark. Thousands of lights lit up one after another. In the northeast of Chang'an City, many squares were close to the imperial palace, so most of them were the residences of high-ranking officials and nobles. In the northwest of Chang'an City, because it was close to the West Market, a large number of rich merchants, Persians, and other non-civilized people gathered here. Therefore, the market structure of Chang'an City had always been rich in the west, rich in the east, and noble in the east. Giyi Square, southwest of Chang'an City. This place was far away from the bustling area, and most of it was a gathering place for poor people. In a dilapidated courtyard, a few lights were lit up. In the room, a little boy about 10 years old was holding a little girl's hand and teaching her how to write. The little girl was about 7 or 8 years old, and her face was a little yellow, obviously malnourished. She seemed to think that writing was fun, and an innocent smile appeared on her face from time to time. Yaya, it's time to eat. A woman in coarse gray clothes came in with a bowl and said with a smile. Oh, it's time to eat. The little girl cheered and broke free from the boy's arms. She ran to the table and looked at the food in the bowl, drooling. The boy shook his head in amusement and asked the woman, Mother, won't father come back for dinner tonight? The woman in gray was startled and said, Your father is helping people unload goods on the murky river. I'm afraid he won't come back tonight. Don't worry about that. Eat first. The little boy agreed in a low voice and quietly went back to the table to sit down. Come, eat an egg. Today, when I was working at Minister Hu's house, his wife gave it to me. Eat it to nourish your brain. Maybe you can be the top scorer in the exam next year. The woman carefully peeled an egg and put it in the little boy's bowl, and said lovingly. The little boy looked at the egg in the bowl and then looked at Yaya, who was drooling. He put the egg in Yaya's bowl with chopsticks and said, "Mother, I have eggs for lunch at the Imperial College. Give this egg to little sister." He thought to himself, I must get first place in this monthly test. That way, I can bring my parents and little sister to the Drunken Immortal restaurant to have a big meal. I heard that the wine in the Drunken Immortal restaurant is called the best wine in the world. My father used to love wine a long time ago, but in order to support my studies, he didn't drink anymore. I must bring my father to taste it. It's been a long time since I've eaten meat. I'm sure you'll like the chicken, meatballs, and braised pork from the Drunken Immortal restaurant. The Dompa pork and twice-cooked pork from the Drunken Immortal restaurant would definitely like to eat them. The gray-clothed woman originally wanted to stop him, but after hearing her son's words, she could only give up. She sighed and said, I heard from you yesterday that a new teacher will be coming to your academy today. What do you think? Did Mr. Xn teach well? This little boy was Meng Wenhao from the School of Mathematics. Today in class, Lisa Xuan had called his name to do some questions on the blackboard. Meng Wenhao smiled and said, Mother, you must know our new teacher. He's the man from Lantian County who presented the Tsuyuan plow to the imperial court a while ago. His mathematical ability is unique. He's the most knowledgeable person I've ever met. The gray-clothed woman was obviously taken aback. She said in astonishment, so it's Li Xiannan. This person is the great benefactor of our poor family. You have to learn well from Li Xiannan and live up to his teachings. Meng Wenhao's mouth twitched. He thought to himself, what would Mr. Xian think if he knew that someone called him Mr. Xian? The next day, the wind was gentle and the sun was bright. Mother, I'm going to the Imperial College. Meng Wenhao finished his breakfast and shouted to his mother who was cleaning up the dishes in the kitchen. The woman walked out and asked, didn't you say yesterday that you had a day off today? Why do you still want to go? Meng Wenhao turned around and said, Mother, Mr. Xian left a question yesterday. I'm going to the Imperial College to solve it today. After saying that, he turned around and ran away. The woman was puzzled. She wanted to ask, but her son had already gone far. At the Imperial College. Under the ginkgo tree next to the gate stood a young man in blue. The young man did not move. He raised his head and stared at the top of the ginkgo tree without blinking. Among the students of the Imperial College, the young man was like a lone wolf with his head held high. He stood alone between heaven and earth, looking very different. The passing crowd quickly noticed him. Hey, look, there's a fool over there. He's standing there motionless. It's true. Why is there a fool in our Imperial College? He's not a fool. I know this person. He's Meng Wenhao from the School of Mathematics. His results have always been among the best in the school. Isn't the School of Mathematics closed today? Why is he here? Who knows? Instead of sleeping at home early in the morning, he's here in a daze. He must be crazy. It's said that the School of Mathematics has 8 days off every month. They're so lucky. Yeah, why can they have 8 days off every month? I'm going to protest to the teacher of our school. We have to take 8 days off every month too. Yes, we're going to protest. Why aren't you leaving? You're going to be late. If you're late, the teacher might slap you. Let's go. The surrounding students immediately dispersed, and the gate of the Imperial College returned to its original quiet state. Meng Wenhao remained motionless. He was not affected by the noise outside at all. If he could answer the question well, he could get 2 extra points in the monthly exam. If he could get these 2 points, he would have a much better chance of getting first place in the monthly exam. Many ideas flashed through his mind, but he rejected them all. No, this won't work either. This is definitely not the best plan. There must be a better one. Meng Wenhao was in a trance. He did not feel the passage of time at all. Kang Yingda passed by him and looked at him. He shook his head and sighed. Stubborn child, I hope you can get over it soon. After saying that, he didn't bother Meng Wenhao and walked away. Time passed. It was noon in the blink of an eye. Wow, why is Meng Wenhao still standing here? Yeah, he didn't even move his feet. Don't make a mistake while standing. I think there's something wrong with his brain. Let's go. Let's not care about him. Let's eat. Yes, yes, yes. Let's eat. The surroundings fell into silence again. Meng Wenhao's lips were dry and cracked. His body was a little shaky, but he had no intention of moving. He was still in deep thought. Since the morning, he had thought of hundreds of methods in his mind, such as building a ladder, measuring the trunk section by section, tying a rope to the top of the tree, measuring the length of the rope, etc. However, he rejected them all. His intuition told him that these were not the best methods. There must be a simpler way. There must be. I can think of something. Meng Wenhao thought firmly. Chapter 163. Yongla Lane. At the Li residence, the marriage proposal team was assembled early in the morning. The leader was a middle-aged woman in her 30s or 40s. She had heavy makeup on and her laughter was mesmerizing. Li Zishuan's eyes were red and he hurriedly returned to the west courtyard. Xiaoxi, you're going too? Li Zishuan asked curiously when he bumped into Xiaoxi, who was in a hurry. Yes, young master. Madam asked Xiaoxi to deliver something to young mistress. Xiaoxi replied with a smile. Li Zishuan laughed and joked, little girl, you're calling her young mistress so soon? Xiaoxi, wait a moment. Help me deliver something to Yushi too. Yes, young master. Li Zishuan smiled and returned to his room. He spread out a piece of paper and began to write, I'm willing to win the heart of my beloved. When your hair is white and you're past your prime, I'll still hold your hands and give you the gentleness of the world. Be good, Yushi. Stay at home and wait for me to marry you. After he finished writing, he suddenly had an idea. He folded the letter into a paper crane and pressed it flat into an envelope. He sealed it and walked out. Young master, you're going to deliver a letter to young mistress? Xiaohe was carrying a bag and came to the entrance of the courtyard. She was probably going to follow the marriage proposal team to the Han residence. Li Zishuan passed the letter to Xiaoxi and said to Xiaohe, little girl, don't peek on the way. Xiaoxi was the timid type while Xiaohe was more lively. It was just that her chest was a little small. Ahem, what was he thinking? Xiaohe pouted and said, Xiaohe won't peek. Young master must have written some mushy words of love to young mistress. Xiaohe will die of jealousy if I read it. You little brat. Li Zishuan's face turned black and he pretended to knock her head. Xiaohe screamed and ran away with Xiaoxi. Tai Chi Palace, Suite Du Hall. This was where Li Er would read and deal with government affairs after the morning court. At this moment, Li Zishuan was sitting at the top with a book in his hand. He frowned as he read, Zhao Song, is this Li Zishuan's new mathematics? Why have I never seen these strange words before? Zhao Song stepped forward cautiously and said, Your Majesty, this is indeed a new type of mathematics that Li Xiannan invented. It is said that this book was compiled by him personally. As for the strange words in the book, I don't understand them either. However, I'm sure that Your Highness, Prince of Wei, will be able to understand them. After Prince of Wei finished listening to the lecture yesterday, he even solved a very difficult question that Li Xiannan set. Li Er smiled happily. Great. My Qin-Ke is indeed talented and learns everything quickly. Haha. Zhao Song smiled and said, It's all thanks to His Majesty's teachings. Li Er laughed heartily, accepting the flattery. Your Majesty, the male student from Li County left a question after class yesterday. He said that he wanted the students to figure out a way to measure the height of the 1,000-year-old ginkgo tree in front of the Imperial College. He also said that the student with the best method would get 2 extra points in this month's exam. Zhao Song saw that Li Er was very interested in the matter between Li Zishuan and Li Tai, so he continued. Li Er was stunned and asked, "Monthly exam? What monthly exam?" Zhao Song explained, "Your Majesty, this is the examination system that Li Xiannan set for the School of Mathematics. It is said that the School of Mathematics has a small exam every 7 days, a midterm exam every month, and a major exam every half a year. The top student in the monthly exam will be treated to a meal at the Drunken Immortal restaurant with Li Xiannan's personal funds. He can even bring his family along. The top 5 students in the monthly exam will have a roll of honor, while the bottom 5 will have a roll of shame. They will also be responsible for cleaning the teaching hall. The top student in the half-year exam will be rewarded with 100 strings of cash." Li Er was surprised for a moment, then smiled and said, "This kid is really rich and overbearing. He is even more generous than I am and has a lot of ideas. The students in the Imperial College are going to have a headache. I hope that Li Zishuan can take the lead in guiding the culture of the Imperial College. In recent years, the Imperial College has become a gathering place for rich playboys." Zhao Song said respectfully, "Your Majesty is far-sighted and wise." Li Er waved his hand and pondered for a moment, then said, "But this kid really knows how to make things difficult for others. The ginkgo tree at the entrance of the Imperial College is probably more than 100 feet tall, right? How are the students going to measure it? Zhao Song, can you fly that high with your lightness ability?" Zhao Song broke out in sweat and quickly said, "Your Majesty, this great grandmaster can't fly that high, right? That kind of height is not something that a human can achieve." Li Er rubbed his nose and knew that he was overthinking. "Your Majesty, are you still reviewing the memorials? I have prepared iced sour plum soup for you to relieve the heat." At this moment, Zhang Sun walked over elegantly with a bowl of sour plum soup. Seeing this, Zhao Song quickly retreated to the side and became one with the pillars in the hall like an old monk in meditation. Guanyin, you have troubled yourself. In the future, let the servants do these things. You are not in good health and should not be overworked. Come and sit." Li Er moved his seat and gestured for Zhang Sun to sit over. After Zhang Sun sat down, she smiled and said, "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. My body is not that weak. Your Majesty, please drink some sour plum soup to relieve the heat." Li Er nodded and took the sour plum soup. He drank a few mouthfuls and exclaimed in satisfaction, "Your Majesty, are you not done reviewing the memorials?" Zhang Sun looked at the stacked memorials on the table and could not help but feel sorry for him. "Soon. Guanyin, please wait a moment. I will finish reviewing them soon and then accompany you to admire the flowers." Li Er finished the sour plum soup in a few mouthfuls and went back to work. Moments later, Li Er looked at a memorial and muttered, "It's this kid again. But this time, he still has some conscience." Zhang Sun came over curiously and asked, "Your Majesty, who are you talking about?" Li Er came back to his senses and said with a smile, "It's all because of that kid Li Zishuan." Kang Yingda wrote a memorial saying that Li Zishuan had created a type of blackboard and chalk that was extremely beneficial for teaching. Thus, he requested that I allocate a sum of money to the directorate to purchase a batch of blackboards and chalk. Zhang Sun was stunned. "This kid even earns money from you, Your Majesty?" Li Er shook his head and said, "This time, this kid still has some conscience." Kang Yingda told him that the Imperial Court's finances are not good this year. Who knew that this kid would take the initiative to give in and only take the cost? How rare. Zhang Sun smiled and said, "If that's the case, this kid is quite righteous." "Your Majesty, why do you still seem a little unhappy?" Li Er looked up and sighed. He said in a deep voice, "In the end, it's because the Imperial Court has no money. They actually let a kid take the initiative to give in." Zhang Sun saw Li Er's gloomy face and knew that he was thinking about the Turkic Khaganate south last year. The Tang Empire emptied Chang'an's treasury to sign the Wei River Treaty. She comforted him gently and said, "These 2 years have been hard for Your Majesty. It's a pity that I, as a woman, can't come out to share your majesty's burden. Li Er put his arm around Zhang Xuan's waist and said with a smile, Maid Guanyin has helped me a lot. Of course, these world affairs should be shouldered by me. The Turkic Khaganate is just a clown. When the Tang Empire reinvigorates, we will definitely hunt the grassland. Zhang Sun leaned her head on Li Er's shoulder and suddenly thought of something. She looked up and said, Your Majesty, Li Zishuan said that his master predicted that there would be a locust plague next year. Your Majesty, how do you plan to deal with it? Li Er's lofty sentiments and lofty aspirations immediately vanished. He said with a solemn expression, Xu Bao personally vouched for this kid, and this kid said it with certainty. I have to believe him. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. I'm discussing this with Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the others. I think there will be a solution in a few days. Zhang Sun wondered, Your Majesty, why don't you directly adopt the kid's strategy of raising chickens? Li Er stroked Zhang Xuan's long hair and sighed, that kid's method may only be able to take care of his family's farmers. What I want to take care of is the people in the world. The imperial court doesn't have the money to raise so many chickens. For this matter, there must be a detailed plan for the specific areas. Zhang Sun nodded thoughtfully. Chapter 164. Afternoon. I, who can't hold on to love, always watch it slip away. There are so many happy people in the world, why can't you count me in? Love must be courageous with every setback. Love must be firm and persistent. Every single person has to see through it. If you want to love, don't be afraid of pain. Find someone you love the most, someone you love deeply, someone you want to love, to say goodbye to being single. Someone who is passionate, infatuated, heartless, and ruthless. To scar me, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to see his wife for the next 2 months. Most importantly, his 2 personal maidservants had left today. He didn't even have a girl to flirt with. Li Zishuan was lying alone on a deck chair in the pavilion of the West Courtyard, singing the single love song, in solitude to comfort himself, a pitiful single dog. As he sang, Li Zishuan felt like he was letting go of himself. His singing became louder and louder. The servants watched from afar as their young master went crazy. They were hesitating whether or not they should tell the madam. F***ck, stop, stop, stop. Stop singing. Suddenly, he heard an angry roar. Li Zishuan subconsciously stopped singing. He opened his eyes and looked to the side. It was Li Tai. The little fatty covered his ears and looked at him with a strange expression. Li Zishuan was speechless. His singing wasn't bad, okay? Why did this fatty look so disgusted? Moreover, this is my house. It's bad enough that you didn't greet me when you came in, but you still have the cheek to look down on me? What? Could it be that Qin K's ears have become pregnant after hearing your master's singing? Li Zishuan asked with a smile. After dealing with Li Tai so many times, Li Zishuan knew that he couldn't be polite with this little fatty. Otherwise, he would definitely take advantage of him. Li Tai spat and said, You're the one who got pregnant after hearing it. It's so unpleasant to hear. It's simply obscene. The person who wrote it is really vulgar. It's a disgrace to the refined. Li Zishuan was so angry that he casually threw a grape from the stone table and scolded, This brat actually called such a classic song of the later generations obscene and cliched. You brat, you're the one who's insulting the educated. Is this how you talk to your teacher? Fatty's mind went blank. He dodged the sneak attack and retorted, This isn't the Imperial College. Don't put on airs. You say that I don't respect my teachers, but what proof do you have? This damn fatty actually acted shamelessly. Li Zishuan didn't know what to do with him. Who asked him to have such a good father? Li Zishuan thought viciously. I'll remember this and see how I'll deal with you the day after tomorrow. Then may I know the reason for your highness visit today? Li Zishuan said indifferently with an unapproachable look. Ugh. Li Tai finally remembered the purpose of his visit. It seemed that he had a favor to ask. He was so focused on bickering with Li Zishuan that he forgot about the proper business. This was bad. Their relationship was strained. How was he going to continue the discussion? "Ah, the song you sang just now was really beautiful. Tai is deeply impressed." Li Tai had never flattered anyone before. When he really needed to, he was incomparably stiff. Li Zishuan looked at Li Tai with a strange expression, wondering if this little fatty's brain had short-circuited. "It's a so-so. I say, Qingke, why are you here today?" Li Zishuan thought for a while and decided to listen to what this little fatty wanted. Li Tai's mouth twitched. He secretly cursed Li Zishuan for being shameless, but he smiled brightly and said, "Didn't you say last time that you wanted me to help record the legend of a mortal's journey to immortality? I have nothing to do today, so I came here to do it for you." It turned out that this little fatty had a favor to ask of him. Li Zishuan put on airs and said pretentiously, "Oh, I'm not in a good mood today because someone said that my singing was terrible. I'll tell it another day." Li Tai's face suddenly became very ugly, but when he thought of the wonderful journey to the west last time, he gritted his teeth and said, "I was just talking nonsense. Please don't take it to heart." Li Zishuan smiled. He knew that he couldn't go too far at this time. Everything had to be done in moderation. Otherwise, if he went too far, even friends would become enemies. "Well, I'm in a much better mood now, so I can tell you the story. Qingke, have you finished your homework?" Li Tai heard this and said proudly, "Of course. It's just a question." "How can I, Li Tai, be stumped?" Li Zishuan asked curiously, "Oh? So you've already thought of a solution? Tell me quickly." "It's a secret. This student will give the answer to you the day after tomorrow. If I tell you now, there's no guarantee that it won't be leaked." Li Tai said with a guarded face. *CK, this damn fatty is probably worried that I'll leak his answer to Iron Egg, isn't he? How shameless. I already have a standard answer, who cares? TSK, if you don't want to tell me, then I'll ask someone to call Iron Egg over and we'll tell him together. After a while, Iron Egg, Lon, and Li Tai sat in a circle in the pavilion. Li Tai had xian paper in front of him, and a little maid was grinding ink for him. Li Zishuan felt that the way Iron Egg looked at him today was a little strange, but he couldn't put his finger on it. It could only be considered as a man's intuition. After everyone had arrived, Li Zishuan closed his eyes and began to recall the legend of a mortal's journey to immortality that he had read in his previous life. This book could be called a divine book in his previous life. It was the founder of the immortal flow, and it was also the best and longest work of the immortal flow. Unlike Journey to the West, Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality was a web novel. It focused on fast food culture, and the language was plain. The main advantage was that the plot was attractive. Li Zishuan wasn't sure if this type of web novel would be popular in ancient times. Today was a good time to test it out. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Li Zishuan had recalled most of the plot in the first volume of Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. On one hand, he really liked this novel in his previous life. On the other hand, his current mental strength was incomparable to that of ordinary people. The benefits of having a strong mental strength were not only reflected in mental calculation, but also in memory. "Green Sparrow, are you ready?" Li Zishuan looked at Li Tai and asked. Li Tai squeezed the brush in his hand and said excitedly, I'm ready, I'm ready." Li Zishuan nodded and began to narrate, "The first time we returned to the village at the edge of the mountain. Dumbo's eyes widened as it stared straight at the black roof made of straw and mud. The old quilt covering its body was now a dark yellow, and its original appearance was unrecognizable, with a faint moldy smell wafting from it. The person next to him was his second brother, Hanju. He was sleeping soundly, and there were intermittent sounds of snoring coming from his body. Li Tai frowned as he listened and jotted down notes. This beginning is too plain. It's not as exciting as Journey to the West at all. Although that was what he thought, Li Tai didn't interrupt him. The excellent education from the royal family urged him to continue listening patiently. Chapter 165. Under the Pavilion. From time to time, Li Tai would frown slightly. Naturally, Li Zishuan would notice this. He could understand this. The beginning of A Mortal's Journey to Immortality was indeed not outstanding. This could be seen from its early results. But there's a saying that goes, if you can endure loneliness, you can hold on to prosperity. Although the system of Mortal was based on Xiao Qian's masterpiece, Misty Journey, in the novels before Mortal, the cultivation system was only the background of the story. The main characters all leveled up very quickly, and the story still relied on other contradictions to progress. Just like World of Warcraft, leveling up was only a small part of the story. However, in Mortal, leveling up was the main content. Every small improvement was incomparably difficult, but it could also make the reader deeply immersed in it, unable to extricate themselves. The entire story revolved around how to take every step to level up. Through accumulation step by step, the legend of Mortal was finally created. As the story went deeper and deeper, Li Tai also discovered the strengths of Mortal. Unlike Journey to the West, which was unconstrained and passionate, the main plot of Mortal only revolved around Han Li's cultivation and leveling up. Every step was filled with setbacks. As Li Tai listened, he could not help but put himself in the shoes of the character. The Seven Mysteries sect, the eternal spring arts that seemed ordinary on the surface, but contained profound mysteries, and the small mysterious bottle that Li Zishuan had accidentally picked up. All of these tempted Li Tai to continue listening. Li Tai's fat right hand held the brush as it danced on the paper. He didn't feel the slightest bit tired. His heart was completely immersed in another world as he listened to Li Zishuan. Even Li Tai was like this, not to mention Iron Egg. The main character of Mortal had the same name as him. Moreover, their family circumstances were very similar. Thus, after listening to the story twice, Iron Egg was already completely immersed. It was as if he was Han Li in the novel, following the ups and downs of the plot, with twists and turns. Lan on the other hand, had no interest in this story. After listening to it for a while, she felt that Han Li wasn't as interesting as Sun Wukong. After bidding farewell to Li Zishuan, she returned to the backyard. Li Zishuan also breathed a sigh of relief. Previously, he had only asked Iron Egg to come over. He did not expect Lan to come over as well. Many of the later parts of the novel were not suitable for her to read. It was good that the little girl had left. Han Li dripped a drop of green liquid on a green three-crow grass, turning it into a yellow three-crow grass with a 100-year medicinal effect. A few days later, he dripped another drop of green liquid on it, and it actually became another 100 years old. Seeing that this method was indeed effective, Han Li repeated the same method for the next 2 months. Every time a new green liquid was produced from the small bottle, he would drip it on the three-crow grass. And the three-crow grass lived up to his expectations. Its leaves gradually turned from yellow to yellow-black, and then from yellow-black to black. Finally, when its leaves were completely black and shiny, it became a rare 1,000-year-old three-crow grass in the world. Li Tai's eyes widened, and he was shocked in his heart. So this mysterious bottle can infinitely accelerate the maturity of spiritual herbs. This is really amazing. Han Li will definitely be able to completely turn the tables this time. Iron Egg's breathing quickened as he listened. He was as excited as he was when he obtained the mysterious bottle. Okay, that's all for today. Li Zishuan clapped his hands and did not want to continue. He had been talking for almost an entire afternoon, and his throat was smoking. Ah. You're done so soon. Li Tai was dumbfounded. He had just gotten into the role, and now it was over. What was this? Iron Egg's face was also full of regret, but he did not raise any objections. Li Zishuan said angrily, "It's already so late. What are you still talking about? Qingke, go back quickly. Be careful, the market will be closed soon." Li Tai waved his hand indifferently and said, "It doesn't matter. If worst comes to worst, I'll just stay at Mr. Li's house tonight. Sir, please tell me 2 more times, or I won't be able to sleep tonight." A large part of the reason why he chose to go to Li Zishuan's class in the School of Mathematics was that it was convenient for him to listen to Li Zishuan's story. After reading Journey to the West, he had been out of books for a long time. Today, he had finally fulfilled his wish. He had just satisfied his craving, but now it was abruptly stopped. How could he stand it? At this time, not to mention that the market was closed, even if it was raining blades, he would not be willing to leave. Li Zishuan's face darkened when he heard this. He roared in his heart, "What the f***ck, if worst comes to worst, you'll just stay at my house tonight? This damn fatty is really thick-skinned. No, I'm tired today. I definitely won't teach anymore." Li Zishuan refused in a muffled voice. Li Tai saw that he was determined and knew that there was no room for negotiation. He thought for a while and said, "Okay, I'll come back tomorrow." "I won't teach tomorrow either. I have something to do tomorrow," Li Zishuan said quickly. Tomorrow, he would go to the workshop to see how the preparation of the printing department was going. The students were still waiting for the textbooks the day after tomorrow. Li Tai suddenly became angry. He wanted to curse on the spot, but when he thought of the consequences, he shrank his neck and said sullenly, "What can you do? Are you lying to me again? Believe it or not." Li Zishuan was too lazy to explain. He got up and was about to take the manuscript of Ordinary Man that Li Tai had transcribed. "Then I'll go with you tomorrow." Hey, this is what I wrote. Why are you taking it away? I plan to sell this story in the future. You can only listen to it. You're not allowed to take it away, so as not to leak the secret," Li Zishuan said with a smile. F***ck. Li Tai was sure that Li Zishuan was doing this on purpose. He was taking revenge on him for not handing in his homework in advance. In his opinion, although the novel was interesting, how much could it be sold for? Li Tai gritted his teeth and turned to leave. TSK, this little fatty's handwriting is not bad. Li Tai was speechless. At this moment, he really wanted to turn around and fight Li Zishuan to the death. Here, Li Tai was addicted to Ordinary Man. Over at the Imperial College, Meng Wenhao was lost in thought, unable to extricate himself. The sun was already setting in the west, but Meng Wenhao was still standing under the ginkgo tree stubbornly, looking up at the treetops. Because he had been in this position for a long time and hadn't stopped drinking, his thin and weak body seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. The drums of the Imperial College sounded, and the students rushed out of the classroom. When they arrived at the entrance of the Imperial College, they found that Meng Wenhao was still standing there. Thus, many people surrounded him, pointing and whispering to each other. "Oh my God, why is he still here? He's been standing there for so long. Will something happen to him? I think he must have been stimulated by something and turned into a fool." "I don't think so. Meng Wenhao's grades have always been good. What stimulated him? I don't care. I'm going home. This person is either crazy or a fool. Yes. Let's go home." After a while, the crowd dispersed. Facing the setting sun, their shadows were very long, and many of them reflected on Meng Wenhao's body. Meng Wenhao inadvertently looked down and saw this scene. He was stunned for a moment and seemed to understand something. Then he shouted excitedly, I finally figured it out." As he spoke, he wanted to run home. Unexpectedly, he stood for too long and lost control of his legs. He fell to the ground, but he continued to shout excitedly. The students who were walking in front of him turned around and saw this crazy scene. They couldn't help but look at each other and think, it seems that this student is really crazy. Chapter 166. Not long after Li Tai left, Li Jingma came back with a group of people to escort the bride. Old man Li's face was flushed and full of joy. He was pulled by his wife and asked a lot of questions, but he did not seem to be impatient. Xiao Shi came over secretly and went to Li Zishuan's side. She said softly, "Young master, young madam cried when she saw your letter. She also asked me to bring you a letter." Li Zishuan said happily, "Quickly give it to me." Xiao Shi carefully took out a letter from her waist pouch and passed it to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan took it and walked to the side. He opened it and saw a line of beautiful words, I want to know you and live a long life. The mountains have no edges, the heaven and earth merge, the river runs dry, the winter thunder rumbles, the summer snow dares to be separated from you. This was a Han folk love song called Shangxia. Li Zishuan used mushy words to express his love to Han Yushi. Han Yushi used poetry to express her unswerving love. This girl was shy when she needed to be, but once she expressed her feelings, she was passionate and unrestrained when she loved him. Li Zishuan smiled proudly. He had picked up a treasure. This kind of girl was even cuter, right? When Xiao He and Xiao Shi saw Li Zishuan's lewd smile, they couldn't help but back off in fear. The next day. Teacher, what are you doing here today? Li Tai left unwillingly yesterday, but he did not believe Li Zishuan's words. He thought that Li Zishuan was deliberately finding an excuse to fool him. Therefore, he came to the workshop today. Li Zishuan smiled and said, I'm here to get the teaching materials. The day before yesterday, I told the students that I would print teaching materials for everyone. I can't go back on my words, right? Teaching materials, damn teaching materials. Hearing these two words, Li Tai suddenly remembered his foolish act of buying teaching materials at a high price. Thus, he silently followed behind and didn't want to speak anymore. Li Zishuan looked at him and knew what he was thinking. Iron Egg had told him the day before yesterday. Li Zishuan neither agreed nor objected to this kind of thing. Anyway, one was willing to take the hit and the other was willing to take the hit. His disciple didn't suffer any losses, and Li Tai didn't lack the money. When he arrived at the workshop, he was greeted by the sight of countless busy craftsmen. Compared to the beginning, the number of craftsmen working in the workshop had increased by more than 3 times. The main reason was that the supply of scooters and skateboards could not meet the demand. These 2 items were already hard to find in Chang'an. Last month, he had negotiated a cooperation with Wang Rinbiao, and he had to give him 50% of the supply every month. The Chitsu Pavilion workshop, which was already short of supply, was even more strained. Seeing that Li Zishuan had arrived, the craftsmen didn't stop working. They only raised their heads and greeted him with a smile when Li Zishuan walked to their side. This was what Li Zishuan had told them before. He didn't like formalism. For him, efficiency was the way to go. The craftsmen were now full of a sense of belonging to the workshop. Not only was the treatment good, but there were also no officials who would scold them for no reason. They could obtain the most basic respect here. Therefore, when they worked, it was a race against time. When Li Tai saw that Li Zishuan had arrived and that the craftsmen were still at their original positions, each carrying out their duties, he couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. It wasn't that he hadn't been to the imperial family's workshop before, but every time he went, all of the officials and craftsmen would swarm out, fighting to prostrate themselves before him. Li Tai didn't find this annoying. Now that he saw the orderly scene of the Strange Interest Pavilion workshop, Li Tai couldn't help but think, this is what a workshop should be like. Led by a shop assistant, Li Zishuan came to a spacious independent courtyard. Inside, dozens of craftsmen were neatly arranging the dried clay molds in a certain order in a frame made in advance. When a frame was filled, it would become a page. Then, the ink was brushed, the paper was covered, and the press was done in one go. A page of the book was printed just like that. Li Tai, who was next to him, widened his eyes in shock and said with a confused face, What kind of printing method is this? Why haven't I seen it before? Li Zishuan laughed and said, Qingke, there are many things you haven't seen. Learn from me. Haha. After that, he left the confused Li Tai and went straight to find Lu Yidao. Master Lu, what do you think of the movable type printing technique? Li Zishuan asked with a smile when he saw Lu Yidao fiddling with a few newly dried clay movable characters. Oh, young master, you are here. This movable type printing technique is really magical. It just avoids the shortage of engraving plates. As long as enough individual movable characters are prepared in advance, they can be combined at any time. It greatly speeds up the plate-making time. After the movable type plates are printed, they can be dismantled and reused. Moreover, the movable type takes up less space than the engraving plates, so it is easier to store and keep. If we only print more than 30 teaching materials, it is certainly not as cost-effective as hiring someone to copy them. However, these movable characters can be kept as a backup. If we want to print any books in the future, the cost is too low. Lu Yidao saw Li Zixuan come in and quickly stood up and said excitedly. When Li Zixuan was about to answer, he heard Li Tai, who had just entered the door, shout, this method is really wonderful. Li Zixuan, you are really a genius. Li Tai was so excited that he didn't even call him Mr. Li. He directly called Li Zixuan by his name. Seeing that Li Tai was praising him, Li Zixuan decided not to argue with him about this. Young master, who is this? Lu Yidao was old and shrewd, but he also had good eyesight. He saw Li Tai's noble aura and knew that he was definitely not an ordinary person, so he asked aloud. Li Zixuan didn't want to scare him, so he waved his hand and said, he is just my student. Li Tai shrugged and didn't mean to reveal his identity. Lu Yidao said, oh, and thought that since the young master was teaching in the Imperial College and this person could follow the young master around and was the young master's student, he should be the son of an official. So he saluted Li Tai with his hands folded in front of his chest as a greeting. Master Lu, when will my teaching materials be printed? Li Zixuan came here today for the purpose of getting teaching materials, so he asked directly. Young master, they will all be printed and bound in the afternoon. I will send them to your mansion then. Lu Yidao replied with his hands folded in front of his chest. Li Zixuan nodded with satisfaction. He thought for a while and then asked, Master Lu, I asked you to set up a printing department last time. How is it going? Young master, the basic prototype of the printing department has been set up. At present, there is one supervisor, 20 craftsmen in charge of carving, more than 40 craftsmen in charge of typesetting and printing, and a scholar in charge of text proofreading. Li Zixuan said curiously, oh? There are scholars who are willing to come here? In Li Zixuan's impression, there was a clear division between the classes of scholars, farmers, workers, and merchants in ancient times. Scholars were all arrogant. How could they be engaged in the so-called lowly industry? Lu Yidao stroked his beard and said with a smile, Young master, not all scholars can pass the exam. After all, the majority of people fail the exam. They also need to earn money to make a living. Chapter 167. In the workshop of Strange Interest Pavilion. Master Lu, where is the scholar now? Take me to see him. Li Zixuan was suddenly very interested in this down-and-out scholar. How miserable was this person? He actually came to work in the workshop. Li Tai curled his lips and secretly thought that Li Zixuan was really inexperienced. Li Tai had seen this kind of thing many times. Thinking about it, Li Tai could not help but feel a sense of superiority in his heart. Cough, cough. Young master, this person is probably reading in the back hall. He is a scholar after all. How can I let him mingle with us bumpkins? Thus, I arranged a separate place for him to work. Lu Yidao wiped the sweat on his forehead and said with a little guilty conscience. After all, he had made a decision on this matter. If Li Zixuan blamed him, he had nothing to say. Li Zixuan smiled and said, Master Lu, take me to see him. Li Zixuan did not blame Lu Yidao for making a decision on his own. In fact, if this person was really capable, it was okay to give him some preferential treatment. After all, if there was no scholar in the printing department, it was obviously impossible. But if this person was just a good-for-nothing who used the name of a scholar to cheat for food and drink, Li Zixuan would let him go back to where he came from. Young master, here it is. Following Lu Yidao to the back hall in the southernmost part of the workshop, Li Zixuan looked around. The environment was quiet, birds were singing, and flowers were fragrant. It was really a good place to read. Okay. Li Zixuan nodded. Lu Yidao quickly stepped forward and led Li Zixuan and Li Tai into the door. Oh, Steward Lu, you are here. In the room, a middle-aged man with unkempt hair and a dirty face greeted Lu Yidao enthusiastically after seeing him come in. Li Zixuan frowned. No matter how he looked at this person, he looked like a beggar. He didn't look like a scholar at all. Could it be that he really came to the workshop to cheat food and drinks? Mr. Ma, this is our boss. Lu Yidao hurriedly stepped aside and told the middle-aged man who was the master. The sloppy middle-aged scholar was obviously stunned. After a moment, he cupped his hands and said to Li Zishuan in a serious manner, I am Ma Zhou from Feiping County in Guizhou. Nice to meet you, Mr. Li. Li Zishuan, who had originally wanted to test this person's talent, suddenly widened his eyes in shock when he heard the person's self-introduction. In his heart, he roared 3 times, F***CK. This person was actually the future Prime Minister of the Great Tang, and this formidable individual was actually working for him? Li Zishuan felt a little dizzy. The world was changing too fast. A man from Li County? A man from Li County? Ma Zhou saw that Li Zishuan was standing there in shock and didn't speak for a long time. He was a little worried and called him twice. He was worried in his heart. Could it be that the fact that he was a teaching assistant in Guizhou, drank all day and was scolded by the provincial governor for not doing any work had already reached the ears of this man from Li County? Ma Zhou lost his parents when he was young and had no one to rely on. Fortunately, he was diligent and didn't give up on himself. However, the years of poverty made him somewhat angry. His behavior was undisciplined and he drank wantonly. He was often drunk. During the reign of Wu De, the provincial governor of Guizhou, De Shishu, heard that Ma Zhou was proficient in classics and history. He was knowledgeable and talented, so he hired him to be a teaching assistant in Guizhou. However, this fellow's work ethic was obviously problematic. He drank all day and didn't take teaching as his job. He was paid but didn't do any work. He only knew how to drink and looked drunk all day. De Shishu reprimanded him a few times, but Ma Zhou didn't change. He still did things his own way. Finally, one day, Ma Zhou drank and messed things up again. De Shishu couldn't take it anymore and heavily reprimanded him. This time, the reprimand was very heavy. Ma Zhou lost face on the spot. Thus, in a fit of anger, he took off his official robe and handed it to his student. He asked him to return the provincial governor's robe. Then, he laughed to the sky and left Guizhou. When this fellow left Guizhou, he was very confident. However, when he left Guizhou, he was dumbfounded. He didn't have any money for travel. Fortunately, he met a few important people on the way. After a few turns, he arrived at the capital, Chang'an. However, his money for travel had already been used up. However, he had to find a job. After finding a few jobs at the academy, he had nothing to do. The money they gave him was too little. It wasn't even enough for him to drink. Thus, this fellow quit his job and continued to look for jobs. As a matter of fact, he happened to come across the workshop of Strange Taste Pavilion. The pay was very generous. Thus, he didn't care about being reserved as a scholar and eagerly ran over. Oh, Mr. Ma, right? How did Mr. Ma recognize me? Li Zishuan reacted and casually asked. Ma Zhou smiled and said, the scooters of Strange Taste Pavilion are not only popular in Chang'an. They are also gradually becoming popular in other provinces and counties. The divine plow of curved yuan also originated from Strange Taste Pavilion. It was greatly promoted by the current emperor. Countless people in the world have benefited from it. Nowadays, who doesn't know the name of Strange Taste Pavilion? Who doesn't know the owner of Strange Taste Pavilion? Just now, when Steward Lu called you owner, I guessed that you were the man from Lantian County. Li Zishuan had only asked casually. He didn't expect Ma Zhou to beat around the bush with so many twists and turns. He thought to himself that when this person was smart, he really wasn't vague at all. Mr. Ma is smart. I wonder if Mr. Ma is satisfied with this job. Satisfied. Ma Zhou nodded repeatedly. However, he heard Li Zishuan's tone. It seemed that he had the intention of raising his pay. Then, he rolled his eyes and added, it's just that there's no wine to drink in this workshop. It's really a fly in the ointment. Li Zishuan rolled his eyes. In his previous life, he had heard that Ma Zhou was addicted to alcohol. Now, it seemed that it was true. As long as Mr. Ma has real talent and can help me with something, I'm willing to give you some good wine. Li Zishuan purposely kept him in suspense. Ma Zhou's eyes lit up. He thought to himself that there was hope. He quickly asked, "Is owner's words true?" Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Of course it's true. I wonder if Mr. Ma has heard of Drunken Immortal. If Mr. Ma is willing to do his best to help me, I'll give you an extra pot of Drunken Immortal every month in addition to your salary. How about it?" A pot of Drunken Immortal? Ma Zhou couldn't help but swallow a few mouthfuls of saliva. Not only had he heard of Drunken Immortal, he had also smelled it. Of course, he couldn't afford to drink it. When he first came to Chang'an, the first thing he did was to find out where the best restaurant in Chang'an was. In the end, when he arrived at Drunken Immortal, he was dumbfounded when he saw the price of the wine and dishes. With the few hundred copper coins in his wallet, he couldn't even afford a plate of chicken, let alone a liter of Drunken Immortal. Therefore, he could only pretend as if nothing had happened and tell the waiter that he had gone to the wrong place. Then, he silently left. When he walked to the door, he suddenly smelled the strong fragrance of wine on the tables of other diners. As a result, this guy couldn't take another step. He stood at the door of Drunken Immortal for the whole day, smelling the Drunken Immortal. At this time, he heard Li Zishuan say that he could provide him with an extra pot of Drunken Immortal every month. His heart trembled a few times. This was worth 50 strings of coins, which was dozens of times more than his basic salary. However, he had never met Li Zishuan before. Why would he give him such a generous offer? After being excited for a while, Ma Zhou immediately calmed down and became vigilant against Li Zishuan. What does owner want me to do? I'll make it clear in advance. Although I'm poor, I will never commit crimes, break the law, or go against reason. No matter how much money you give me, I will never do it. Sweat, the offer was too generous. The other party thought that he had bad intentions. Li Zishuan was sweating in his heart. It was hard to be a good person these days. Mr. Ma, don't worry. What I want you to do is definitely not against the law or against reason. It's just that. Chapter 168. What do you mean? When Ma Zhou heard the first half of Li Zishuan's words, his eyes lit up. However, when he heard that Li Zishuan did not continue, he felt as if 100 claws were scratching his heart. He was annoyed that Li Zishuan was deliberately keeping him in suspense. Li Zishuan smiled and did not answer. Instead, he changed the topic and asked, "What do you think of the movable type printing technology in this workshop?" When Ma Zhou heard about printing technology, he immediately became excited and said excitedly, "Of course it's good. That's great. With the movable type printing technology, the cost of books will be greatly reduced. In the future, all the poor scholars in the world will be able to afford to read books. Lord Zhu, you are doing a great deed." Li Zishuan was puzzled and asked, "What? Do you mean that books are very expensive now? Scholars can't afford them?" He had transmigrated for a long time and had never bought books from a bookstore. He did not understand the situation of the book market. When he saw that Ma Zhou was overly excited, he was curious and asked this question. When Ma Zhou heard Li Zishuan's question, he seemed to have thought of something. His eyes suddenly became red. He angrily hammered the pillar next to him and said angrily, "It's not just expensive, it's simply robbery. My Tang dynasty has millions of books. I'm afraid that 700,000 to 800,000 of them are in the hands of the aristocratic families. The price of a book in the bookstore is enough for an ordinary family of 3 to live for a year. How can those poor scholars afford it? If it wasn't for my father's collection of books, I would still be an illiterate person. It's good enough that I didn't starve to death. How can I still hope to read books?" The way Ma Zhou was spouting nonsense was like an ancient version of an angry youth. In fact, Ma Zhou was right. The book trade in the Tang dynasty was very active. Bookstores were all over the country. Because engraving printing was not popular, books were still handwritten. Therefore, the price was relatively expensive. Generally, each volume cost more than 1,000 copper coins. Yi Meng of the Southern Song dynasty summed up the price of books before the Tang dynasty in one word: expensive. He said, before the Tang dynasty, all books were written and there was no way to print them. People valued books. It could be seen that at that time, people regarded books as a very valuable commodity and scrambled to collect them. Just like modern real estate, it was more valuable than gold, which led to people buying houses crazily. Li Tai couldn't help but interject, "Doesn't the imperial court encourage people to copy books? Mr. Ma, you can copy books and send them to the government office to exchange for money before buying other books." After Li Er became the emperor, in order to encourage the people to contribute their books, he once issued an edict: books from the 3 ministries will be given 1,000 coins. It meant that each copy of a book would cost 1,000 copper coins. It could be said that this was the first time an official price had been set. Therefore, the books in bookstores were usually priced slightly higher than this. Ma Zhou said angrily, "T. If you want to copy books, you have to be able to borrow the books first. Those rich families with book collections will know that you borrow books to copy, so they will first charge you 600 to 700 copper coins as rent." May I ask how I should address you, little brother?" Ma Zhou scolded for a while, then remembered that he didn't know who this little fatty was. "Master Lu, you go ahead with your work. I will talk to Mr. Ma for a while," Li Zishuan said. Lu Yidao cupped his hands and said yes, then left and closed the door. "Mr. Ma, this is His Highness, Prince of Wei." Li Zishuan formally introduced him to Ma Zhou. Ma Zhou's legs trembled and he almost knelt down. He had just scolded Li Tai. "Greetings to His Highness, Prince of Wei," Ma Zhou said in a trembling voice. Although he hated the rich, the supremacy of imperial power had been deeply ingrained in his heart. Moreover, Ma Zhou was well versed in classics, history, classics, and books. What he wrote was a policy of stabilizing the country, so naturally, he wanted to sell goods to the imperial family. For many years, he had not found the right sales channel and only wandered around the states and counties. How could he sell at a good price? Now that he met Li Tai, the most beloved son of His Majesty, his mind was a little active. However, when he remembered that he had just scolded Li Tai, he couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Li Tai waved his hand and said, "You don't have to be so polite." In fact, he was not very interested in Ma Zhou. After all, it was the first time they met, and he didn't know how talented Ma Zhou was. Moreover, Ma Zhou's sloppy appearance really made people dislike him. On the other hand, he had a literature center and many scholars under him. He didn't lack literati. Ma Zhou had experienced the fickleness of human nature for many years. Naturally, he could see that Li Tai was not interested in him. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It was better to do his job well and not bite off more than he could chew. Li Zishuan smiled and said to Ma Zhou, "Mr. Ma, when I first set up this printing department in the workshop, I thought that it would be more convenient to print books in the future. That's why I invented movable type printing." Ma Zhou and Li Tai were speechless. This was a very strong reason. To set up a printing workshop for the convenience of printing books, how rich must your family be? However, after meeting Mr. Ma today and hearing Mr. Ma's words, I decided to make this printing department bigger and stronger. In the future, the printing department will be renamed the Ministry of Culture. Not only will we print classics, but we will also publish our own books to open the minds of the people. Moreover, I have a way to reduce the cost of paper. The ultimate dream of our Ministry of Culture is to let everyone in the world be able to read and read. Brother Ma, I wonder if you are willing to help me sincerely? Li Zishuan looked at Ma Zhou and said sincerely. These words weren't completely a bluff. Previously, he set up the printing department only for his own convenience. However, now that Ma Zhou was in charge of the printing department, if he still wanted to use the printing department to print books for himself, it would be a waste of Ma Zhou's talent in governing the country. In the future, the printing department must be transformed into a cultural export department. Ma Zhou's eyes widened and his breathing quickened. He was really shocked by Li Zishuan's shocking words. Let everyone in the world be able to read and read. What a great dream this was. Angry youth, angry youth. In addition to being fond of scolding others, he also had a characteristic of being impulsive. Ma Zhou lived up to his name as an angry youth. I'll do it. As long as I can let everyone in the world be able to read and read, Lord Zhu, even if you don't give me a single salary, I, Ma Zhou, will do it. At this moment, Ma Zhou had completely forgotten about the ethics of being a scholar and not engaging in a lowly profession. He just wanted to roll up his sleeves and go all out. Good. Brother Ma, you are so bold. Don't worry, with me here, this dream is definitely not just a dream. One day, it will be realized by us. Brother Ma, not only will you be famous for thousands of years, you will also be rich. Li Zishuan's heroic spirit rose as he laughed heartily. Li Tai looked envious and interrupted, Sir, why don't you count me in? Tai has many scholars under him. Perhaps they can help you. As a member of the royal family, Li Tai also had his own position. Li Tai was now wantonly suppressing the aristocratic families and promoting poor officials. Therefore, Li Tai himself did not like people from aristocratic families. Li Zishuan's Ministry of Culture was a very good weapon to deal with aristocratic families. Li Zishuan did not think about these twists and turns. He thought for a moment and nodded, okay, then I will give Qingke 30% of the Ministry of Culture's shares. Qingke, remember to bring 3,000 strings of cash to buy shares in the future. Selling books at a low price would affect the interests of many people. Li Zishuan wanted to pull a prince into the car as a shield. Li Tai vomited blood and said, 3,000 strings of cash. Why don't you go rob someone? I can send a few scholars to help you. Can you ask for less money? Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, there's no need. Brother Ma's talent alone is enough. Qingke, if you think it's too expensive, then forget it. Master will go find Gao Ming. I think Gao Ming will be willing. Nonsense, if Ma Zhou could be a thinker, how could he not be talented? He did not care about the scholars under Li Tai. Maybe they would all be arrogant and not do anything when they came. I am willing. Brother Zishuan, I am willing to pay 3,000 strings of cash for 30% of the shares. Li Qingxian's shout came from outside the door. Li Zishuan was speechless. Speak of the devil, Li Qingxian must have been eavesdropping outside for a while. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Qingxian pushed the door open and entered. He then looked at Li Zishuan excitedly. Chapter 169. A few days ago, Li Zishuan heard that Li Zishuan had created a new type of mathematics in the Imperial College. Furthermore, Li Tai had also received praise from Li Er for this. Thus, he wanted to come to Yongla Lane to look for Li Zishuan for a textbook to see what this new type of mathematics was all about. In the end, he was informed by the Li residence's servants that Li Zishuan was in the workshop. Thus, he came looking for him. Some of the old people in the workshop knew Li Qingxian, so no one dared to stop him. They even pointed the way for him. When Li Qingxian arrived at the back hall, he happened to hear Li Zishuan's bold words. Then, he heard about the investment and hurriedly called out. If it were 2 months ago, he definitely wouldn't have been able to take out 3,000 strings of cash. However, he had 30% of the shares in Strange Interest Pavilion. Last month's dividends amounted to more than 2,000 strings of cash. Now, he could be considered to be quite wealthy. After tasting the benefits, Li Zishuan needed someone to work with. How could Li Qingxian refuse? Li Tai glared at him and said, Big brother, I came here first. How can you snatch it from me? Li Qingxian smiled and said, Isn't it because you think it's expensive, Qingke? I can only do it for you. Ma Zhou's legs trembled and he almost peed himself. Another great person had come. He couldn't help but think that his boss's background was really strong. Student Ma Zhou greets Your Highness the Crown Prince. Li Qingxian grunted and waved his hand with a smile. Mr. Ma, please dispense with the formalities. He knew how to conduct himself slightly better than Li Tai. When he heard Li Zishuan's tone outside the door, he seemed to be very respectful to Ma Zhou. Thus, he also gave some face to Li Zishuan and addressed Ma Zhou as Mr. Ma Zhou. Ma Zhou was instantly overwhelmed by the favor. To be addressed as Mr. by the current crown prince was such an honor. Li Tai said unhappily, "Who says I think it's expensive? Isn't it just 3,000 strings of cash? I can afford it, Mr. Li. I'll get someone to send 3,000 strings of cash over tomorrow." Since young, the little fatty had always liked to compete with his big brother, Li Qingxian. At this time, how could he be willing to fall behind? He calculated in his mind. If the Prince of Wei's residents were to raise money from everywhere, they should be able to gather 3,000 strings of cash. If that was not possible, they could also sell some books. When Li Qingxian heard this, he said anxiously, "Little Xian, you can't favor one and discriminate against the other. This solitude is also willing to fork out money to cooperate." Li Zishuan shook his head and laughed, "Your Highness, why are you here today?" Li Qingxian was a little embarrassed. After all, he had been eavesdropping outside for a while. "Ahem, I originally wanted to borrow a textbook from you today to see your new mathematics. I didn't expect you to not be at home, so I came here to look for you." Li Zishuan nodded, thought for a moment, and said, "Since both your highnesses want to participate, how about this? Both your highnesses will contribute 2,000 strings of cash each, and each of you will get 20% of the shares. What do you think, your highnesses?" He only wanted to honestly live his own leisurely days. He didn't want to help Li Tai and Li Qingxian in their infighting, nor did he want to offend either of them. Of course, if possible, Li Zishuan hoped that the two of them could live in harmony. Li Tai and Li Qingxian looked at each other. They both knew that this was probably the best solution, so they nodded in agreement. "Okay, then this department will be officially named Shitsu Culture. The three of us will be in charge of it. I hope that everyone will work together to make all the people of the Tang Empire able to afford to read as soon as possible." Okay. No matter what grudges the two of them had before, now that they had a common interest, they could not help but be of one mind. "Next, I will be in charge of improving the papermaking technology and reducing the cost of paper. Qin Ke heard that you have a rich collection of books. Tomorrow, Brother Ma will go to your place to choose dozens of fine books. We will first print these books and sell them. I'll buy a store next to the Strange Interest Pavilion to sell books." Li Zishuan thought for a moment and said. Li Tai smiled and said, "Okay, I will go back today and tell the servants. Ma Zhou, you just need to come over tomorrow." Ma Zhou cupped his hands and said to Li Tai, "Thank you, Your Highness." Li Zishuan took 2 steps and said, "In addition to printing some unique copies of ancient books, we also have to produce our own books. Relatively speaking, this is a huge project. Let me tell you an idea first, you can refer to it." Li Qingxian asked curiously, "Xiao Xian, you plan to write the books yourself?" Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Currently, the aristocratic families control most of the education resources. If the children of ordinary families want to read and write, they have to pay a high price. I plan to organize people to produce a dictionary to teach people how to read and write." Li Tai smiled and said, "Mr. Li, the book you mentioned already exists. Now, every bookstore sells Shuo Wen Jie Zi." The author of Shuo Wen Jie Zi was Su Shen. It was the first book in China that systematically analyzed the Chinese characters and studied the source of the characters. It was also one of the earliest dictionaries in the world. It was a Chinese dictionary arranged according to the radicals. It was written from the 12th year of the Han Emperor Yongyuan to the 1st year of the Emperor Jingguang. In the Sui and Tang dynasties, Shuo Wen Jie Zi had become one of the essential reference books for scholars. Li Zishuan shook his head and said, "The dictionary I am talking about is Shuo Wen Jie Zi with symbols. I call these symbols pinyin. As long as you learn this spelling method, no matter how complicated the word is, as long as it is marked with pinyin, even a child can read it." "Is pinyin so magical?" Ma Zhou couldn't help but cry out in surprise. He had suffered since he was a child, and he understood better than anyone that if pinyin really was as miraculous as Li Zishuan said, then the educational structure of the Great Tang would undergo a fundamental change, and more people would become literate. Li Zishuan didn't talk nonsense. He came to the table, picked up the brush, and wrote 26 letters on the paper. He began to teach the three of them pinyin. An hour later, Li Zishuan wrote Jiao in pinyin and said, Qingke, you try to spell it. Among them, Li Tai's ability to accept new things was the strongest. Therefore, Li Zishuan let him try first. Li Tai nodded and went forward to spell it. Jiao yi jiao. Li Zishuan clapped his hands and said with a smile, exactly. Ma Zhou also reacted and exclaimed in admiration, amazing, it's really amazing. If this is a child from an ordinary family, it would take a few days to learn pinyin. Then, if they buy a dictionary like you said, wouldn't they be able to learn to read at home? It's really magical. Li Qingxian also said with a happy face, pinyin is really a good thing. If my father knew about it, he would be very happy. Li Zishuan said, since everyone agrees on this dictionary, Ma Zhou will be the chief editor of the dictionary. Qingke, Gao Ming, each of you send 3 scholars to assist Ma Zhou. This dictionary will be called the Tang Empire Dictionary. Pay attention, the scholars you send are only to assist Ma Zhou. Don't fight with each other and make the Ministry of Culture a mess. Li Zishuan decided to say the ugly words first, in case there was trouble later. Li Qingxian nodded and said, okay. Ma Zhou waved his hand and said, Lord Zhu, you can't do that. I have little talent and knowledge. How can I let the scholars assist me? Li Tai also frowned and said, yes, is Ma Zhou talented enough? This guy never knew how to beat around the bush. His words were too hurtful. Li Zishuan said angrily, I believe Brother Ma can do it well. If you have any objections, we won't compile the dictionary. Ma Zhou saw Li Zishuan supporting him and couldn't help but feel touched. Li Tai rolled his eyes, he learned this from Li Zishuan, and didn't say a word. Chapter 170. After settling the matter of the dictionary of the Tang dynasty, Li Zishuan suddenly felt that he had forgotten something. After thinking for a while, he clapped his hands and smiled. He clapped his hands and said, oh right, Ma Zhou, other than compiling the dictionary, you have to help me with something else. I want to start a newspaper. Ma Zhou frowned and asked, Lord Zhu, what is a newspaper? In the past, he was conceited that he was extremely talented and knowledgeable, but what he saw and heard today had really struck a great blow to his confidence. Because some words that he'd never heard of kept popping out from Li Zishuan's mouth, causing him to be unable to help but wonder if Li Zishuan was too monstrous, or if his knowledge was too shallow. Li Qingxian and Li Tai also looked at him curiously. Li Zishuan explained, the so-called newspaper is a printed matter that is published to the public on a regular basis. It mainly publishes strange news and comments from famous people. This newspaper is quite large and is divided into several sections. It can record some of the new things that are happening around you. It can also invite some famous scholars to interpret the new decrees issued by the imperial court for the public. It can also record some of the recent major cases that the government has tried. It can even publish some novels. The newspaper will be published once a day, and then we will hire a newsboy to sell it in the tea houses. In the early stages, we will write the content ourselves. In the later stages, we can ask scholars to submit articles to us. We will select the best and pay them some remuneration. In the long run, the content of our newspaper will become more and more abundant. The public will also get used to buying a newspaper every day when they have nothing to do to see what is happening around them. Li Qingxian pondered for a moment, then clapped his hands and laughed, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. In this way, we will be able to know everything that is happening in the world without leaving the house? Li Zishuan nodded, that's the logic. Li Tai laughed, this is good, this is good. This way, we can read novels in the newspaper in the future. Li Zishuan was speechless. He was worried that once the newspaper was published, the Prince of Wei would become a shut-in who only knew how to read novels every day. Ma Zhou cupped his hands and said, don't worry, Lord Zhu. This Ma will handle this matter as soon as possible. Li Zishuan thought about it again and said, Brother Ma, you can put more effort into the other sections. I'll be in charge of writing the novel section first. You'll have to work hard for the next few days. Write down the content I just mentioned and give it to me. I'll do the typesetting for the first issue. For the next few issues, you just have to copy it. Ma Zhou was just about to agree when Li Qingxian beat him to it. Little Xian, you have a new novel? Li Zishuan nodded and said, I just started writing it recently. It's called The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. Here, this is the manuscript. As he spoke, he took out a stack of manuscripts from his sleeve. His other purpose for coming here today was to ask Lu Yidao to arrange for someone to print the first few chapters of the novel, and then sell it as a serial book. As a result, now that he had Ma Zhou, Li Zishuan planned to create big news and directly launch a newspaper. He believed that with the addition of this wonderful novel in the early stages, the sales of the newspaper would definitely get better and better. Li Qingxian hurriedly took it excitedly and glanced at it. He immediately exclaimed, Wow, I haven't seen you for a few days. Little Xian, your handwriting has become so good. Oh, no, why does this handwriting look a little familiar? Li Tai smiled proudly and said, I wrote this myself. Of course my handwriting is good. Calligraphy was one of Li Tai's strengths that he was proud of. At this time, when he heard Li Qingxian's praise, the little fatty couldn't help but grin even though he usually didn't get along with his big brother. Oh, no wonder, no wonder. Qingke, your calligraphy has improved again. Li Qingxian nodded in understanding and casually praised Li Tai. As the big brother, he still had this kind of bearing. Huh, you flatter me. The little fatty's face was full of pride. He didn't know the meaning of modesty at all. Li Qingxian smiled and looked at the thick stack of manuscripts in his hands. He thought for a moment and said, Little Xian, I wonder if I can take these manuscripts back to read? He wanted to read them now, but with so many manuscripts, it was obvious that he wouldn't be able to finish reading them in a short period of time. He could only take them back and read them slowly. Li Zishuan nodded and said, Yes, Your Highness. Just remember to send someone to deliver them after you've finished reading them. Okay. The few of them discussed the future direction of Strange Culture. Li Tai and Li Qingxian said goodbye. The two of them usually had a lot of things to do. They weren't like Li Zishuan, the rich second generation, who could wander around all day. At this time, only Li Zishuan and Ma Zhou were left in the room. Li Zishuan smiled and asked, Brother Ma, are you more confident now? Ma Zhou laughed heartily and said, Of course. I really didn't expect Lord Zhu to be able to get in touch with the Crown Prince and Prince Wei. With the help of the two of you, our strange culture will definitely succeed. Li Zishuan nodded and looked into Ma Zhou's eyes for a while before saying, he stared at them for a while and said, Brother Ma, if this succeeds, not only will you and I be famous for eternity, but you will also have a bright future and wealth in the future. I hope Brother Ma can settle down and do things honestly before strange culture takes off. Don't think about anything else. Ma Zhou's heart trembled. He knew that Li Zishuan's words were a warning to him. He didn't expect Li Zishuan to see through his previous thoughts. He quickly cupped his hands and said, Lord Zhu is right. I will definitely do my best. He also understood that he had nothing now. Prince Wei and the Crown Prince would definitely look down on him. Li Zishuan could help him now. No matter what, he had to be worthy of Li Zishuan. Instead of going out to curry favor with others, it was better to stay here and do a good job. When the time came and his name was known, he wouldn't have to worry about his future. Li Zishuan nodded with satisfaction. He walked to the table and pondered for a moment. He said, I wonder if Brother Ma has a family in Chang'an. Ma Zhou sweated and said, Cough, cough. I have been poor since I was young. I haven't married yet. Li Zishuan was speechless. Ma Zhou looked like he was at least 26 or 27 years old. In modern times, there was no problem. However, in ancient times, it was very problematic for someone to be unmarried at such an age. Alas, he could only blame himself for not caring about his appearance. His image was too poor. Then where is Brother Ma staying now? Ma Zhou was even more embarrassed. He coughed embarrassedly and said, "Cough, cough, cough. I used to stay in an inn. However, I used up all my traveling expenses a few days ago. I've been staying here for the past 2 days." Li Zishuan looked around. There wasn't even a bed in the room. This Ma Zhou probably slept on the table at night. The future prime minister of the Tang Empire was actually living such a miserable life. Li Zishuan frowned and said, "How can this be? I'll ask Faubert to rent a house near the workshop for Brother Ma. A person can only work more efficiently when he has a good rest." Ma Zhou hurriedly cupped his hands and thanked him gratefully. After chatting with Ma Zhou for a while, Li Zishuan pushed the door open and left. Chapter 171. After exiting the back hall, he bumped into Faubert. Li Zishuan briefly told him about the newly established Strange Culture Department and asked him to cooperate with Ma Zhou's work more in the future. He also repeatedly told him to improve Ma Zhou's treatment so that he could work in the workshop with peace of mind. After explaining, Faubert gave Li Zishuan 2 things. One was a horseshoe, and the other was the blood transfusion syringe that Li Zishuan asked him to make a long time ago. "Young master, this is the horseshoe and syringe that you asked me to make before. This horseshoe is quite easy to make, just follow the blueprint. As for the syringe and needle, I tried my best, but this is the best I could make." Faubert handed the things to Li Zishuan and said with a bitter smile. Li Zishuan took a look and suddenly his forehead was full of black lines. This F*King needle was almost as thick as a matchstick. Was it trying to stab someone to death? If it was a little thicker, it would be almost as thick as a human's blood vessel. The syringe was nothing to complain about. In this era, there was no rubber. Li Zishuan also thought for a long time before he suggested Faubert to wash the animal intestines, sterilize it with alcohol, and then rinse it with distilled water. Then, connect it to the syringe to replace the syringe. His previous set of equipment could not only be used to concentrate wine, but also to make distilled water. Li Zishuan also understood that the process of making this set of blood transfusion equipment was very troublesome. After all, every step had very strict requirements for the operator. It could not be contaminated. Therefore, he never urged Faubert for so long. But now, this syringe really made him a little dissatisfied. "Faubert, can this syringe be thinner? Like the thickness of an embroidery needle?" Li Zishuan asked somewhat unwillingly. Faubert smiled bitterly, "Young master, this is already the thinnest needle we can make. Don't think that embroidery needles can be made very thin. They are made with an iron rod and then slowly polished. Your needle is made with an iron pipe and then polished. At most, it can only be this thin. If it is any thinner, I'm afraid it will break in the middle." Li Zishuan did not want to force Faubert anymore. In the end, the industrial foundation was too weak. Many professional mechanical equipment workshops did not have, and it was all done by hand. It was not bad to be able to make it like this. If it was painful, then so be it. He believed that Faubert should be able to endure this pain. "All right then. Thanks for your hard work, Faubert." Li Zishuan waved his hand, took the horseshoe and syringe, and went home. When he got home, Li Zishuan went straight to his study to prepare a set of papermaking equipment. The current papermaking technology of the Tang dynasty was still passed down from the improved papermaking technology of the Eastern Han dynasty. At that time, he used tree bark, hemp, rags, fishing nets, and other raw materials to make paper. Compared to the paper made from plant fibers before the Eastern Han dynasty, the cost of this paper was indeed much cheaper. However, because the papermaking process was completely manual, the cost was still very high, and it was not something that ordinary people could afford. In the relevant history books of the Tang dynasty, it was recorded that Huai Su practiced calligraphy with a wooden board and became a master of cursive calligraphy. When Bai Zhi was young, he wrote one stroke at a time. He did not dare to be careless because a piece of paper was a few days' worth of food. Thus, it could be seen that the price of paper in the Tang dynasty was still very high. Li Zixuan planned to draw a set of long net papermaking machine. This was a patent that the British brothers Fourlinier bought from the inventor of the papermaking machine and gave it to Tang Jin to improve the design. In 1803, they successfully made the first long net papermaking machine that could make paper, also known as the Fourlinier papermaking machine. Its main feature was that it had a conveyor belt-shaped part made up of endless nets. It was composed of the wet part, including the head box, shaper, and press part, and the dry part, drying, calendaring, and coiling. At that time, the power source of this papermaking equipment relied on the steam engine that had improved. However, with the current industrial foundation of the Tang dynasty, there were still many difficulties in making a steam engine. Therefore, Li Zixuan made some changes. In the transmission and refining parts, some linkage structures were added so that this part could be replaced by animal power. Compared to the current traditional papermaking workshop, not only would the speed and efficiency of papermaking be greatly improved, but the cost would also be lower. For other people, drawing such a complicated set of blueprints would take at least 2 to 3 days. However, Li Zixuan was different. He had abnormal mental strength that exceeded that of ordinary people, as well as skillful control of his strength. When he drew the blueprints, he did not stop at all. He was completely like a printing machine. After nearly 2 hours, Li Zixuan finally straightened his body. He shook his sore wrist and let out a long breath. Looking at the stack of blueprints in front of him, he smiled with satisfaction. Then, he called San Bao and asked him to send it to the workshop and pass it to Faubert. "Young master, you told me not to let anyone disturb you while you were drawing. In the end, you were drawing until now. You didn't even have lunch. I'll get the kitchen to cook for you." At this time, Xiaoxi ran over and said with a distressed expression. Only then did Li Zixuan look at the sky. It was already past lunchtime. He then remembered that when he came back, he did tell Xiaoxi not to let anyone disturb him while he was drawing. Who knew that he had been drawing for so long that he even forgot to eat lunch? His stomach also let out 2 goo-goo sounds of protest. "Sigh, I'm not qualified to be a rich second generation. How can a rich second generation starve?" Li Zixuan criticized himself in his heart. He looked at Xiaoxi's beautiful face and said, "Okay, Xiaoxi, go quickly. I'm starving." Xiaoxi obeyed and left. Li Zixuan admired the little girl's delicate back and could not help but sigh. It's so good to have a little girl like her by my side. Clothes will be handed to me, food will be served to me. The most important thing is that she's beautiful. When I have nothing to do, it's nice to look at her. Unknowingly, Li Zixuan was walking further and further down the path of feudal society. He did not look back at all. After finishing his lunch in a whirlwind manner, Li Zixuan was just about to lie down and rest when Lan Er ran over. Brother, Lan Er's little gray was bullied by the big white horse. Quickly go and save it." Li Zixuan was speechless. A dog could be bullied by a horse. What kind of nonsense was this? "Xiao He, what's going on? Isn't the white horse at home recuperating recently?" Li Zixuan looked at Xiao He who was behind Lan Er and asked. That day when the big white horse was injured and carried back, Wang Zhong was very perceptive and took the initiative to invite the best veterinarian in the city to treat its injuries. Li Zixuan was surprised when he heard about this. He did not expect that there would be a professional veterinarian in the Tang dynasty. Xiao He looked at Lan Er and hesitated for a long time before saying to Li Zixuan, "Young master, the big white horse's injuries were not serious before. It's already recovered today." Little Gray was still teasing it like before, but in the end. Chapter 172. After Xiao He explained for a long time, Li Zixuan finally understood. According to the stable's groom, Little Gray saw that the big white horse's hooves were injured a few days ago, so it couldn't move. Therefore, it came up with the idea of flirting with the big white horse. From time to time, it would come to the side of the big white horse and harass it in all kinds of ways. The white horse was indeed powerless and could only snort in protest. Little Gray tried a few times and found that the white horse really couldn't do anything to him, so he became more and more aggressive. There were even a few times when he ran into the white horse's trough to pee. In the end, it was a tragedy today. This white horse not only held grudges, it was also quite intelligent. Although it had already recovered from its injuries today, when it saw Little Gray strolling over as usual, it deliberately pretended that its injuries were not healed. It lay on the ground, waiting for Little Gray to come over and harass it. As expected, Little Gray fell into the trap. It started to flirt with the white horse. Suddenly, the white horse jumped up and kicked Little Gray. Little Gray was kicked into the air and experienced what it meant to be a flying dog. After it landed, it lay on the ground and cried out in pain. Previously, because the white horse was injured, the servants didn't tie it up. However, today, the white horse suddenly went berserk and relentlessly chased after Little Gray all over the courtyard. Lon ran over to her brother to ask for help. After all, this big white horse was Lisa Schwann's mount. Lisa Schwann shook his head and laughed in spite of himself. He had no sympathy for Little Gray, this little rascal. This little thing had obviously dug its own grave, so it deserved its fate. However, he couldn't let the big white horse continue to cause trouble. All right, Lon, stop fooling around. Big brother will accompany you to take a look. Yeah. Lana hurriedly stood up excitedly and pulled Lisa Schwann away. Wait, I'll go get something. Lisa Schwann brought the horseshoes to the west side of the backyard. Sure enough, he saw Little Gray being chased by the big white horse beside the stable. The little thing turned its head and barked at the white horse as it ran. Lisa Schwann was speechless. This guy was about to die, yet he was still acting like a bitch. He really didn't know where his courage came from. In fact, the big white horse obviously didn't use all its strength to chase. It probably also wanted to tease Little Gray. Lisa Schwann put his thumb and middle finger together, placed them in front of his tongue, and blew a long whistle. The big white horse heard the whistle and stopped. It turned its neck to look, and when it saw that it was Lisa Schwann, it immediately ignored Little Gray and happily ran to Lisa Schwann's side. It used its head to intimately rub against Lisa Schwann's arm. When Little Gray saw that the white horse was no longer chasing after it, it excitedly barked twice. Then, it ran to Lon's side and rubbed against Lon's trousers. It whimpered pitifully. Lon squatted down and hugged it. She complained to Lisa Schwann, "Big brother, your white horse is too much. Little Gray is so cute, yet it has the heart to bully it." Lisa Schwann was speechless. There was no need to be so protective. This matter was obviously caused by the little thing's own death. How could the white horse be blamed? At this time, the white horse also snorted, as if it was protesting. Lisa Schwann touched the mane on the white horse's neck and said to Lon, Okay, the white horse won't bully your Little Gray in the future. Shall he go call a few servants over to help? I want to put on shoes for the horse. Shao He was confused and asked, "Young master, why does the horse need to wear shoes?" Lisa Schwann waved his hand and said, "You will know in a while. Go call the servants first." Oh. Shao He didn't dare to ask any more. She went to the front yard with a stomach full of doubts. A moment later, Shao He called over 4 strong servants, including San Bao. Lisa Schwann tied the white horse's reins to the tree next to him and instructed the servants to flip the horse over so that the horse's hooves faced the sky. Then, he asked the 4 of them to hold the white horse down. Lisa Schwann personally went up to nail the horse's hooves. The big, T-shaped iron nail on the horse's hooves was about 5 centimeters long. It was nailed directly into the horse's hooves. Lon, Shao Shi, and Shao He screamed at the side and quickly covered their eyes, not daring to look. Lisa Schwann shook his head with a smile and continued to do the same thing. He nailed horseshoes on the other 3 hooves of the white horse, and then let the people let go of the white horse. The white horse rolled on the ground and stood up directly, as if nothing had happened. Lisa Schwann stroked the horse's mane and said with a smile, "Okay, from now on, I will call you Whitey. Now that you have shoes to wear, you don't have to worry about your feet getting hurt anymore." The white horse used its head to knock Lisa Schwann's arm. No one knew if it liked this name or not. Brother, why isn't the white horse injured? Lon opened her eyes and saw Whitey standing there perfectly fine. It didn't look like it was injured at all. She couldn't help but ask curiously. Lisa Schwan stroked Lon's little head and said with a smile, "Of course it's fine. Brother is just putting on shoes for it, not killing it." In fact, the dark part of the horse's hooves was a very thick layer of hard cuticle. There were no nerves or blood vessels in it, so the horse didn't feel any pain at all. The reason why Whitey was injured on the road last time was mainly because it was running too fast. The vines directly pierced through the cuticle and hurt its flesh. Lon made an "oh" sound, but still didn't understand. But why is brother putting on shoes for it? Then why do you have to wear shoes, Lon? It hurts my feet if I don't wear shoes. If a horse doesn't wear shoes for a long time, it will also hurt its feet. Whitey was injured because of this last time. After wearing shoes, Whitey can run on all kinds of terrain and won't have to worry about pricking its feet anymore. In fact, the hard cuticle on a horse's hooves was equivalent to a human's fingernail. Naturally, the fingernail would be worn down when the foot rubbed against the ground. However, the fingernail would also continue to grow, so a natural balance was maintained. If a human broke this balance, for example, by keeping a horse in a soft field, the fingernail would grow wildly. At this time, if a horse was loaded with heavy objects and ran for long distances, its fingernail would be quickly worn down and split open. This way, the horse would become a cripple and unable to walk. It was just like how a human's fingernail could no longer be used to scratch things. Putting horseshoes on a horse could solve this problem very well. It could slow down the wear and tear of the horse's hooves and greatly extend the horse's life. After hearing this, Lon made an "oh" sound like a little adult and nodded. Then, she suddenly said excitedly, "Then brother, can you make a pair of shoes like this for Lon's little gray to wear?" Lisa Schwan fainted. This little dog's feet didn't have a thick layer of hard cuticle like a horse's hooves. If this nail went in. "Little sister, you want to eat dog meat, right?" Woof woof woof. Little Gray seemed to have sensed danger. It quickly broke free from Lon's embrace and ran away. Chapter 173. Father, this is the magic of pinyin. All words can be marked with pinyin. As long as the children who have just entered school spend some time learning pinyin, they can rely on self-study to recognize all the words. Li Tai spoke frankly in the sweet nectar hall. From the looks of it, he had probably just finished teaching Li Er about pinyin. As for Li Qingxian, that fellow was hiding in the Eastern Palace reading novels. After all, after Journey to the West, he had not read for a long time. Li Er glanced at the paper on the table. Although his expression did not change, his heart was in turmoil. From a certain point of view, the importance of pinyin was no less than that of Lisa Schwan's invention of the curved plow. Moreover, once this kind of dictionary was published, the number of literate people in the world would increase tenfold. At that time, he would be able to promote a large number of commoner officials to deal with the aristocratic families. His descendants would also no longer be reprimanded by the aristocratic families. Li Er was a natural strategist. He quickly understood the deeper meaning of pinyin. He could not help but excitedly say, "Good. What a good pinyin. Qin Ke, this matter is of great significance. You and Qingxian must pay attention. If you do not have enough people, we can have Kong Yingda transfer a group of professors from the Imperial College to assist you." Li Tai smiled and said, "Many thanks, father, but I and big brother have more than enough people." The father and son chatted for a while more before Li Tai clasped his hands and excused himself. He also had to go back and choose people to help Ma Zhou write the dictionary. Li Er looked at Li Tai's plump back and smiled warmly. A moment later, his eyes suddenly focused and he said, "Zhao Song. Present. Send someone to hurry Lisa Schwan. Why hasn't he presented the locus control strategy we had him write last time? Could it be that this kid forgot?" Li Er said, somewhat exasperated that Zhao Song had failed to meet his expectations. "Yes, father." Zhao Song held back his laughter and slowly retreated. He had never seen anyone who dared to stand Li Er up. However, Li Er only reprimanded him and did not punish him. From this, it could be seen that Li County's male emperor favored him greatly. The moon hung in the treetops, and the occasional meowing of a few cats on the roof could be heard. In the western courtyard of the Li residence, the study was still brightly lit. Xiao Shi was waiting on Li Zishuan as she gracefully grinded the noodles for him. The candlelight shone on the little girl's beautiful face, making her look even prettier. The fragrance of a girl who had just finished bathing also filled the air. In the dead of night, the candlelight shone brightly. A single man and a single woman were in the same room, but there was no ambiguous atmosphere. Li Zishuan also did not experience the pleasure of having a beautiful woman join him. He was bent over a few tables and writing at a rapid speed. In the afternoon, Li Er sent a eunuch over to Li Zishuan to urge him to write, which gave Li Jingma and his wife a big fright. Li Zishuan's father sternly scolded Li Zishuan and told him that no matter what, he had to write the memorial that Li Er requested. Although Mrs. Li loved her son, on this matter, she still chose to stand on the same side as her husband. Li Zishuan was embarrassed by the scolding. If the eunuch did not rush him today, he would have forgotten that Li Er asked him to write a detailed plan for curing locusts. You can't blame me for this. I have been busy with classes recently. In the study, Li Zishuan wrote while venting his resentment in his heart. Swish swish swish. Only the sound of the brush rubbing against the paper and the light breathing of the two people could be heard in the room. After half an hour, Li Zishuan put away his brush and stretched his waist. He laughed and said, "Ha, it's done. Xiao Shi, let's sleep." Ah. Young master, young mistress is not married yet? How can you do this? Xiao Shi's hand that was grinding the ink trembled. Her other hand quickly covered her chest as she said anxiously with a blushing face. Cough cough, I meant to say that we should go back to our own rooms to sleep. Little girl, what are you thinking? Do you want to sleep with me so badly? Li Zishuan placed his hand on his forehead and was speechless. However, when he saw Xiao Shi's blushing face, he suddenly had the intention to tease her. No way. Xiao Shi was anxious. She quickly packed up her ink slab and brush and was about to run away. Li Zishuan laughed behind her. Xiao Shi, don't forget to get someone to send this memorial to the palace tomorrow. I know. Look, The Legend of a Mortal's Journey. Although the beginning is plain and not as exciting as A Journey to the West, the more you read, the better it gets. I feel like I am like Han Li, embarking on the long and difficult path of cultivation. In the East Palace, Li Qingxian held the manuscript of The Legend of a Mortal's Journey and praised it. After a few minutes, he said in annoyance, "Why is it gone? This mysterious little bottle just came out and it's gone." Did Li Zishuan purposely stop writing at this point? Li Qingxian's annoyed look was similar to how people in the modern world would feel when they met some unscrupulous author and the story was cut off at the climax. The helplessness of love and hate. However, you can't blame Li Zishuan for this. He wrote 20 to 30 chapters in half a day. It's already very productive, alright? What else do you want? Your Highness, it's getting late. You should rest. Li Qingxian's personal maid carefully bowed and said. Li Qingxian looked at the sky and nodded. He handed the manuscript to the maid and said with a smile, "All right, I'll go to sleep now. Yan call a servant tomorrow and have him send this manuscript to Ma Zhou of the Strange Taste Pavilion Workshop." After reading more than 20 chapters of The Legend of a Mortal's Journey, Li Qingxian still wanted more. However, at the same time, he was also looking forward to Ma Zhou quickly producing the newspaper. When that time came, everyone in Chang'an would be trapped like him. It was so hard to wait for a new chapter. Li Qingxian's mentality of wanting to drag everyone down with him was very similar to those unscrupulous readers in the modern world who had been tricked many times. Yan took the manuscript and hurriedly bowed and said, "Yes." The next day, after breakfast, Li Zishuan and Iron Egg went out of the house to school. Lan had a temper when she woke up today and didn't come with them. Li Zishuan didn't force her. When Lanair cried and shouted that she wanted to go to the Imperial College to attend classes, Lisa Schwan had already guessed that this little girl would slack off for 3 days and dry her net for 2 days. Although this little girl didn't persist for 3 days, it didn't matter. He didn't expect this little sister of his to be knowledgeable and become the top scorer in the exams. Iron Egg carried more than 30 textbooks and walked behind Lisa Schwan with difficulty. This couldn't be considered as Lisa Schwan abusing a child, okay? This was also a kind of training for Iron Egg. After all, Iron Egg had persevered for so many days. He could still carry this weight. "Hello, sir." "Hello, sir." As soon as Lisa Schwan entered the Imperial College, he happened to meet 2 students from the School of Mathematics and Mathematics. Being greeted respectfully by the students made Lisa Schwan feel a little smug. His vanity was greatly satisfied. He clasped his hands behind his back and pretended to be a master. He nodded pretentiously and said, then he directly passed by them and rushed to the School of Mathematics and Mathematics. "Senior Iron Egg, come here, let me help you carry the books." "Let me help you too." The 2 students were shocked by Lisa Schwan's arrogance. After a while, they came back to their senses. Seeing that Iron Egg had memorized so many books, they hurriedly came over to help. This was Sir's first core disciple. If they had a good relationship with him, they might be able to get some exam questions from him in the future. Then wouldn't it be easier for them to pass the monthly exams? "Thank you for your kindness, junior brother. But I don't need your help. This is also the homework that Master left for me. I have to memorize it myself." Iron Egg wiped his sweat and gratefully refused. Then he quickly went to catch up with Lisa Schwan. Memorizing textbooks is also considered homework? The 2 students stood behind, scratching their heads with a confused look on their faces. "Brother Sue, brother Yu, why don't you go to the school? If you don't go now, you will be late." At this time, a student ran from behind and said breathlessly, "Ah! Run!" The 2 students hurriedly ran away. Chapter 174. Chonyo, Huayu, you 2 are here? When he arrived at the classroom, he saw the tall and burly Ching Chumo and the refined Xin Huayu sitting at the back. Lisa Schwan recalled that day when Ching Chumo and the other old generals had entrusted their sons to the School of Mathematics. However, he didn't expect that these second-generation generals would come today. Ching Chumo hung his head and said weakly, "Brother, I didn't want to come." "Brother, I didn't want to come either, but my father said that if I didn't come, he would break my legs. I thought he was just scaring me, but who knew that he was serious this morning? Even my mother couldn't hold him back. Fortunately, I ran fast, or else I would be lying in the Imperial Medical Department now. Sai, Xiao Xian, we used to be brothers. Now you suddenly became my teacher for no reason. This is so King disgusting." When Lisa Schwan heard Ching Chumo's complaints, he almost laughed out loud. He didn't expect Ching Chumo to be so cruel to his own son. He was about to comfort him when Xin Huayu said with a smile, "Chonyo, Uncle Cheng is doing this for your own good. Since you're here, you should learn well. Moreover, I just borrowed the notes of other classmates and found that Xiao Xian's new mathematics has many merits." Stop. Huayu, don't say any more. Your grades are good, so of course you don't care. But look at me, old Cheng, how do I look like a scholar? I just heard that the last 5 in the monthly exam will have to clean the classroom and enter the roll of shame. I really don't know which son of a bitch came up with this rotten idea. It's going to kill me. Ching Chumo didn't wait for Qin Huayu to finish and interrupted him. His voice was very loud. 80% of the people in the classroom heard him. The noisy classroom instantly quieted down. Other than Ching Chumo and the other 2 newcomers, all the other students looked at this man who dared to speak so arrogantly. Lisa Schwan's face darkened. He kicked Ching Chumo's thigh and said, "F***ck, I was the one who came up with this idea. If you're in the last 5 this month, you'll have to clean my dorm for 2 months." Ching Chumo staggered from the kick. When he heard Lisa Schwan's words, his eyes widened in shock. He stretched out his hand and stammered, "Hey, hey, hey, Xiao Xian, don't. What kind of relationship do we have? Is there a need to be like this? Just treat me as a fart and let me go." Ha ha ha. When the students saw Ching Chimo's antics, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Many of them knew the identities of Ching Chimo and the others. Those who didn't know found out after asking them in private. They thought that these second-generation generals were all arrogant, but they didn't expect Ching Chimo to be so funny. He was no different from ordinary people like them. Li Zishuan ignored Ching Chimo. He looked at the tanned and fat youth beside Qin Huayu and asked, "You're Yuqi Baolin, right?" The little fatty scratched his head and laughed, Yes, I'm Yuqi Baolin. You can call me Baolin, sir." Li Zishuan nodded and encouraged him, "Okay, Baolin, study hard. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask Iron Egg or me directly." Ching Chimo muttered at the side, "TSK, what's there to learn from him? In the end, he still has to fight with me for the last place." Li Zishuan was so angry that he turned around and slapped him on the head. "If you really get last place in the exam, we'll see how Uncle Ching will deal with you. I won't recognize you as a disgraceful brother." Ching Chimo rubbed his head like a wronged wife. He looked at him with an aggrieved expression and muttered, "Little Xian, you're not kind. I've always been so good to you. How can you be like this?" "Like what? Even I have to do as Sir says. What else do you want, ugly ox?" Li Tai had just arrived at the academy on time. He heard Ching Chimo's aggrieved complaints and couldn't help but interrupt. Ching Chimo looked at Li Tai in surprise. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. He held his forehead with his hand and sighed. It seemed like he had completely accepted his fate. "All right, let's start class. Students, take out your homework. Iron Egg, go collect your homework and pass it to me." The sound of a bell and drum came from outside. Li Zishuan had hired a night watchman to ring the bell for the academy. When the bell rang, Li Zishuan started a new day of classes. "Yes, master." Iron Egg stood up and collected the homework one by one. He had just handed out new books to all the students when he arrived in the morning. In addition, he was Li Zishuan's eldest disciple, so the students treated him very well. After a while, Li Zishuan took everyone's homework and skimmed through it. After a while, he frowned and shouted, "Wang Meng, get up." Wang Meng sat down and waited for Li Zishuan to praise him. He had thought for a long time before coming up with the homework. However, judging from Li Zishuan's tone, it was obvious that he wasn't going to praise him. Wang Meng stood up in shock and stuttered, "Yes, sir." "Tell us, what method did you write in your homework?" Wang Meng sweated and said, I wrote that if you saw the ginkgo tree down, then connect a few rulers on the ground to measure the height of the tree, you would be able to get the height of the tree." Ha ha ha. The students burst into laughter after hearing this. Ching Chimo was also amused. He laughed and shouted, Brother Wang Meng, with you here, it seems like I don't have to be the last in the exam." Ha. Li Zishuan asked everyone to be quiet. He looked at Wang Meng and said, "Now do you know that you were wrong? The reason why I'm teaching you mathematics is so that you can apply what you've learned in your daily life. I don't want you to be like before, relying on brute force for everything." Wang Meng hesitated for a while and said, "But my dad said that when he was doing carpentry, he used this method to measure the length of the tree trunk." Li Zishuan was speechless. After wasting a lot of time with Wang Meng, Li Zishuan finally convinced this one-track-minded guy. Then, he began to evaluate the winners of the homework. All the students perked up and listened attentively. After much deliberation, I think that Meng Wenhao did the best homework. His method was to measure the length of the shadow of the person and the tree at the same time. Then, he multiplied the length of the shadow of the person and the actual height of the person to get the true length of the ginkgo tree. Other than Meng Wenhao, Li Tai's method was also outstanding. He made the person's eyes stick close to the ground and then moved a ruler until the top of the ruler was in a straight line with the person's eyes and the tip of the tree. Then, according to the ratio of the distance between the person's eyes and the ruler's distance, he multiplied the length of the ruler to get the true height of the ginkgo tree. Both of their methods were the smartest and the best. However, I think that Meng Wenhao's method is simpler and more accurate. He deserves to be first. Let us give a round of applause to these two students. Chapter 175. Clap, clap, clap. Regardless of whether it was sincere congratulations or fake flattery, there was still a warm round of applause in the classroom. Meng Wenhao clenched his fist and was so excited that his face was red. He did it, he really did it. His hard work for the day was not in vain. At this moment, he really wanted to shout to the sky. Kushirchin, who was sitting not far away from him, looked at him in surprise. At the same time, a sense of crisis rose in his heart. At present, the waters in the School of Mathematics were getting deeper and deeper. It would not be easy to get first place in the exams like before. Li Tai sat in the front and was a little depressed. This method was discussed by him and a few mathematics experts for a long time before they came up with such an answer. He was very confident that he would get first place, but he did not expect that there would be an accident. However, he was also very impressed with Meng Wenhao's answer. Hence, the unhappiness in his heart quickly dissipated in the warm applause. Li Zishuan stood in front and looked at Meng Wenhao. He was a little emotional. He did not expect this child to be able to think of such an answer. He really could not underestimate the wisdom of the ancients. The applause gradually stopped and Li Zishuan began a new day of teaching. What was different from the previous time was that today's class would have a 15-minute break every 45 minutes. This made the students more energetic in class, and the class was livelier than before. Li Zishuan believed that as time passed and they got used to this way of teaching, their learning progress would be much faster than before. Taiji Palace, Sweet Dew Hall. After the morning court, Li Er gathered Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, and Du Ruhui to the Sweet Dew Hall to discuss the plan to eliminate the locusts. Li Er knelt on the seat of honor while Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, and Du Ruhui knelt on the cushions below. Li Er looked up and asked lightly, "How are the three of you thinking these few days? Do you have any countermeasures for next year's locust plague?" Zhang Sun Wuji took the lead and said, "Your Majesty, since Your Majesty has already firmly believed that there will be a locust plague next year, I think that the most important thing now is to increase the storage of food in case of emergency." Li Er nodded and looked at Fang Xianling and asked, "What do you think?" "Your Majesty, I estimate that the Ministry of Revenue doesn't have much money left. I'm afraid that it will be difficult to deal with this locust plague. I'm afraid that Brother Fuji's plan won't work." After some thought, Li Er explained just how difficult the imperial court situation was. It's true that the Bureau of Revenue currently has no more than 4 million strings of coins left. Adding on the various expenditures, we can only use a little more than 1 million strings of coins. Relying on this amount of money to buy food will not be enough for the people of the Great Tang to survive the plague of locusts. Du Ruhui could not help but say, "Your Majesty, this old subject did not think that the finances of the imperial court would be so tight. From today onwards, this old subject will voluntarily not take any salary from the imperial court. This subject is also willing to do so." Zhang Sun Wuji and Fang Xianling couldn't help but agree. Li Er waved his hand and refused, "My three beloved ministers, you have followed me to conquer the world and have suffered a lot. Now that the world is peaceful, how can I let you suffer? Let's continue discussing the locust plague." When Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, and Du Ruhui heard this, their eyes reddened. They were extremely touched. At this moment, Du Ruhui stood up and said, "Your Majesty, why don't you mobilize all the wealthy merchants to donate money? The imperial court can use this to tide over this crisis." It had to be said that old Du's idea was quite advanced. However, he had neglected a fact. But in what name will the imperial court use to mobilize the wealthy merchants to donate money? Li Er's eyes lit up at first. However, after a while, they dimmed again. The reason for the donation was indeed a big problem. Du Ruhui was taken aback when he heard this. He immediately reacted. The prophecy of the locust plague could not be made known to the world. Naturally, they could not use the name of the locust plague to get people to donate money. However, if that was the case, what convincing excuse could they find? The hall fell into silence. The three important ministers all calmed down and pondered carefully. Li Er was a little disappointed. He did not expect that the three ministers he relied on the most were also at a loss. Was there really no other way? Your Majesty, Li Xianxing has asked Duke Lu to send in a secret memorial. At this moment, a chamberlain ran in with a memorial in his hands. He bowed and reported to Li Er. Li Er perked up and scolded jokingly, "This brat finally sent the memorial over. Quickly hand it over. If it's not written well, I will not let him off easily." The chamberlain quickly did as he was told and handed the memorial to Li Er. Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, and Du Ruhui looked at each other. They were very surprised by Li Er's reaction. After about half an hour, Li Er put down the memorial and looked at the three old ministers. He smiled and said, "Li Zishuan has sent in a memorial. He mentioned some locust control strategies. My dear ministers, please take a look and see if they are feasible." The chamberlain took the memorial and handed it to Zhang Sun Wuji. The three of them gathered together and began to read it carefully. They saw the words written on it. "I have thought hard and obtained 3 locust control strategies. I would like to present them to your Majesty for your reference. Firstly, I believe that since the imperial court does not have much money left, why not send a large ship filled with silk and porcelain to the small countries in the Southern Sea to exchange for food? I have heard that the weather in the Southern Sea is extremely hot. Rice matures 3 times a year and the price of food is extremely cheap. Those uncivilized people have never seen such beautiful silk and exquisite porcelain of our great Tang. A bolt of silk can be exchanged for 5 dan of food. Actually, even if our great Tang has tens of millions of gold in our treasury, I do not agree to purchase food from within the country. That is just robbing the east wall to pay the west wall. It is no different from some grain merchants hoarding food in advance. In the end, the ones who will starve are the local people. Secondly, I believe that the imperial court can issue a decree to encourage the people to raise chickens, ducks, geese, and other poultry through tax reduction. When the number of these poultry reaches a certain level, it can guarantee that the crops will not be harmed by the locusts when the locusts come. What the imperial court has to pay is just a portion of the tax for the coming year. Otherwise, when the locusts come and the people are unprepared, all the crops will be eaten by the locusts. At that time, not only will the imperial court not be able to collect 10% of the tax, they will also have to fork out additional money to provide relief. Thirdly, I suggest that your Majesty issue a decree to allow the officials of the various provinces of Great Tang to set up warehouses to store the food collected this year. When the locusts come next year, the various provinces will open the warehouses to provide relief. This will prevent the transportation of food and huge losses during the journey. I have thought for half a night and came up with these 3 strategies. If there is anything wrong with them, I hope that your Majesty will not blame me. A child's words carry no harm, a child's words carry no harm. Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, and Du Ruhui originally thought that Li Zishuan's words were very reasonable. However, when they saw the last sentence, they almost laughed out loud. To dare to write such a joke in a secret memorial to Li Er, this kid is really bold. Chapter 176. Within the Sweet Dew Hall. Li Er saw the expressions of the 3 ministers and knew what they were thinking. He smiled helplessly and said, "What do you think of Li Zishuan's 3 strategies for controlling locusts?" Zhang Sun Wuji stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, I don't know much about the situation of the small countries in the Southern Sea. As for the poultry's ability to exterminate locusts, I also have my doubts. However, I feel that Li Xiannan's 3rd plan is very feasible." Li Er nodded and said with a smile, "Li Zishuan said that the situation of the small countries in the Southern Sea is true. A few years ago, I saw in some of the previous dynasties' nautical records that the rice in some of the countries in the Southern Sea does indeed ripen 3 times a year. The local grain prices are also very cheap. As early as the Sui dynasty, the imperial court had already started to establish maritime communications with Taiwan. Based on historical records, the Sui dynasty had at least 3 voyages to Taiwan Island. They were in the 3rd year of Day, 607, the 4th year of Day, 608, and the 6th year of Day, 610. From this, it could be seen that the shipbuilding and ocean navigation technology of the time were extremely advanced in the world. Fang Xianling couldn't help but say, since there is such a country, then I think that Li Zishuan's first strategy is completely feasible. The imperial court can send the navy to escort the caravan to Nanyang in exchange for food. The latter half of Li Xiannan's words aren't wrong. If we were to purchase rations from the other regions of Great Tang, the locust plague would inevitably lead to a shortage of rations. Thus, importing rations from outside is the best choice. Li Er nodded with relief and smiled. In that case, I will order Li Shaogong, Prince of Hejian, to prepare a navy in the near future. I will order the Ministry of Revenue to take out 500,000 strings of cash to purchase a batch of silk and porcelain. I will also recruit a caravan from the people to go south with the navy in June to trade with the Nanyang countries in exchange for food. The 3 old officials said respectfully at the same time, Your Majesty is wise. Li Er continued, as for the ability of poultry to kill locusts, there is no need to doubt it. Previously, Li Zishuan told me that an adult chicken can eat up to 300 locusts a day. 20 to 30 chickens can more or less guarantee that there will be no locusts in 1 mu of land. At the time, I didn't believe it, but later, I sent someone to the imperial plantation to ask the old farmer and verified that it was true. The 3 people in the hall looked at each other in surprise. In the end, Du Ruhui stood up and bowed. Your Majesty, this old subject believes that Li Xiannan's 3 strategies for dealing with locusts should be implemented as soon as possible. With such a talent in the younger generation of my Great Tang, a golden age is certain to continue. This old subject congratulates Your Majesty. Your subjects congratulate Your Majesty. Fang Xianling and Zhangsun Wuji also cupped their hands and praised. The 2 of them were shrewd old men. They knew that Li Er had been worried about the next generation of talents of the empire. At this moment, they could make Li Er happy. Not only did it not violate their principles, but it could also harmonize the relationship between the ruler and his subjects. Wasn't it killing 2 birds with 1 stone? Ha ha ha. Li Er laughed heartily. Du Ruhui's words had struck a chord in his heart. He swept away the gloominess from a few days ago and smiled. Minister Du is right. The Great Tang will have to rely on these young people in the future. People of our generation are already old. Since the 3 of you agree, then the 3 of you should cooperate with me to implement the 3 strategies for dealing with locusts as soon as possible. This subject obeys the decree. At noon, the mathematics school was about to start classes. The Imperial College had its own canteen. After all, there were many students from outside the city. Of course, the Imperial College did not force the students to eat in the canteen. Therefore, many students from the city chose to go home for lunch. Huayu, how is Uncle Qin's health recently? After class, Li Zishuan found Qin Huayu and asked. Qin Huayu was still thinking about the lessons in the morning. Unlike Qing Chumo, who had been fooling around outside since he was young, the Qin residence's upbringing was extremely strict. Qin Huayu had been ordered by Qin Xiong to study hard at home since he was young. Therefore, although he was the 2nd generation of a military family, he was more like a gentle scholar. This was the first time he had heard of this new mathematics class. Even now, he was still immersed in it. Li Zishuan saw that he was in a daze and repeated it again. Qin Huayu was instantly awakened and said in astonishment, Ah? Oh, thank you for your concern. Although my father's health is not as good as before, he is much better after these days of recuperation. Li Zishuan did not know whether to laugh or cry at the way Qin Huayu addressed him. This Qin Huayu was still immersed in the lesson and had not changed his identity. Huayu, after class, you can just call me Little Xian. If you still call me Mr., wouldn't it be too distant? That's right, that's right. Qing Chumo quickly echoed from the side. Even in class, this fellow was unwilling to call Li Zishuan Mr., let alone after class. Okay, then I'll call you Little Xian after class. Qin Huayu was much more awake now and quickly said. Huayu, I'll go check on Uncle Qin tomorrow afternoon. Send someone to inform Daoist Sunday. If Uncle Qin's blood has been completely replenished, then that's even better. If it's still as weak as before, then I'll give Uncle Qin a blood transfusion. I've already built the tools for the blood transfusion. Li Tai also came over at this time. Hearing this, his eyes widened and he said in disbelief, Little Xian, this blood transfusion can be used to treat illnesses? How come I've never heard of it? Li Zishuan looked at him indifferently and said, Qin Ke, why are you so impudent and not calling me Mr. anymore? Li Tai said bluntly, didn't you just say that I'll call you Little Xian after class to avoid alienation? Li Zishuan was speechless. This little fatty really didn't treat him as an outsider. That's right, Little Xian. I heard from my dad that you're going to give Uncle Qin a blood transfusion. Unfortunately, you didn't have the tools before. This time, I have to go and see. Ching Chimo said excitedly. I'll go too. Li Tai was also very curious about this novel treatment method. You two still have class tomorrow. Li Zishuan said unhappily. Ching Chimo curled his lips and said, then why don't you have class tomorrow? In the future, you two will have self-study in the afternoon. Assistant lecturer Su will be in charge. If you have anything you don't understand, you can ask Mr. Su. Li Zishuan expressed that his reason for being lazy was very good. Su Hongji's foundation and talent in mathematics were originally very strong. In the end, Li Zishuan's new mathematics still had a lot of shadows of traditional mathematics. Su Hongji was able to comprehend by analogy. After studying the textbooks for a few days and asking Li Zishuan about some doubts, he had already digested most of the elementary mathematics. Therefore, Li Zishuan dared to be so lazy. Ching Chimo, Yuchi Baolin, and Li Tai were all speechless. After a while, Ching Chimo rolled his eyes and said smugly, I'm going to be sick tomorrow and need to apply for leave in advance. Even Chancellor Kong can't say anything, right? Li Zishuan kicked Ching Chimo's butt and said unhappily, you brat, why don't you go to heaven? Chapter 177. Xian, come over here. After lunch, Madame Li mysteriously waved for her son to come over. Li Zishuan curiously walked over and asked, Mother, what's the matter? Madame Li lovingly smiled and said, it's a good thing. Yesterday, your father asked a matchmaker for Han Yushi's birth characters. Mother will go to Xiandu Temple tomorrow and find a Daoist priest to match your birth characters. Li Zishuan was overjoyed and said with a smile, really? That's great. But mother, what if that Daoist priest says that Yushi and I are not compatible? Bah, nonsense. My son is handsome and elegant. The Han family's daughter is also dignified and beautiful. She is educated and reasonable. How can the two of you not be compatible? Madame Li lightly knocked on her son's head and said unhappily. Oh, then I'll have to trouble you, mother. Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and rubbed his head. He replied and quickly went to the West Court. Xiao Shi, come over. In the main hall of the West Court, Li Zishuan sneakily asked Xiao Shi to come in. Young master, it's still daytime. What do you want to do? Xiao Shi looked at Li Zishuan and thought of something bad. Furthermore, Li Zishuan said those words last night. The servant girl immediately crossed her arms and looked at Li Zishuan vigilantly. She refused to go in. Now that Li Zishuan was about to get married, if he messed around with the servant girls, it was hard to guarantee that the future young mistress would not make things difficult for them. Although Xiao Shi had a good impression of Li Zishuan, she was very clear about what she should and shouldn't do. Li Zishuan stared at her and said, What are you thinking? If you don't come in, I will definitely eat you up tonight. Oh. When Xiao Shi heard Li Zishuan say that, she knew that she was thinking wrongly. She quickly agreed and walked in. Young master, what's the matter? Something big. Tomorrow, my mother is going to the Xuandu temple to match Yushi and me. You should follow her and take the opportunity to give that fortune-telling Taoist some money. Let him pick something nice to say. Tell him that if he dares to talk nonsense, I will smash his Taoist temple. Li Zishuan finally got a wife who was as beautiful as a fairy. He didn't want these weird Taoist priests to cause any more trouble. Puchi. When Xiaoxi heard this, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. Young master, how can you do this? Aren't you cheating? At the same time, Xiaoxi was a little envious. If young master could care about her so much in the future, she would be willing to die. Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and snapped, what's wrong with cheating? Those Taoists of the Jianghu were always talking nonsense. How many of them could be accurate? My master's fortune-telling was accurate, but he never told people's marriage. He would rather destroy a temple than ruin a marriage. Do you understand? Actually, Li Zishuan was overthinking this matter. Normally, Taoists would match people's birth characters. Regardless of whether the man and woman were suitable for each other, they would usually pick something nice to say. Very few Taoists would purposely break up people's marriages. If that was the case, the grudge would be too big. It wouldn't be in line with their principle of keeping a low profile to make a fortune. Hence, most of the time, the so-called matching of birth characters was just a formality to let the elders feel at ease. Xiaoxi stuck out her tongue mischievously. She felt that no matter what she said, her young master was right. Hence, she stopped arguing and smiled, all right, young master. Xiaoxi will do it tomorrow. Li Zishuan grinned and said, that's right, that's right. This is my family's good Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi blushed and ran out. She thought to herself that ever since the young master wanted to marry the young mistress, he liked to tease her and Xiaohe more and more. Could it be that the young master had turned into a big pervert? If Li Zishuan knew what the little girl was thinking, he would definitely vomit blood. He was also a man. Every day, he would guard these two pretty little girls. He couldn't eat them, and he would occasionally say a few flowery words. How did he become a pervert? Strange Interest Pavilion Workshop. Ma Zhou was sitting in the study room in the backyard. He was leisurely drinking tea and reading a book. On the table beside his hand, there was a thick pile of books. The current Ma Zhou was not the same as before. Ever since Li Zishuan came that day, his position in the workshop had skyrocketed. He sat firmly in the second position. Furthermore, because he was an authentic cultured person with great potential, his position in the workshop was faintly surpassing Faubert's. Therefore, he was naturally treated well now. There were even 2 servants outside the door who could be ordered around. He was really living a comfortable life. He was now reading the manuscript of The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality, that Li Qingxian asked the eunuch to return. He was already working on the newspaper that Li Zishuan asked him to do last time. The stack of documents on the table was the recent major events in Cheng, and that he had collected. He had also personally written the relevant manuscripts. Now that he was free, he wanted to read Li Zishuan's novel and see how the quality was. After all, Ma Zhou was very confident in his literary talent. He believed that if his article was published in the newspaper, it would definitely receive a lot of praise. However, he was not confident in Li Zishuan's literary talent. Ma Zhou was afraid that Li Zishuan's novel would be too lousy and drag down the overall quality of the newspaper. The beginning is so flat and straightforward. It doesn't pay attention to the rhymes. It's completely vernacular. How can this kind of article be presented? But what are the circles and dots in the middle used for? Why does it look like it's used for punctuation? This idea is not bad. Ma Zhou looked at the first chapter and couldn't help but say with a look of disdain. However, he was still very interested in Li Zishuan's punctuation. Forget it, let's read the next chapter. After thinking for a while, Ma Zhou still patiently continued reading. Cultivation. The idea of this chapter is a bit interesting. Ma Zhou had never read a Xuanhuan cultivation novel. The first time he saw the world structure and the cultivation system, he couldn't help but be deeply immersed. At this time, he didn't care about the literary talent of the article. TSK. Exciting. This eternal spring art is so powerful. How did Li Xiannan come up with it? Why is this bottle so strong that it can't be broken? This bottle has a great origin. It can actually accelerate the ripening of spiritual herbs. Won't Homli be able to level up quickly in the future? How did it end so quickly? At first, Ma Zhou was still disdainful of Li Zishuan's literary talent. In the end, he was quickly immersed in the novel and dreamlike plot. Unknowingly, he finished reading more than 20 chapters, and it was obvious that he was still somewhat unsatisfied. Although the beginning of the story is flawed, the more I read, the more exciting it is. The owner has completely created an unprecedented new world. It's really too novel and too interesting. Ma Zhou touched his chin and muttered to himself. After a while, he looked at the press release he wrote before and his heart wavered. Should I also write this article in vernacular? No, wouldn't that be too lacking in content? But I keep feeling that there's something missing. At this moment, Ma Zhou began to hesitate and feel conflicted. Forget it, I'll take it and ask the owner. Ma Zhou thought for a while and decided to personally listen to Li Zishuan's opinion. After all, the idea of this newspaper was originally proposed by Li Zishuan. Swordsmen are working so hard. Students who read pirated versions, can you come to QQ bookstore and subscribe 2 chapters to support me? It's just a few cents. Give me some motivation to persevere. The results are too terrible. Chapter 178. In the afternoon, after Li Zishuan finished his nap, Xiaohe came over and told him that a middle-aged scholar named Ma Zhou had come to see him and was waiting in the main hall of the front yard. Li Zishuan nodded and walked to the front hall. He saw Ma Zhou wearing a high hat and a wide belt. He was immaculately dressed, looking like a scholar with an imposing appearance and an elegant demeanor. His attire almost blinded Li Zishuan's titanium alloy eyes. Was this still the sloppy man he saw yesterday? TSK, Mr. Ma's style is almost as elegant as mine. If you walk on the street, won't other young ladies be stolen by Mr. Ma? Li Zishuan looked at Ma Zhou and couldn't help but sigh. Ma Zhou was about to get up and salute Li Zishuan. When he heard this teasing, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, Ma Zhou was not a person who couldn't make jokes. He smiled and half-joked with Li Zishuan's words. Lord Zhu, I'm now the brand of Chitsu culture. No matter what, I have to dress up a little. Otherwise, won't I embarrass Lord Zhu? In history, the Zhenguan dynasty was full of talents. Ma Zhouguan was able to rise so quickly because, in addition to his talent, he was indeed outstanding in his conduct and conduct of the world. Ma Zhou was a smart man. He paid more attention to art when remonstrating, unlike Wei Zheng who was straightforward. If Ma Zhou's strategies for governing the country were great wisdom, then these trivial details could only be regarded as petty cleverness. However, it was this petty cleverness that smoothed the relationship between him and Li Shimin, so Li Shimin always treated him well. In the 12th year of Zhenguan, Ma Zhou was promoted to the secretary of the secretariat and was transferred to the secretariat to work. Li Shimin said to the attendants on his left and right, if I don't see Ma Zhou later, I'll miss him. From this, it could be seen that Ma Zhou was humorous, not inflexible, and knew how to conduct himself. Basically, he could make everyone like him. Li Zishuan was also amused by Ma Zhou's words. Mr. Ma is really humorous. I wonder what brings you here today. Upon hearing this, Ma Zhou stopped smiling. He took out a stack of manuscripts from his sleeve and handed them to Li Zishuan. He said with a smile, Lord Zhu, I have compiled the recent decrees issued by our dynasty as well as some major cases and strange stories around Cheng, and into the kind of press release you mentioned. I'm here today to let you see if it's okay. Li Zishuan was surprised. So fast? Ma Zhou said embarrassedly, I was a little excited yesterday when I thought of the grand plans Lord Zhu mentioned, so I. Only then did Li Zishuan notice his panda eyes. This guy probably didn't sleep last night, right? Ma Zhou's outfit today was too eye-catching, so Li Zishuan ignored his facial expression. Brother Ma, you're well read. You should know the principle of combining work and rest. No matter how great your ambition is, it still needs to be accumulated step by step. It's impossible to achieve it overnight. Your body is the most precious asset. He seemed to remember that in the history books of his previous life, Ma Zhou died very early. That was why he said this. He didn't want Ma Zhou, a talented and humorous person, to die young. In fact, in history, Ma Zhou suffered from chronic diabetes for a long time. He couldn't recover after a long period of treatment. In the end, he died on the 9th day of the first lunar month in the 22nd year of Jingguan. He was 48 years old. Ma Zhou heard Li Zishuan's words. Although he was touched, he still didn't take it seriously. He waved his hand and smiled. Thank you for your concern, Lord Zhu. But I'm still in the prime of my life. Every time I think of doing something big with Lord Zhu and leaving my name in history, I feel excited. It's just that we met too late. I've wasted so much time in the past few years. Ma Zhou's words were sincere. Scholars all had the ambition to govern the country and pacify the world. Whether it was the dictionary or the newspaper, it was a great promotion for the education of the Tang Empire. At first, Ma Zhou came to the workshop to earn money to buy wine. But since he knew about Li Zishuan's ambition to let everyone in the world be able to afford to study, he felt that his body was full of vitality and he had more motivation to work. Li Zishuan insisted, work can be done slowly, but you can't ignore your health. Brother Ma, listen to me. Rest when you need to. The Tang Empire will only get better and better in the future. There are many things that Brother Ma needs to do and witness. Later, I'll instruct your servant to remind you to rest on time every day. Ma Zhou spread his hands and said helplessly, Okay. I'll listen to Lord Zhu. Li Zishuan nodded with satisfaction. Only then did he look at the manuscripts written by Ma Zhou. On Taizong Shu, in ancient times, those who were not subjects were all subjects of His Majesty. Those who were not under His Majesty's control were under His Majesty's control. For China, there was no such thing as the Turks, and the great and great Khans were helpless. Yantua and Tiela were in charge of the prefectures and counties. Gaochang and Tuhun were in charge of sweeping the land. Only the Goryeo were ordered by the successive generations, and Mok was poor. His Majesty reprimanded them for being traitors. Jingguan law interpretation, it said, man, 3 talents and 10,000 things are divided. Qi contains spirit, and man is the leader. Li Yuan is the minister of justice, and he is punished for political and religious reasons. His sentiments are unscrupulous and foolish, and he knows Shen is ruthless. If he is big, he will mess up his area. If he is small, he will show his style. If he does not establish a system, he will not be heard of before. The murderer of the massacre of a family of 6 in Xinfeng County has been arrested by the authorities. In the spring of the first year of Jingguan, Lu Yuanyi's family was robbed by thieves. The family of 5 fought back with all their might, but the thieves were brave and brutal. Li Zishuan looked at the pieces of news in his hand. Sometimes he frowned, sometimes he was deep in thought. After a while, he finally finished reading all of them. Then he put down the manuscripts in his hand and looked at Ma Zhou. Brother Ma, I have a few suggestions. See if they are feasible. If you think they are not, we can discuss it in detail. Ma Zhou nodded and said, I have the same idea. Lord Zhu, please tell me. I am all ears. Li Zishuan stretched out a finger and said, First, I think that you should add punctuation marks in all of your manuscripts. This will make it easier for the readers to read. As for what punctuation marks are, I believe that Brother Ma has already roughly understood part of it from A Record of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. Later, I will systematically teach you the usage of all punctuation marks. Ma Zhou cupped his hands and said, I have indeed seen these marks before. At that time, I also guessed that they were used to punctuate sentences. I didn't expect it to be true. In this way, if we add these marks to the newspapers in the future, it will indeed have a good effect. Li Zishuan agreed and said, Exactly. The same sentence can be punctuated in different ways. Each way of punctuation represents a different meaning. Such examples can be found everywhere. Only by introducing punctuation marks can we reduce a lot of unnecessary ambiguity. Chapter 179. In the main hall of the Li estate. Li Zishuan continued to speak with assurance. He extended a second finger and said, "Secondly, I think we need to figure out the audience of the newspaper. With the publication of the Tang Dynasty Dictionary and the promotion of pinyin, the number of literate people will far exceed the current number of scholars. These people don't read much, so they definitely won't be able to understand profound classical Chinese. I think that in the future, the newspaper should mainly be written in the vernacular. But considering that the dictionary and pinyin haven't been fully promoted yet, we can do a preliminary experiment. We can divide the newspaper into a few sections. One section will be called Literati Interaction. In this section, everything will be written in classical Chinese. Here, the scholars can express their interpretations of the imperial court's decrees and different viewpoints from different schools of thought. This section will become a paradise for literati to communicate. The other sections will be written in the vernacular." Ma Zhou couldn't help but nod and say, "That's a good idea. Before I came, I also considered this problem." Li Zishuan continued, "Thirdly, regarding the current news, Brother Ma, you can put it into a separate section. This section is mainly used to record the recent strange events, but the writing style can't be so serious. The title can't be as rigid as what you wrote. You have to write it in a relaxed and humorous way to attract people. Don't the people read the newspaper for fun and novelty?" Ma Zhou worked so hard to write the news article for so long. Many of the words were carefully crafted by him. In the end, he was criticized as worthless by Li Zishuan. He was a little embarrassed and his stubborn temper almost flared up again. But this time, he forced himself to hold it back. He was a little unconvinced and asked, "Then Lord Zhu, how do you think I should write it?" Li Zishuan smiled. He could also see that Ma Zhou still had a little temper. But it was normal for literati to be arrogant. He didn't mind too much and said, "As for how to write it in a way that will attract people, Brother Ma has to figure it out yourself. But I can provide Brother Ma with an example. For example, you can start by writing, 'Why did a 90-year-old woman die naked on the streets? Why did hundreds of female donkeys scream in the middle of the night? Why did the underwear of the courtesans of 100 Flowers Tower get stolen? Who was the perpetrator of the serial rape and killing of sows? Why did the old nun's door get knocked every night? Was it a person or a ghost? What was behind the accidental deaths of hundreds of female dogs? Behind all this, was it the distortion of human nature or the decay of morality? Was it the eruption of sex or the helplessness of thirst?' Stay tuned for the 8th issue of Datong Daily. Pooh! Li Zishuan was really full of surprises. Before he could finish, Ma Zhou felt dizzy and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. "Where's your integrity? My Lord Zhu, where is your integrity?" Ma Zhou felt that he had no integrity when he put down his pride as a scholar and shamelessly went to work in the workshop. However, he did not expect that there would be a scholar who was even more shameless than him. Ma Zhou now had some doubts. Was he too thin-skinned before? "Lord Zhu, is it really okay to write like this? Will we be drowned by the saliva of all the scholars in the world?" Ma Zhou looked like he was going to vomit blood and asked gloomily. It was as if he was saying to Li Zishuan, "Are you sure you're not King kidding me?" Li Zishuan deliberately ignored Ma Zhou's expression and said matter-of-factly, "Why not? Brother Ma, don't you think that the people will be more interested in reading if you write like this? As for the scholars' saliva, Brother Ma, you don't have to worry at all. If they want to scold us, let them. Only when there is controversy can we become more and more famous. Their saliva will only make our newspaper more popular. Moreover, in the future, our newspaper will definitely have the absolute power of public opinion. When that time comes, I'll see who dares to scold us." Ma Zhou wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. Why did he feel like he had fallen into a pit of fire? Moreover, it was the kind of pit that was 10,000 meters deep. He could not jump out even if he wanted to. "Lord Zhu, do you really want to write like this?" Ma Zhou hoped that Li Zixuan would change his mind and not make things so shocking. Li Zixuan insisted, yes, just write in this style. There's a trace of exaggeration in the humor. Once people start reading, they can't stop even if they want to. All right then. Ma Zhou could only agree helplessly. He cursed in his heart, is that a trace of exaggeration? It's simply too exaggerated. Li Zixuan thought for a while and continued, then the novel section at the end of the newspaper will be called Dahua Jianghu. In the early stage, I'll use my Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality to cover it. Every issue will have 4 chapters serialized. Later on, if the Ministry of Culture receives some high-quality novels, then they can be serialized together. Brother Ma, what do you think of my Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality? Can I put it in the newspaper? Ma Zhou said awkwardly, ahem, of course. This Ma has also read this novel. Although the beginning is a little plain, from the last few chapters, this Ma has never heard of the huge world built in this novel and the cultivation system mentioned in the book. This Ma is simply unheard of. It is really too novel. I believe that when the time comes, there will be many people who will like to read it. Li Zixuan said proudly, of course, the story will only get more and more interesting. Brother Ma, you definitely won't be able to imagine it. Then when the novel is published, will the author write your name, Lord Zhu? Ma Zhou suddenly thought of a very important question. Li Zixuan pondered for a moment and smiled, there's no need to write my real name. I'll give myself a pen name. In the future, everyone who contributes can give themselves a pen name. My pen name will be Leather Knight. At the same time, he said silently in his heart, Master Forgetful, I'm sorry. I'll just copy this novel from you. I'll copy someone else's next one. Don't mind me. I'll be taking your novel to the Tang dynasty. You're welcome. Ma Zhou's face was full of doubts and asked, Lord Zhu, what's the meaning of the 3 words Leather Knight? Li Zixuan looked up. His gaze seemed to penetrate the roof, through the sky, and rushed out of the horizon. He sighed deeply and said, this is because I miss a person. A very great person. Without him, perhaps I wouldn't be who I am now. 2017. In a small rented house in Tiandu, a failed web novel author was crazily typing in front of the computer. Behind the Word document, there was clearly a program code that he had just finished running. Suddenly, he sneezed 3 times. Achoo! 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 Suddenly, the computer screen was full of saliva. He took a piece of tissue paper to wipe the computer and cursed, F***ck, it must be that old woman, the landlord, scolding me again. I just told her to pay the rent a few days later. Did she have to do this? Li Mansion. When Ma Zhou heard Li Zixuan's strange words, he couldn't help but be puzzled. Isn't Lord Zhu's father called Li Jingma and his mother called Yi Yuzhu? There isn't anyone called Leather Knight? Then why did Lord Zhu say that without Leather Knight, there wouldn't be him? Could it be? Ma Zhou suddenly opened his eyes wide in horror. He felt that he had discovered something incredible. Pa! Li Zixuan saw this and slammed the table. He said angrily, what are you thinking? When my master was alive, he said that he liked the 3 words Leather Knight very much. Ma Zhou was obviously thinking the wrong way. Li Zixuan had no choice but to make up an excuse to avoid any trouble. Ma Zhou replied with an, oh, half believing and half doubting. Then, seeing that he had achieved all his goals today, he proposed to leave. Li Zixuan waved his hand helplessly, telling this bastard with a big brain to scram. Chapter 180. Jinda, Jijia, pharmacist, Jingda, why are you all here? The afternoon of the 2nd day, Niu Jinda, Qingyao Jin, Li Jing, and Yuqi Jingda arrived at the Qin manor, giving Qin Xiong a fright. Second brother, we heard that Xiao Xian was going to give you a blood transfusion, so we wanted to come and observe. Qingyao Jin smiled happily. Among them, he had the deepest relationship with Qin Xiong. They were all friends who had gone through life and death together. Thinking that there was hope for his good brother's illness, Qing Yaojin felt even better than killing hundreds of enemies. That's right. I've never heard of such a strange thing like stealing blood to save people. Today, I'm here to broaden my horizons and see if this method can be used in the army in the future. Shu Bao, please don't blame me for coming uninvited. Li Jing stroked his beard and smiled reservedly. Qin Xiong waved his hand and said, "Pharmacist, you're treating me like an outsider. Come in and sit. Housekeeper, serve tea." The group sat down in the front hall under Qin Xiong's instructions. Maids and servants came to serve tea. Madame Qin also knew that Li Zishuan was coming today to treat her husband, so she waited in the front hall. Yuqi Gong took a sip of tea and looked at Qin Xiong and asked, "Shu Bao, your complexion looks much better than usual. Can you still get on a horse and fight?" Compared to half a month ago, Qin Shubao's complexion was indeed much better. At the very least, he looked more like a healthy normal person. Qin Xiong waved his hand and said with a smile, "Jingde is joking. Although I can move freely now, but if I get on a horse to fight, I'm afraid I won't have the strength to do so. I can't compare to Jingde, Jia, you two have great martial strength." Niu Jingde comforted him. Shu Bao has been on a horse all his life. It's good that he can live peacefully. Now that my Tang Empire is going to be peaceful, Shu Bao can stay at home and enjoy life. Isn't that a good thing in life? Qing Yaojin also patted his chest and said, "Yes, yes, yes. I can fight in the war." "Second brother, you can't fight with me." Qin Xiong shook his head. He looked to the north and sighed. The Turks in the north have yet to be wiped out. How can this old man retire at home in peace? Li Jing frowned and said, "Shu Bao, you don't have to be too worried. The Turks aren't united. Last year, they took advantage of our great Tang's internal weakness to send their troops to the Wei River. As long as we prepare for war for 2 years, we won't be afraid of the Turks. Master, Daoist Sun and Daoist Li are here." At this moment, a servant came in and cupped his hands. Qin Xiong stood up and said excitedly, "Please, please." A moment later, Li Zishuan and Sun Simiao walked in together. Behind Sun Simiao was Hu Jingjing. Li Zishuan had also asked the young lady at the door. Hu Hanyun and Hu Guiyuan's injuries had all been treated and they had already returned home. They had originally wanted to go to the Li family to kowtow and thank Li Zishuan for his kindness, but Li Zishuan had been in class at the time, so they gave up on the idea. After the few people in the room greeted Sun Simiao, Qing Yaojin began to scold Li Zishuan. "Good lad, you made all of us wait for you. You're getting more and more arrogant." Li Zishuan cupped his hands and apologized. "Please forgive me, uncles. I was late because I had to prepare some things. I didn't think it through." Li Jing stroked his beard and smiled. "Jijia, don't scare children. As long as you can cure Shu Bao's illness, what's wrong with us waiting for a while?" Li Zishuan looked at Li Jing and cupped his hands in puzzlement. "May I ask who this uncle is?" In his opinion, the person who could sit here and chat with Qing Yaojin and Qin Xiong must be a big shot, so he asked. Niu Jinda pointed at Li Zishuan and said with a smile, You don't even know the famous pharmacist Li." Li Zishuan was surprised. He didn't expect to meet such an awesome person. He hurriedly bowed and said, "It turns out to be the Tang Empire's military god. I didn't recognize you. Please forgive me, General Li." Li Jing's face changed slightly. He waved his hand and forced a smile. "Military god? Don't talk nonsense. You can also call me uncle like you call Jijia and Shu Bao." Li Zishuan hurriedly called him Uncle Li again. Li Jing said, "Xiao Xian, go and treat Shu Bao. I'm just here to watch the fun. Don't waste time here." Li Zishuan hurriedly cupped his hands and said yes. At this time, Sun Simiao had already checked Qin Xiong's pulse. Li Zishuan stood aside and waited for the results. He greeted Mrs. Qin with his eyes. Mrs. Qin gave him a kind smile. Half an hour later, Sun Simiao stood up and sighed to everyone. "General Qin's internal injuries are gradually getting better. However, the qi and blood he lost in the early years has not been completely recovered. It has been a long time since the last time I checked his pulse. I'm afraid that less than 10% of it has been recovered. General Qin is approaching middle age and his qi and blood are not as vigorous as a young man's. I'm afraid that it will be difficult to recover all the qi and blood he lost through the power of the medicine. Everyone's face darkened and they couldn't help but feel disappointed. Sun Simiao looked at Li Zishuan and continued, Xiao Xian, let's try your life-prolonging skill. Qing Yaojin agreed. Yes, yes, yes. Xiao Xian, let's draw blood. See if my blood is suitable. Sir Li, please see if my blood is suitable. At this time, the housekeeper of Qin's mansion who was waiting on the side bowed and begged. Lord Li, please take a look and see if our blood is compatible. Suddenly, there was a roar of nearly 100 people outside the house. Qin Xiong and the others turned pale with fright. They hurriedly walked to the door and saw nearly 100 Qin clan generals neatly lined up in 10 rows. Everyone cupped their fists and knelt on one knee. This was standard military etiquette. The news that Li Zishuan was going to give Qin Xiong a blood transfusion had already spread among the servants of Qin's mansion. Correspondingly, they already knew about the theory that Li Zishuan had mentioned last time. How could they not help when their master was in trouble? Moreover, most of them had accompanied Qin Xiong in his early years and fought all over the world. Later, because of the battles, they were left with disabilities. Qin Xiong saw that some of them were lonely and had no one to rely on, so he took them in as his family soldiers. After so many years, he had been supporting them. Therefore, their feelings for Qin Xiong were deeper than anyone else's. Moreover, according to Li Zishuan, taking a little blood wouldn't kill anyone. What was there to be afraid of? At this moment, Qin Xiong felt as if he had returned to the battlefield. These were all brothers who would die for him. At this moment, he couldn't help but tear up. Zhuang Qi, what do you want to do by bringing them here? Hurry up and go back. Family head, I, Zhuang Qi, did everything I did today willingly. If it wasn't for you, I would have starved to death on the side of the road. Now that you are in trouble, forget about taking a bit of my blood, even if you want my life, I'm willing. The leader, Zhuang Qi, clasped his fists at Qin Xiong and said loudly. Yes, master, we are all willing. We are all willing. Lord Li, please draw my blood. I have the most blood. When the other family soldiers heard Zhuang Qi's words, they all shouted out. In an instant, the front yard of Qin's mansion was filled with roars. Li Zishuan was also moved by the brotherhood on the battlefield. Just as he was about to step out and persuade Qin Xiong, he heard a heroic laugh from outside the door. It is said that men on the battlefield are loyal. The family soldiers of Qin's mansion are all indomitable and loyal men. Please support me with a legal subscription. The author is about to vomit blood. Chapter 181. Following this forthright laugh, Li Er, dressed in a bright yellow uniform, strode in with large strides. Everyone was shocked and knelt down, Your Majesty. Li Er waved his hand and laughed, Rise, Shu Bao, I heard from Qin Ke that Li Zishuan is going to give you a blood transfusion this afternoon, so I came to take a look. Shu Bao, you won't mind me being an uninvited guest, right? Qin Xiong bowed, I wouldn't dare. Qin Xiong was both gratified and happy that Li Er had personally come to see him. He had stayed out of the Xuanwu Gate incident last year because he did not want to participate in the tragedy of killing his brother and seizing the throne. It had nothing to do with his position. He had always been on Li Er's side. But from the rewards of the officials after the incident at Xianwu Gate, everyone thought that Qin Xiong had lost the favor of the emperor and would no longer be valued. Usually, only Qing Yaojin and Niu Jinda, these former battle brothers, were willing to come to the Qin Fu. Now that Li Er came out of the palace to see Qin Xiong, to a certain extent, it dispelled some of the rumors. Qin Xiong didn't care about these rumors, but he was still happy that Li Er came to see him personally. Don't just stand there, continue. Don't delay Shu Bao's treatment because of me. Li Er didn't rush everyone to do what they were supposed to do. Li Zishuan looked and said to Qin Xiong, "Uncle Qin, since these men are willing to donate blood for you, why don't we start the blood test first? I said before that taking a small amount of blood is not harmful to the human body, but beneficial. I'm willing to use my life to guarantee this." Qin Xiong patted Li Zishuan's shoulder and said, "I believe you." Then, he looked at the group of family generals in front of him and said loudly, "All of you, get up. This old man owes you a favor today." Zhuang Qi stood up and grinned, "Family head, you're too serious." Li Zishuan had them stand in a row, but he didn't need so many people. He planned to let them leave once he found a suitable blood type. He first used a porcelain bottle to take the blood of the 10 people and put their names on the bottle. Then, he took it back and tested it with Qin Xiong's blood. After a while, the results came out. "Uncle Qin, Zhuang Qi, and Mei Wenhua have the same blood type as you. You can use their blood." Li Er and the others watched from the side and clicked their tongues in wonder, but did not interrupt. In the courtyard, Zhuang Qi heard Li Zishuan's words and immediately grinned proudly. "Huh, you're so uncultured. Don't fight with me this time. Lord Li, you can just use my blood. Your uncultured body is not as strong as mine." A lame veteran in the first row was immediately unhappy. He scolded, "Zhuang Laoqi, you're F*king looking down on us veterans. If you're not convinced, come out and fight with me." Qin Xiong could not help but scold, "All of you, shut up. Don't be rude in front of His Majesty." Immediately, the two of them quieted down. Li Er waved his hand, indicating that he didn't care. He had been in the army for a long time and was already used to such fights. Li Zishuan and Sun Simiao looked at each other and stepped forward. "Uncle Qin, just use Zhuang Qi's blood. You can ask the others to leave." Mei Wenhua was indeed a little old. His own blood production ability was not enough. If he gave Qin Xiong blood, he would probably be finished. Qin Xiong nodded and shouted, "Zhuang Qi, step forward. The rest of you can leave." "Master." Mei Wenhua still wanted to fight for it, but he was glared at by Qin Xiong. Everyone came to a bedroom. Sun Simiao went forward to check Zhuang Qi's pulse to see if he was healthy and if he had any medical history. This was what Li Zishuan had told him when he came. He could not let Qin Xiong get infected after the blood transfusion and have other diseases. Zhuang Qi obediently allowed himself to be checked. His expression did not reveal any impatience. After a while, Sun Simiao nodded at Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan ordered Zhuang Qi to lie on the bed. He also asked someone to bring a cushion for Qin Xiong to lie on the ground. This strange arrangement shocked Zhuang Qi. He quickly stood up and said that he wanted to lie on the ground and let Qin Xiong lie on the bed. Li Zishuan slapped him. If they really lay down like that, who would be the one to transfuse blood in the end? After the two of them were in position, Li Zishuan asked them to roll up their sleeves. He picked up the cotton swab, which was actually a ball of steamed coarse cloth tied to the front of a thin stick. In this era, cotton was still a rare ornamental flower. It was not popularized as a crop. Li Zishuan could not find cotton in a short time, so he could only do this. He dipped the cotton swab in alcohol and smeared it on the two people's arms. Suddenly, an unusually strong smell of alcohol filled the air. Cheng Yaojin sniffed hard. He was so greedy that his saliva almost flowed out. He thought to himself, "This kid is not honest. He has such a good thing and yet he is still hiding it." Although Li Zishuan liked to drink, he was more concerned about the purpose of Li Zishuan's action. He thought for a long time but still could not figure it out. He could not help but frown deeply. Sun Simiao did not have any scruples. He directly asked, "Xiao Xian, what do you mean by smearing alcohol on their arms?" As Li Zishuan busied himself, he replied, "It's disinfecting. There are some small bugs on the surface of a person's skin that can't be seen with the naked eye. This strong liquor can kill them. In fact, when someone was injured in the army, their wound would become infected because of these small bugs in the air." Although Sun Simiao did not know what air was, he understood the general meaning. He nodded thoughtfully. Li Jing's eyes lit up. He could not help but ask, if this kind of alcohol is used in the military, can it greatly reduce the death of injured soldiers? Li Zishuan nodded and said, in theory, it can. Li Jing looked at Li Er excitedly. Li Er nodded at him, indicating that they should finish treating Qin Xiong's illness first. After disinfecting, Li Zishuan found the blood vessels on Zhuang Qi's arm. Looking at the thick needle, he gritted his teeth and stabbed it in. Zhuang Qi's body trembled, but he did not cry out in pain. Li Zishuan waited for the air and the needle to be exhausted. Then, he inserted the other end of the needle into Qin Xiong's arm. Because of the difference in height, the blood slowly flowed through the needle into Qin Xiong's body. Everyone in the room held their breaths and stared at the blood flowing through the needle. They were witnessing the first case of blood transfusion in human history. Gradually, Qin Xiong fell asleep with a satisfied expression. Li Zishuan stared at the hourglass on the table. After a while, he nodded at Sun Simiao. The two went forward to remove the needles from Qin Xiong's arm and used cotton swabs dipped in alcohol to press on the wound. Then, Li Zishuan stood up and started to pack up the tools. Of course, Mrs. Qin went forward to press on the wound on Qin Xiong's arm. As for Zhuang Qi, he acted as if nothing had happened. After pressing for a while, he threw away the cotton swabs. Instead, he sniffed his arm for a while and muttered, "Good wine." A few old soldiers in the room gently carried Qin Xiong to the bed. They saw that his breathing was even and he was sleeping soundly. He was not awakened by the commotion outside. Mrs. Qin stood to the side, happily wiping away her tears. Sun Simiao went forward to check Qin Xiong's pulse again. After a while, he smiled and nodded at Mrs. Qin. This was clearly not the place to talk. After Mrs. Qin reacted, she apologetically called Li Er and the others to the front hall for tea. Li Zishuan wanted to leave after packing up, but Yuqi Jingda picked him up like an eagle grabbing a little chick and brought him to the front hall. Chapter 182. Li Zishuan, can this strong liquor really prevent the wound from getting infected and suppurating as you said? In the main hall of Qin's mansion, Li Er sat alone in the seat of honor while the others sat below in an orderly manner. Li Zishuan was tired for a long time and finally sat down to rest. When he heard Li Er's question, he really did not want to move, so he directly sat on the stool and cupped his hands to Li Er. Indeed, when my teacher treated the wounds of the farmers who were bitten by wild beasts, he would use strong liquor to disinfect them. If your Majesty does not believe me, you can test it in the Imperial Medical Department first. Li Er nodded. Li Jing then stood up and cupped his hands to Li Er. This old subject earnestly requests your Majesty to introduce this method of disinfection into the army. Every year, the death rate of wounded soldiers in the army is as high as 70%. Many good men did not die on the battlefield, but died from infection. This old subject is truly distressed. Li Er quickly said, I also understand the situation that the pharmacist mentioned. Li Zishuan, how much of this strong liquor do you have in your winery? He wanted to directly take the method of brewing the strong liquor into the imperial court's possession. After all, this strong liquor had become an extremely important strategic resource in terms of its effect. However, there were still shares of the Qing family in it. If he did so, it would not look good. Li Zishuan suddenly had a good premonition. He felt as if he was being targeted by a tiger. He cautiously said, Your Majesty, this strong liquor has no other use except for disinfection. Therefore, the winery only has a few bottles. I made it on the spot. Li Er stared and said, What do you mean by no other use except for disinfection? You really don't know the severity of the situation. Just by disinfection, you can save the lives of many good men in the Tang Empire. He shook his head and muttered, Can this liquor be brewed in large quantities and supplied to the army? Li Zishuan thought for a while and asked, How much of this disinfection liquor does the Tang Empire need every year? Li Er did not know this. He looked at Li Jing and threw the question out. Li Jing was also a little confused. He knew how many injured soldiers there were every year, but how would he know how much strong liquor was needed? There are about 15,000 injured soldiers in the army every year. Little Xian, calculate how much hard liquor you need. Li Jing could only throw the question to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan calculated carefully. After a while, he said, Your Majesty, I have roughly calculated that the army needs to store about 600 liters of liquor every year to ensure that it is enough. Li Er nodded and slapped the table, saying, Good. Then your winery will provide 600 liters of hard liquor to the Ministry of War every year. As for the price, Li Zishuan rushed to say, at least 8 rounds per liter. Li Er was so angry that he almost slammed the table. Nonsense. You have the nerve to earn money from saving the lives of those soldiers. Li Zishuan felt wronged and said, Your Majesty, this is really the cost price. This disinfection liquor is more than twice as strong as the immortal drunken wine. Think about it, the immortal drunken wine is already sold for 5 rounds per liter. If you sell it for less than 8 rounds per liter, I will really go bankrupt. What he said was not entirely a lie. In modern times, alcohol was indeed very cheap, but industrial alcohol was generally obtained through chemical synthesis, not through fermentation and distillation of grains. In the Tang dynasty, 8 rounds per liter of medical alcohol was really not expensive. Li Er said angrily, Nonsense. How can this little liquor make you go bankrupt? Don't be unreasonable. 6 rounds per liter. Li Zishuan almost vomited blood. This Li Er was really not a good person. He was a robber, a robber. Qing Yaojin stood up and snorted, Your Majesty, the cost of this liquor is indeed very high. 6 rounds per liter is really going to be a loss. The Qing family had shares in this winery, so of course Qing Yaojin would jump out and complain. Li Er saw that Qing Yaojin was also pretending to be pitiful, and he suddenly had nowhere to vent his anger. Fine, 8 rounds per liter it is. If you dare to cut corners, I will teach you a lesson. Li Er flicked his sleeves and left. All the big shots had seen what they wanted to see, and Qin Xiong was now sleeping. It was not appropriate for them to stay any longer, so they all said their goodbyes. Only Li Zishuan, Sun Simiao, and Qing Yaojin were still there. Sun Simiao looked at Madame Qin and said, General Qin's pulse is stable, and his body is no different from a normal person. Madame Qin, please don't worry. Madame Qin sincerely thanked him, Thank you, Dr. Sun. Sun Simiao waved his hand, looked at Li Zishuan, and said, Xiao Xian, I have never heard of the small insects in the air that you mentioned. Can you tell me in detail some other day? Chinese medicine focused on the 5 qi and 6 qi, the balance of yin and yang, and the integration of heaven and man. Li Zishuan's theories had really broken Sun Simiao's understanding of medicine. He seemed to have seen the door of a new world, waving at him. Li Zishuan said with a smile, Of course. If you want to hear from me one day, I will tell you everything. In fact, these small things that can't be seen with the naked eye can be seen with some tools. When I make this tool in the future, I will invite you to come and see it together. Sun Simiao said in surprise, There is such a strange thing? That's great. As the saying goes, hearsay is false, but seeing is believing. If you can really make that kind of tool one day, you must send someone to inform me. Even if I'm thousands of miles away, I must rush back to take a look. Li Zishuan nodded and said, Don't worry, Daoist Sunday. I will definitely inform you. Only then did Sun Simiao say goodbye with satisfaction. Who actually helped Sun Simiao carry the medicine box obediently? She smiled sweetly at Li Zishuan and waved goodbye. Then, she turned around and left with Sun Simiao. When Li Zishuan saw that everyone had left, he also wanted to say goodbye. However, he heard Madame Qin say, Xiao Xian, don't be in a hurry to leave. Auntie has something to say to you. Li Zishuan stopped and respectfully said, Auntie, please go ahead. Madame Qin said with a smile, Why are you still standing? Sit down. Sit down and talk. Li Zishuan obeyed and sat down. Qing Yaojin was about to leave, but when he heard Madame Qin ask him to stay, he sat down with Li Zishuan. Madame Li looked at Li Zishuan and couldn't help but say with emotion, Xiao Xian, your Uncle Qin's illness is all thanks to you. Otherwise, Li Zishuan quickly waved his hand and interrupted, Auntie Qin, please don't say that. The Qin and Li families are like family. This is what I should do. Madame Qin smiled happily and said, you are right. I heard that you are going to marry Yushi. This girl is my adopted daughter. From now on, our two families will really be one family. Qing Yaojin's eyes widened. At this time, he patted Li Zishuan's shoulder and laughed, no wonder you are so good to Han Tianhu. It turns out that you are interested in his daughter. You are so cunning. Li Zishuan's forehead was full of black lines. Did this old guy even know how to speak properly? Chapter 183. When Mrs. Qin heard Qing Yaojin's nonsense, she glared at him angrily. Qing Yaojin often chatted and laughed with Qin Xiong, but he still had some respect for this sister-in-law. Sensing Mrs. Qin's angry gaze, Qing Yaojin laughed awkwardly. Then, he consciously removed his left hand from Li Zishuan's shoulder and returned to his seat. Mrs. Qin smiled in satisfaction. She looked at Li Zishuan and said with a loving expression, between you and Yushi, one is Auntie's nephew and can be considered a talent. The other is my adopted daughter and is also naturally beautiful. You two are a match made in heaven. Auntie is very happy that the two of you can be together. Yushi, this girl, her mother passed away early and is also a pitiful child. Our Qin family can be considered half of her family now. I love her very much. In the future, you can't bully that girl, otherwise, I won't let you off. Sweat. Li Zishuan finally remembered that Mrs. Qin could be considered half of his mother-in-law. He hurriedly cupped his hands and promised, don't worry, Auntie. Yushi and I are truly in love. After we get married, I'll only love and dote on her. I won't dare to bully her. Mrs. Qin heard this and beamed with joy, that's a good boy. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, Li Zishuan finally left the Qin family. Although Mrs. Qin was only half of his mother-in-law, she wasn't easy to deal with. Li Zishuan's ears almost grew calluses from listening to her nagging. When Qing Yaojin left, he gave him a hand and walked out of the Qin family. How are you going to thank me this time? On the street, Qing Yaojin patted Li Zishuan and laughed loudly. Li Zishuan thought for a moment and said, this time, I have to thank Uncle Qing properly. Otherwise, our winery would have to pay at least 1,000 strings of coins for the 600 liters of liquor His Majesty ordered. Of course. Kid, you have to treat me to a good drink on your wedding day. Use the liquor you disinfected Shu Bao today. Qing Yaojin laughed proudly. There were only a few people in the Tang Empire who could face Li Zishuan directly. Li Zishuan almost knelt down when he heard Qing Yaojin's words. Boss, you dare to drink medical alcohol? You must be tired of living. Uncle Qing, you can't drink this disinfectant liquor. You have to tell His Majesty to strictly forbid the soldiers from drinking disinfectant liquor. This stuff can kill people. Li Zishuan said solemnly. Only now did he realize that he had forgotten to tell Li Er about this matter. Most of the heroes in the army loved to drink. It was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be drunkards who had designs on this medical alcohol. If this person didn't die on the battlefield and instead died of alcohol poisoning, then Li Zishuan's sin would be great. Hearing how serious his words were, Qing Yaojin stopped smiling and asked, are you serious? Absolutely. All right, I believe you. Your worries aren't unfounded. I will write a letter to His Majesty tomorrow to clarify this matter. Li Zishuan heaved a sigh of relief and cupped his hands. Thank you, Uncle Cheng. Li Residence West Courtyard. Xiao Shi, come over quickly. Li Zishuan saw Xiao Shi holding a piece of cloth and looking like she was going to the front courtyard, so he quickly called out. Young master, what's the matter? Since they were outdoors, Xiao Shi wasn't worried that Li Zishuan would do something beastly in broad daylight. Thus, she quickly walked over and asked. Xiao Shi, what did the Daoist priest say when my mother went to the Daoist temple this morning? Although there was a legitimate reason, cheating wasn't something to be proud of. Li Zishuan asked softly. Xiao Shi smiled and replied, Young master, so you are still worried about this matter. Don't worry, Xiaoxi secretly gave the Taoist priest 200 coins when old madam wasn't paying attention. Afterwards, the Taoist priest told old madam that young master and young madam are a match made in heaven. Young madam is a blessing for her husband. After marrying her, young master will definitely be promoted and the Li family will have many children and grandchildren. Old madam was overjoyed. When old madam came back, she said that she will go to the Han family tomorrow. After a few days, she will set an auspicious date and young master will be able to get married officially. Yeah. That's great, Xiaoxi, you did well. When I, young master, get married, you will be greatly rewarded. Haha. Li Zishuan resisted the urge to carry Xiaoxi and twirl her around. He could only clap his hands and laugh excitedly. Xiao Xian, who is this Xiao Ming? Big brother, I must beat this son of a bitch to death. The next morning, Li Zishuan had just finished teaching everyone and was preparing to go home for lunch when Xing Chimo chased after him from behind and asked angrily. Li Zishuan was confused by the question and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "Bah, this kid is really hateful. Look at him pouring water into the pond and then pouring water out. Does this son of a bitch have nothing better to do? Isn't he making things difficult for me, old Cheng? Also, this kid is always forgetful. He even forgot to bring his things to school. It's fine if he went back to take his things, but he actually asked me, old Cheng, when will he meet his mother? How the hell am I supposed to know? Also, you see." Xing Chimo pointed at the few math problems that Li Zishuan had set in the textbook and kept complaining about Xiao Ming's crimes. Looking at this guy's crazy look, he was probably tortured by these few problems. Li Zishuan was sweating profusely in his heart. Why was this idiot's brain always wired differently from other people? Wasn't it because he wanted to save time and effort when he was setting the questions, so he directly changed all the application questions to Xiao Ming? Does this guy have to be like this? Pfft. Cho Nyo, how can you understand it like this? Xiao Ming is just a code name. The reason why Mr. set this problem is to let us learn how to solve this kind of problem, not to let you care about who the problem is. Qin Huayu, who was following behind, heard Xing Chimo's funny words and couldn't help but help Li Zishuan to explain with a smile. Li Zishuan gave this guy a kick. He said unhappily, "Did you hear what Huayu said? You don't think about proper things and only think about crooked ways. If you continue like this, I'll pay a home visit to the Qing residence and talk to Uncle Cheng about your recent studies." Although Xing Chimo didn't know what a home visit meant, he roughly understood after hearing the second half of the sentence. He immediately jumped up and said, F***ck, Xiao Xian, are you still my brother? How can you do something so immoral? What? You can't win a battle of words, so you want to fight? Come, we brothers haven't sparred in a long time. F***ck, only an idiot would spar with you. After following Li Zishuan for so long, this guy already knew how to call him an idiot. Xing Chimo was really afraid that Li Zishuan would want to spar with him, so he immediately ran away after saying that. Chapter 184. At noon, Li Zishuan finished his meal and prepared to go back to the west courtyard to take a nap. This guy was more carefree than some of the modern civil servants. He only worked half a day and rested for 2 days every 5 days. There was no one else like him. Perhaps even Li Er's quality of life was not as good as his. As soon as he arrived at the west courtyard, he saw Lan Er following him. Li Zishuan rubbed his head with a headache. With this little devil around, how could he sleep at noon? Lan Er, what's the matter? Yes. Lan Er quickly nodded. The little girl looked around and then mysteriously pushed Li Zishuan into the room. She hurriedly asked, "Brother, have you noticed anything wrong with Iron Egg recently?" Li Zishuan patted his clothes that were messed up by his little sister's pushing and shoving. When he heard this boring question, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. What could be wrong? Of course there is. Brother, as a master, why don't you care about your disciple at all? Li Zishuan said angrily, "How do you know that I don't care? Don't I check on his progress every day? No, no, I'm saying that you don't care about Iron Egg's inner feelings. Lisa Schwan was a little confused by Lon Er's words. He asked impatiently, Lon Er, what do you want to say? Just say it. Humph, you're really unqualified as a master. Haven't you noticed that Iron Egg has become more and more silent recently? He even talks to me less often. Lon pouted and said with a face full of dissatisfaction. Isn't this normal? Iron Egg has to practice and go to school. How can he have so much time to chat with you? That's not it. Iron Egg used to practice and go to school. But every afternoon after class, he would come to play with Lon Er. But recently, after Iron Egg came back, he didn't look for Lon anymore. Brother, go and check on Iron Egg at night. What I said is true. Lon said anxiously. The more Lisa Schwan listened to his little sister, the more mysterious she became. But in order to avoid being pestered, he could only agree, okay. I'll go and take a look tonight. Hee, thank you, brother. Lon Er smiled sweetly. Lisa Schwan's heart melted when he heard that. He thought to himself that his little sister was becoming more and more coquettish. After Lon Er achieved her goal, she did not cause any more trouble in the west courtyard. Lisa Schwan's ears finally had some peace. He moved the recliner to the entrance where he could feel the cool breeze. Then, he put on the eye mask that he asked Xiaoxi to sew for him and laid down on the recliner, taking a beautiful afternoon nap. After an unknown amount of time, Lisa Schwan felt a few drops of cold water dripping on his face. He subconsciously wiped his face, thinking that it was raining. He instantly woke up and saw Lon, holding a dripping towel, laughing mischievously beside him. Oh, Lon didn't I just promise you? What else do you want? Stop fooling around. Let me sleep for a while more. Lisa Schwan was about to throw a tantrum when his afternoon nap was interrupted. However, when he saw his little sister's innocent smile, his temper instantly died down. However, he still said unwillingly, Brother, don't sleep anymore. Faubert sent someone over to say that the new car you asked for is ready. Quickly accompany Lon to sit in the beautiful new car. Lon grabbed Lisa Schwan's arm and kept shaking it. She was like a little sparrow chirping in Lisa Schwan's ear. Lisa Schwan was just thinking that if Lon was still here, he would tell her a ghost story to scare her away. However, when he heard that the new car was ready, he immediately sat up and said excitedly, Lon where's the new car? Has it been sent over? It's still in the workshop. Faubert said that he wants you to go over and see if there's anything that needs to be changed. Brother, bring Lon along. Previously, Lisa Schwan had told her about the new car a few times. According to Lisa Schwan's description, Lon had always been looking forward to the new car. Now that she heard that the new car was ready, how could she hold herself back? Lisa Schwan laughed heartily and stood up. He rubbed Lon Er's head and said with a smile, all right. I'll bring you along. Ignoring Lon Er's cheers behind him, Lisa Schwan went out and asked Xiaoxi to get a basin of water to wash his face. He instantly felt refreshed. San Bao brought Da Bai over. Lisa Schwan carried Lon Er and got on the horse. He laughed loudly and said, let's go. Let's go look at the car. Hee, I can't afford a BMW, Mercedes-Benz, or Ferrari in the modern era. Then, I'll make my own luxury car in the Tang dynasty. Lisa Schwan thought proudly in his heart. Accompanied by the clatter of the horse's hooves on the ground, the siblings arrived at the workshop in a short while. When they walked into the workshop, they saw a huge four-wheeled carriage that was about 12 feet long and 3 feet wide. The sides of the carriage were angular and there were some exquisite carvings. The dark red paint on it gave people a sense of low-key luxury. Compared to the current 4-foot-long and 2-foot-wide ordinary carriage, this luxury car looked like a huge beast from afar. Moreover, it had 4 wheels, so it looked more stable. Lisa Schwan was very satisfied just by looking at its appearance. Only then did he have the time to look around the carriage. He discovered that other than Uncle Fu, Yan Xiaoning had also come today. This guy had not been seen for a while, so he did not know where he went. Hey, Brother Xiaoning is here today. It's rare. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Brother Xiaoning, how have you been? Li Zishuan held Lan Er's hand and walked over quickly to greet Yan Xiaoning. Yan Xiaoning said with a bitter face, the workshop has been so lively recently. Of course, I wanted to come and take a look. However, some time ago, His Majesty ordered the Ministry of Works to mass-produce curved plows and promote them to other provinces and counties. The Ministry of Works is short of manpower. My father recruited temporary craftsmen from the public and took me to be a supervisor. I was released today and heard that you made something good, so I came to take a look. Li Zishuan looked at this poor kid sympathetically and patted him on the shoulder. He smiled and said, it's good that you're here. You're the technical director of our workshop. Without you, our workshop's progress has slowed down a lot. Yan Xiaoning's mechanical talent was undeniable. He was even better than Faubert. In the future, he could become a god. With such an awesome engineer, Li Zishuan was very assured about the workshop's future development. Yan Xiaoning could not help but roll his eyes. He had just jumped out of the pit that his father had dug for him. Why did he feel that he had jumped into Li Zishuan's pit? This kid was obviously treating him as a coolie. However, he still had 10% of the workshop's shares. This counted as working for himself, right? Yan Xiaoning's mood improved a little when he thought of this. He was too lazy to care about Li Zishuan. He came over and pulled Lan Er. He smiled gently and said, let's go, Sister Lan Er. Brother Xiaoning will take you to see the new carriage. Okay. The two of them jumped directly into the carriage. Li Zishuan was immediately stunned and hurriedly cried out, hey, this is my carriage. After saying that, he hurriedly chased after them. Chapter 185. After entering the carriage, Li Zishuan looked at the interior furnishings. Even though this was designed by him, he was still shocked. He saw two single sofas placed on both sides of a small long table. Due to the hot weather recently, Faubert specially placed a bamboo mat on top of the sofa to make it look cooler. Li Zishuan secretly praised Faubert's quick-wittedness. Behind the long table, there was a long sofa. It was about 2 feet wide and 8 feet long. It looked like it was just enough for one person to rest on. If there were 2 people, then they could only lie on top of each other. Li Zishuan suddenly had an unhealthy thought in his mind. Faubert was quite thoughtful. He even placed a bamboo mat on top of the sofa to make people want to lie on top of it and sleep. In the innermost part of the carriage, there were 2 compartments side by side. Li Zishuan pushed open the door and looked inside. He found that one was the bathroom, and the other was the water storage room. The water storage room's container was a large rectangular iron can. It looked like it was specially designed to save space. The iron can could store about 70 to 80 pounds of water. There was an iron pipe at the bottom of the iron can. There was a simple switch at the top of the iron pipe. Although it was not as professional as the modern faucets, its functions were similar. TSK, perfect, too perfect. Li Zishuan looked around and couldn't help but exclaim. Other than the lack of air conditioning, sound system, and electric lights, the interior of the carriage was perfect. It was simply a must-have for traveling with a family. Oh my God, Xiao Xian, you have sinned. Such a luxurious carriage, only a rich person like you can enjoy it. Yan Xiaoning couldn't help but exclaim while touching the sofa and the window. Hee brother, Lan Er will sleep here tonight. Lan Er seemed to have discovered a new world. She lay on the sofa and rolled around while laughing happily. Li Zishuan was speechless. This girl was really a little overlord. Young master, is there anything else that needs to be changed in this carriage? At this moment, Faubert had also boarded the carriage. He chuckled at Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan waved his hand in satisfaction. No need, Faubert. I'm very satisfied with this carriage. Let's pull it back now and see if it's comfortable to run on. Faubert nodded and said, all right, this old man will go and saddle the young master." 15 minutes later, Dabai was able to pull this massive object with the strength of a single horse, under the astonished gazes of the workers in the workshop. The wheels of the carriage began to roll slowly, and it spun faster and faster. Dabai snorted joyfully, indicating that it was so easy. Faubert arranged for a worker from the workshop to sit in front of the carriage and drive the horses. He also sat in the carriage with Lisa Schwan to feel the performance of the new carriage when it ran. "Wow, little Xian, how come this car doesn't feel bumpy at all? This is too amazing. Or has the roads in Chang'an become so flat?" Yan Xiaoning nestled comfortably on the sofa and looked at the passing scenery outside the window. Suddenly, the tea on the table didn't spill. He sat on the sofa and carefully felt it. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise when he didn't feel any bumpiness at all. Lisa Schwan drank a mouthful of water contentedly and smiled proudly. "Of course it's because our carriage is good. Don't you know what the roads in Chang'an are like? What do you think? Little brother's carriage is awesome, right?" Yan Xiaoning said excitedly, "Awesome, of course it's awesome. Quickly tell me, how did you do it? Won't you understand when you go back to the workshop later and ask Faubert to look at the blueprint?" Lisa Schwan didn't want to explain it to Yan Xiaoning again. He was busy right now. Busy with what? Isn't this nonsense? Look, that young lady outside the carriage window is so pretty. Most importantly, she's wearing very thin clothes. Unfortunately, Big White's speed was too fast. Lisa Schwan was only able to catch a glimpse of her chest and couldn't see it anymore. Inside the carriage, Faubert saw Yan Xiaoning's unsatisfied look and explained with a smile, "Young Master Yan, some special shock absorbers have been added to the bottom of the carriage. On the other hand, the sofa we're sitting on is also very useful for shock absorption. As for the detailed structure of the interior, you can only go back to the workshop to look at the blueprint." Hearing this, Yan Xiaoning nodded thoughtfully. "Wow, husband, look at that carriage. Why is it so tall and so big?" A white-clothed lady in her 20s saw the huge carriage that just passed by in the middle of the road. She hurriedly pulled the man beside her and exclaimed, "It's really big. I've never seen such a huge carriage before. Husband, should our family buy a carriage like this too? Otherwise, you'll have to accompany me back home every year. It'll be so hard on you." The man was speechless. He wanted to say that it wasn't hard on him, but looking at his wife's pleading face, he couldn't help but soften his heart. He hurriedly nodded and agreed. The pretty lady in white cheered happily. She leaned over to the man's ear and whispered, "Husband, you're so nice. I'll change my style of serving you tonight." The man stiffened slightly to show his respect. He looked excited and laughed. "Look, such a big carriage can be pulled by only one horse. It's really amazing." Unlike the cheating couple, this person who spoke was obviously slightly knowledgeable. "Yes, not only that, you see, this carriage actually has 4 wheels. It's really stable when it runs. It doesn't feel like it's swaying at all. Tisk tsk, this carriage's appearance is so beautiful. I wonder where it's sold. I really want to buy one. Squire Wang is really generous. This carriage isn't something that ordinary people like us can afford. This carriage came from an Lane. Maybe it was made by the workshop of Strange Interest Pavilion. Oh. Then it's really sold. That's great." Li Zixuan and the others sat in the new carriage and left under the envious eyes of the passers-by. Suddenly, "Bah, whose carriage is so arrogant that it choked me with a mouthful of dust. Damn, this carriage's size is too coquettish. There's actually such an arrogant person in Chang'an. Hey, the carriage in front, stop." Cheng Chumo, who had just returned home after class, was caught off guard by the rolling carriage on the roadside. He choked on the dust and was instantly furious. There was actually someone more arrogant than him in Chang'an. He immediately ran wildly and chased after the carriage, shouting all the way, "It's Virgo." Yan Xiaoning stuck his head out of the window and looked back. Then he turned back and said to Li Zishuan. Damn, Yen's shouting, it's you. Stop the carriage quickly. I'm going to rob you. This carriage is mine. Ching Chumo's eyes were sharp. He recognized Yen shouting the moment he stuck his head out of the window. He immediately shouted like a bandit. In the carriage, Li Zishuan was speechless. He shouted outside, "Stop the carriage." Then the carriage slowly came to a stop. Ching Chumo cheered and quickly ran to the front of the carriage. With a leap, he jumped onto the carriage. Wow, Xiao Xian, Lon, Faubert, you're all here too. Huh, then I won't be polite. Gee, what's this stool made of? It's so damn comfortable. Ching Chumo acted as if he had returned home. He didn't treat himself as an outsider at all. He sat on the sofa and couldn't help but sigh. Lon was pushed to the side by this guy. The little girl was unhappy. She stood up and pulled Ching Chumo's cheek. She said unhappily, "Humph. Brother Cho Nyo is really thick-skinned." Ha 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 ha. Chapter 186. Hee hee, little Xian, your carriage is so comfortable. Why don't you give me one? Although Ching Chumo was pulled off the sofa by Lon, he was not angry at all. He wandered around the carriage like Granny Lu in the Grandview Garden, looking left and right and touching everywhere. After a while, when he carefully looked at the luxurious interior of the carriage, Ching Chumo could not help but be shocked. This kind of carriage was the standard for rich playboys like him. It would be so flashy and cool if he drove it out. Thus, he licked his lips and begged Li Zishuan for it. Hee hee, in your dreams. This carriage is the only one in the world. Li Zishuan curled his lips. Don't. Little Xian, why don't you ask your workshop to make a few more? Ching Chumo urged. Li Zishuan squinted his eyes and said, I can, but this carriage is expensive. It's not that I'm looking down on you, but can you afford it, Cho Nyo? Didn't this guy always say that he was poor? Li Zishuan did not believe that he could afford a luxury carriage now. Damn, you're looking down on me. As long as you have this kind of carriage, I can afford it. Tell me, how much is it? Ching Chumo was immediately unhappy. His family had shares in the winery. With the sales of the Drunken Immortal and Gentle Beauty, the Ching Chumo had also earned a lot of money. Correspondingly, Ching Chumo's pocket money had increased recently. This guy was now quite wealthy and was very confident. Li Zishuan looked at this jokester's face and could not help but want to attack him. Thus, he said, no bargaining, only 999 strings of cash. He had asked Faubert about the cost of this carriage on the way here. Currently, the average horse carriage sold in the market cost between 200 to 500 strings of coins. However, due to the addition of a lot of advanced technology, such as shock absorbers, roller bearings, iron plates in the compartment of the carriage, and a separate toilet, the cost alone was as much as 400 to 500 strings of coins. Li Zishuan set a price of 999 strings of cash, which wasn't considered expensive. This price was equivalent to buying a Porsche in modern times. With such excellent performance, such a domineering appearance, and such luxurious interior, Li Zishuan believed that even if it was sold for more than 1,000 strings of cash, there would definitely be rich people rushing to buy it with gold bricks. However, Ching Chumo was not a rich person. He only had a small amount of wealth. When he heard such a crazy price, Chumo's mouth. Little Xian, you're robbing me, this carriage is not made of gold. Is it expensive? Cho Nyo, if you think it's expensive, our workshop will release a cheaper version of the carriage. There's no sofa like the one you're sitting on. There's also no water storage where you washed your hands. It's only 666 strings of cash. If you still think it's expensive, we will release a beggar's version. There's no sofa, no water storage, no toilet, and no iron plates in the compartment. We'll sell it for 555 strings of cash. How about that? You can afford it, right? Li Zishuan sipped a mouthful of water and said slowly. Damn, I don't want a beggar's version. Ching Chumo was furious. This beggar's version was not a good thing just from the name. He, Ching Chumo, would rather not buy this carriage than make a beggar's version and embarrass himself. Ahem, little Xian, money is just a worldly possession. Do we need to be so calculative? If your workshop makes another one, give it to me. How about it? If the hard way did not work, he could only use the soft way. After all, everyone knew that Ching Chumo was thick-skinned. So what? Hee, since money is a worldly possession, why don't you give all your pocket money to me for safekeeping, Chonyo? Bah, no way. Ching Chumo expressed that he was not an idiot. Why would he give away his money to someone else? Damn, little Xian, if you don't give me one, I'll go to your house and not leave. I'll eat and drink your food. Let's see if you lose out. Ching Chumo saw that Li Zishuan was unmoved by force or persuasion, so he had no choice but to use his ultimate move, shamelessness. Yan Xiaoning and Faubert were trying hard to hold back their laughter. Lan did not have so many scruples. The little girl was so happy that she kept giggling and kept saying, Brother Cho Nyo, you're shameless. Li Zishuan was also speechless. He had never seen such a shameless person. Up to you. Our house is short on rooms recently. We can only sleep in the woodshed. Damn, you're so unrighteous. You're the one who wanted to stay. Oh, I forgot to tell you. I see that Uncle Cheng and Uncle Chin are getting old, and it's not convenient for them to go out. I plan to give each of them one of these carriages in the near future. Cho Ox, you can stay in our woodshed. Little Xian, you're... Before Ching Chumo could finish cursing, he heard the second half of Li Zishuan's sentence and finally understood that Li Zishuan was just teasing him. He didn't even bother to get angry and hurriedly corrected himself. Little Xian, you're such a good brother. Haha. After laughing for a while, Yan Xiaoning asked seriously, Little Xian, do you want to give this carriage a name? In the future, when we sell it, it can be better differentiated from other normal carriages. Li Zishuan thought about it and agreed. Just as he was about to speak, Ching Chumo interrupted, Of course. Xiaoning is right. If it were up to me, we should give it a more impressive name. Only then can it match such a perfect carriage. How about we call it Little Tyrant? Isn't this name domineering enough? After saying that, he proudly winked at Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan cursed in his heart. Little Tyrant? This guy really knows how to think. Nothing much. I've already thought of a name. Let's call it this. As he said that, he dipped one finger in water and wrote 3 letters on the table, BMW. Ching Chumo went over and was stunned. What does this mean? Yan Xiaoning frowned and muttered, Is this pinyin? Li Zishuan raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, Oh? Brother Xiaoning actually knows pinyin? Yan Xiaoning shook his head and said, His Majesty mentioned in the morning court a few days ago that you invented something called pinyin. It can help children learn to read. He also showed it once in court. I also heard it from my father when he came home. The shape of your characters is very similar to what my father described that day. Li Zishuan nodded in realization. He wasn't surprised at all as to how Li Er knew pinyin. If it wasn't Li Tai who said it, then it was that little fatty Li Qingqian. What pinyin? Little Xian, just tell me what it means. I'll see if it's better than my Little Tyrant. This guy still couldn't forget about his Little Tyrant. Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and said, These 3 characters mean, Don't touch me. Ching Chumo grinned and laughed, I thought it was a good name. It's really not as good as my Little Tyrant. Yan Xiaoning didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He wondered, That's right. Little Xian, isn't this name a little too weird? Li Zishuan insisted, Just use this name. Ugly Ox, if this carriage could speak, do you know what it would say to you? Ching Chumo touched the exquisite carvings on the carriage wall and replied, What would it say? F***ck off, don't touch me. F***ck. Chapter 187. Along the way, the carriage was filled with laughter and laughter. It didn't take long for the carriage to enter Yongla Lane and arrive in front of the Li residence. Ching Chimo reluctantly got down from the "Don't touch me" carriage. He had never sat in such a comfortable carriage before. Li Zishuan angrily slapped his hand away. Along the way, every part of the carriage was touched by this fellow. Fortunately, the carriage was sturdy. Otherwise, he really suspected that the carriage would be fractured by this fellow. In the end, Ching Chimo still turned around and left. Li Zishuan asked someone to bring the carriage in. He followed Faubert and Yan Xiaoning to the front hall. Li Zishuan asked in satisfaction, "Xiaoning, how does it feel to sit in this carriage?" "Comfortable, comfortable. I feel that this carriage is very suitable for long-distance travel. Sitting in it, I don't feel tired at all." Yan Xiaoning thought for a while and replied. "Huh, even Brother Xiaoning said it's good. Then it will definitely sell well. Faubert, the workshop will organize people to speed up the production of this new type of carriage. First, make 20 of them and send them to me. I have a use for them." Li Zishuan thought for a while and said to Faubert with a laugh. Faubert was dumbfounded and stupefied. Young master, what do you need so many carriages for?" The cost of 20 carriages was more than 10,000 strings of cash. Faubert couldn't help but be surprised. "A part of it is to give to people. In the past few months when I returned to Chang'an, I owed a lot of people. It's easy to repay money, but it's not easy to repay a debt of gratitude. This carriage can not only repay a part of the favor, but also make a name for myself in the circle of nobles. As for the other part of the carriage, I have a use for it." Li Zishuan thought in his heart. "This young master is about to get married. When I pick up the bride, how can I do it without a grand carriage?" Faubert was speechless and could only agree. "Oh right, Faubert, how's the paper machine? Are there any difficulties?" After talking about eating, drinking, and having fun, Li Zishuan finally remembered what he wanted to do. "Young master, the paper machine's structure is complicated, and the amount of work required to build it early is quite large. It's not difficult to build it according to the blueprint, but it will take some time." Faubert thought for a moment and replied. "How long will it take?" 7 days. Li Zishuan frowned and muttered to himself, "Are there not enough ordinary craftsmen in the workshop, or are there too few skilled craftsmen? Of course it's because there are too few skilled craftsmen. Young master, skilled craftsmen are too hard to find. I'm afraid there are less than 10 skilled craftsmen in the workshop," Faubert said with a bitter face. Li Zishuan thought for a while, but he didn't have any good ideas. He could only say, "Faubert, send more people to other states and counties to look for craftsmen. As long as they are skilled and are willing to come to our workshop, we can talk about the benefits and treatment. As for the paper machine, you guys should try to speed up the progress. Ma Zhou is almost done with the preparations, and we're just waiting for you guys to start. Oh, Xiaoning happens to be free these few days. Why don't you go to the workshop and help Faubert with the paper machine? This should be able to speed up the progress a lot." Li Zishuan looked at Yan Xiaoning, who was leisurely at the side, and his eyes suddenly lit up as he suggested. Faubert quickly nodded in agreement. He admired Yan Xiaoning's mechanical talent very much. Yan Xiaoning staggered, and his face was full of black lines. He had just been released from his father's prison sentence, and now he was going to be thrown into prison by Li Zishuan. Just as he was about to object, he saw Li Zishuan raise a finger and said, "Brother Xiaoning, don't refuse. This paper machine is very important, and it must be done as soon as possible. Moreover, this workshop also has your shares. At worst, I'll give you a 'don't touch me' carriage after it's done. How about it?" Yan Xiaoning was a little moved, and he nodded after a moment. Unlike Li Zishuan, who casually owned dozens of "don't touch me" carriages, in the Tang dynasty, a carriage was a very precious asset for other families. After dinner, Li Zishuan went to Mingyue Xian and saw Iron Egg squatting on a big rock beside the pond, hugging his knees, and looking at the moon in the sky in a daze. Li Zishuan's heart was slightly moved. It seemed that his little sister was right. Iron Egg really had something on his mind. Could it be that this kid had taken a fancy to a girl and started to think about love? If that's really the case, what should I do? This is obviously puppy love. As his master, should I stop it? Li Zishuan's thoughts ran wild in the distance. The more he thought, the more tangled he became. In the end, he shook his head and slowly walked towards Iron Egg. Iron Egg, what are you thinking about? Li Zishuan walked behind Iron Egg and found that this kid was still in a daze, so he could only ask. Master, you're here? Iron Egg heard the sound and instantly woke up. This child was a little panicked and hurriedly said. Don't be nervous. Come, sit down. Tell me, what were you thinking about just now? Why were you so lost in thought? Li Zishuan patted his disciple's shoulder and said in a gentle tone. Iron Egg obeyed and sat down, but his eyes were somewhat evasive when he looked at Li Zishuan. Say it. Master, Iron Egg was not thinking about anything. There must be something. Do you think I don't know you, kid? Hurry up and say it. What can't we talk about? Master, it's really nothing. This kid seemed to be born in the year of the walnut. Li Zishuan frowned and suddenly said with a smirk, Oh, I understand. Did you fall in love with a little girl? You were just looking at the moon and thinking about love. Iron Egg, it's not that I don't want you to find a wife. It's just that you are still young and should put your mind on your studies. Having such an unreliable master, Iron Egg almost vomited blood in his heart. His cheeks instantly swelled red and he hurriedly stood up and waved his hand. Master, it's not like that. It's not like that. Then what is it like? If you have nothing on your mind, why would you be staring at the moon in a daze? Hurry up and say it. You're a man, why are you wasting time? Li Zishuan slapped Iron Egg down again. With Li Zishuan's jesting, the atmosphere of the conversation instantly became relaxed. Iron Egg was no longer as reserved as before. He hesitated for a moment and asked, Master, are you going to marry my sister? He had been staying with the Li family all this time, so he had more or less heard about Li Zishuan's marriage. Li Zishuan nodded and frowned. Yes, Iron Egg, could it be that you don't want your sister to marry me? Iron Egg scratched his head and said awkwardly, yes, and no. Kid, what are you trying to say? Li Zishuan angrily knocked Iron Egg's forehead. Iron Egg hurriedly said with a conflicted face, Master, Iron Egg has been thinking recently. If Master marries my sister, will Iron Egg call you brother-in-law in the future? Or Master? Yes, he called me Big Sister. Where's Big Sister? Or Master's wife? Holy shit, even though Li Zishuan was used to all kinds of strange questions, he was still shocked by Iron Egg's two powerful questions.